In a parallel world in the city of Haicheng, inside a small rented apartment, Su Yang lay unshaven on the cramped living room sofa, eyes closed as he tried to rest. That very morning, he had just resigned from the advertising company where he had worked for 2 years. He was 24 years old, a boy from a small city who had been admitted to an ordinary second-tier university in Haicheng. After graduating from college, he joined a modest advertising company in Haicheng. He had stayed there for 2 full years, working countless overtime shifts. In those 2 years, he had transformed from a vibrant, sunshine-filled, handsome youth into a lifeless drudge with dull eyes. Day after day, his life followed the same monotonous line, repeating without end. Originally, he had not planned to resign, and after all, the overall economic climate was poor, his skills were nothing special, and it would be quite difficult to find another job of similar level. However, a month of relentless overtime had left him mentally and physically exhausted. He was in charge of a real estate project whose model apartment was about to open to the public. For an entire month, he worked from 9 in the morning until 3 or 4 o'clock at night, without a single weekend off. When he finally survived that wave of work, he thought he would be able to relax for a while, yet his boss informed him that the project would be launching for sale very soon. Without even thinking, Su Yang resigned on the spot. If the opening of a single model apartment was already this exhausting, then once the sales launch began, wouldn't he simply drop dead on the job? Between money and his life, he chose the latter without the slightest hesitation. After all, he was only 24 years old. There was no need to gamble his life away for a monthly salary of 6,000 yuan. After leaving the company and returning home, he began frantically sending out resumes. Having just submitted dozens of applications, he now lay on the sofa, somewhat exhausted, eyes closed as he tried to rest. Squinting, Su Yang took out a cigarette and clamped it between his lips. Just as his mind went completely blank, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his head. Ding! Detecting suitable candidate. Enjoying life, system initiating binding. The hand that had been about to light the cigarette suddenly trembled, and Su Yang sprang upright from the sofa. What was that sound? Inside his mind, the voice continued, system binding in progress. Binding complete. Host Su Yang. Age, 24. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 73 kilograms. Appearance score, 84. Physique, 65. Average person, 6,070. Body shape, 70. Charisma, 70. Skills, none. Bound targets, none. Balance, 6,566 yuan. This system has no excessive complex functions. Its primary purpose is to help you enjoy life. System usage rules are as follows. First, the host need only do more things that bring enjoyment in life to receive random rewards from the system. Second, the system possesses a basic information scanning function and can scan anyone. After scanning, the host can view the other party's basic information and favorability. Note: favorability is effective only for women whose appearance score exceeds 85. The host may unilaterally bind any woman whose appearance score exceeds 85. After binding, every increase of 20 favorability points that she has toward the host will grant the host an additional reward. Third, the host can perform a daily check-in once per day. Each check-in grants a reward of 50 th. He naturally understood what a system was. After all, he was a seasoned web novel reader who had been reading online fiction since high school. Yet up until now, such things had only ever been fantasies that he indulged in while reading novels. He had never imagined he would truly possess one. At first, he thought he was merely hallucinating, but the system's voice had continued for a full minute. Su Yang's bewildered expression slowly turned into shock, then into exhilaration. He tried calling out in his mind, "System." A calm voice replied, "Here. Damn, this is real. I actually have a system." He swallowed hard, standing up in disbelief. For a moment, he did not know what to do with his hands and feet, forcing himself to calm his wildly thundering heart. The system's introduction still echoed in his mind. Taking a deep breath, Su Yang called out in his mind to verify the system's authenticity. "System, can I check in now?" The voice answered, "You may perform one check-in every day. Then I'll check in." Ding! Congratulations to the host on your first successful check-in. You are rewarded with 10 million yuan in cash, 1 Porsche 911 Turbo S, and the skill Body Management Master. The cash has been transferred into the host's sole bank card. The source of funds is safe, legal, and compliant, so the host may use it with peace of mind. The vehicle has been parked downstairs at the host's residence. All procedures and documents are complete, and the host may drive it freely. Skill introduction for Body Management Master. This skill modifies body shape, only bringing the host's figure to a perfect state. It does not enhance the functional capabilities of internal organs. Before Su Yang could even begin to rejoice at the system's words, his entire body suddenly jolted violently. A wave of vertigo swept over him, and the world spun crazily. Just as he was about to collapse, he quickly reached out to brace himself against the table beside him. 5 or 6 seconds later, the dizziness faded. Regaining clarity, Su Yang muttered to himself, "What the hell just happened? I felt like I almost died," he exclaimed. As he spoke with his head lowered, the changes in his hands suddenly came into view. Soo-young lifted his hands and examined them carefully. They were now noticeably thicker than before, and he could clearly feel that his clothes were a bit tight across his body. Suddenly realizing something, he darted into the bathroom in a single stride. Standing before the mirror, Soo-young stared stunned. In the reflection, the contours of his face were far more pronounced than before, and his features had become much more sculpted. His eyes were deeper, his nose higher and straighter, and even his skin had become exquisitely smooth. The acne scars and blackheads that had once marred his face had completely vanished. He had already been reasonably good-looking, but now he appeared even more handsome, as though his face had been meticulously retouched in Photoshop. Most striking of all was his physique. Staring at the powerful body in the mirror, Soo-young's expression was one of utter astonishment. "Damn, this," he blurted out, yanking off his t-shirt in one swift motion, revealing a flawless body before his eyes. It was a physique that could rival that of a top-tier athlete, firm, perfectly shaped pectoral muscles and 6 clearly defined abdominal muscles. The muscles along his arms were sharply delineated, and his entire body was beautifully proportioned without the excessive bulk of a professional bodybuilder. His weight had barely changed. The system had simply converted all his excess fat into muscle on that basis, as if he had been training relentlessly for years. This was the very definition of muscular when shirtless, slim when dressed. "Is this really me?" Soo-young stared at his reflection, both confused and astonished, momentarily at a loss. Previously, his body had been utterly ordinary, with not a single visible muscle line. Yet now, in an instant, he had become someone who looked like a fitness veteran with at least 5 or 6 years of training. He ran his hands over his own torso, feeling the solid, real texture of the muscles. "This is insane. Even professional athletes might not be much better than this, right? With this body, if I go for a swim, won't I drive all those girls crazy? System, oh system, may I call you my father?" After admiring himself in the mirror for a full 2 minutes, Soo-young finally tore himself away and reluctantly returned to the living room. The dramatic transformation of his body made him fully believe in the system's authenticity. Back in the living room, his gaze fell upon a black Porsche car key that had appeared on the table at some unknown moment. He smacked his forehead, suddenly remembering that he had just received 10 million yuan and a Porsche 911 Turbo S worth 3 million yuan on the road. The 911 Turbo S had long been one of his dream cars. A horizontally opposed 6-cylinder engine, 650 horsepower, 800 newton-meters of torque, 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 2.7 seconds. Driving this car on the road, he could boast of leaving 99% of other cars in the dust. It was one of the fastest internal combustion cars available in Huagua, under 10 million yuan, not counting electric or hybrid vehicles. Bare-chested, Soo-young grabbed the car key and inspected it. Damn, it's a real key, not a lighter. This first check-in reward is outrageous. A Turbo S right off the bat. Right, there's the money too. 10 million. Where's my phone? Muttering to himself, he quickly found his phone on the sofa. As soon as he turned it on, he saw one unread text message. Opening it, he saw that a company named Haofeng Assets had transferred 10 million yuan to his Huagua bank card account ending in 6686. The balance displayed was 10,06566 yuan. Hiss. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, million. 10 million. Soo-young stared at the screen, counting several times, his expression growing more exaggerated with each pass. This was 10 million yuan. Previously, with a monthly salary of 6,000, even if he neither ate nor drank, it would have taken him more than 100 years to earn that much. By then, the grass on his grave would have long since covered the tombstone. For the vast majority of ordinary people, 10 million was a distant, untouchable figure, something they would almost never earn in a lifetime unless something extraordinary happened. Soo-young stared motionlessly at his phone. Swallowing hard, still uneasy, he opened his banking app to double-check. The app likewise displayed a balance of 10,06566 yuan. In that instant, he nearly went completely insane with excitement. He wanted to roar at the top of his lungs to vent his emotions, but remembering how poorly soundproof the old building was, he forced himself to hold back. His hand holding the phone trembled uncontrollably, his face flushed red from sheer excitement. After several minutes, his pounding heart and trembling hands gradually settled. He rose slowly to his feet, fists clenched. Heaven has finally opened its eyes. I, Soo-young, have finally turned my life around. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Soo-young picked it up and saw an unfamiliar number. After swiping to answer, a man's voice came through the line. "Hello, may I speak to Mr. Soo-young? This is he. Who's calling? We're from Haiching GUN Advertising Company. I saw your resume on Boss Direct Hire and wanted to ask when you might be available to come in for an interview." Hearing this, Soo-young remembered that he had sent out dozens of resumes earlier. Unfortunately for them, he was no longer the same man he had been just a few minutes ago. A regular job. For the rest of his life, he would never again take one. Not even a little. "Sorry, that resume was sent by mistake." That's all goodbye, he said and decisively hung up. 10 minutes ago, he had been muddling through life lost about the future, needing to send dozens of resumes just for a chance. If not for obtaining the system, he would surely have rushed off eagerly to that interview. Had he been hired, he would once again have spent his days toiling like a beast of burden, working himself to exhaustion. But now he felt reborn, and he no longer needed to do anything he did not wish to do. Looking out at the clear sky beyond the window, he recalled how many times he had sat at this little window in the living room imagining his future. Now as he gazed out again, he felt as though his small boat had already passed through 1,000 mountains. Although he had not earned any of this through his own efforts, that no longer seemed important. Being chosen by the system was a kind of ability in itself, wasn't it? Just as Su Yang was still immersed in this strange, wonderful feeling, there came a sudden knocking at the door from outside. The knocking at the door shattered Su Yang's thoughts. He came back to his senses, quickly adjusted his state, and walked toward the door. Coming. Click. The front door swung open. The moment the door opened, a faint fragrance drifted into Su Yang's nose. He focused his gaze and saw a woman of about 27 or 28 standing at the door, her skin fair and her figure alluring. She had an oval face, large eyes, and finely sculpted features. Deep red lipstick colored her lips, and a cascade of voluminous waves fell down her back. She wore a black, seductive low-cut long dress, her chest high and prominent, irresistibly eye-catching. "Oh, you." Just as the beauty was about to greet him, she caught sight of Su Yang's bare upper body and let out a startled, slightly shy cry. Only then did Su Yang realize he still wasn't wearing a shirt. He scratched his head and laughed. "Sorry, Zhaojia, I was just working out and forgot to put on my clothes." The woman he called Zhaojia was his landlady, named Zhao Mengru. At this moment, Zhao Mengru deliberately covered her eyes with both hands, but her fingers parted just enough for her to peek through as she scolded coquettishly, "Then hurry up and put something on." "Oh, all right away." Su Yang turned back into the room, grabbed his t-shirt, and quickly pulled it on. Zhao Mengru stepped quickly into the apartment after him. She looked at Su Yang again, and a surprised expression instantly appeared on her face. "Wait, hold on. You had cosmetic surgery." "Cosmetic surgery?" Su Yang froze for a moment. Thinking of the changes in his body, he then smiled. "No, what would a grown man like me get cosmetic surgery for? Haven't I always looked like this?" "How is that possible? Just last month when I saw you, you definitely didn't look like this." Su Yang grinned broadly. "Hey, that's because you were too busy before to really look at me. I've actually always been pretty handsome." Zhao Mengru rolled her eyes, a faint flush still on her cheeks, and laughed. "Narcissist. And your body, since when did it get this good?" Hearing this, Su Yang chuckled inwardly, but on the surface he remained calm. "Zhaoji, you flatter me. I've just been working out lately. A man has to be a bit fierce, right? By the way, what brings you over today in person?" "All right, I came to talk to you about something." "Then let's sit and talk." Su Yang poured a glass of water for Zhao Mengru, and the two of them went over to the sofa and sat down. No sooner had Zhao Mengru sat down than she caught sight of a Porsche car key lying on the table in front of her. She looked at Su Yang in some confusion. "Is this your car key?" "Oh, a car I bought earlier, just arrived today." "What about it?" After pondering for 2 seconds, Zhao Mengru said, "If you can afford a Porsche, why are you still renting a place from me? Don't tell me you're some hidden rich second generation out experiencing real life." "No way. What kind of rich second generation would I be?" Su Yang's eyes flicked as he made something up. "I just had some special circumstances before. It's hard to explain in a sentence or two. If there's a chance later, I'll tell you about it. But you came at just the right time. I was just about to message you to say I'm planning to move out once this last stretch of rent is up." "You're not renting anymore?" Zhao Mengru asked in return. Yeah. I'm basically settled here in Haicheng now, and in the next few days I'm planning to go look at some places." "Did you just get rich overnight or something?" she asked in surprise. "Buying a car, and then a house, just like that." Su Yang grinned and made up another story. "Now, I made a bit of money from some business before. I just want to improve my quality of life a little, that's all." "All right then," Zhao Mengru said, though inwardly she didn't believe a word of it. She was almost 30 and came from a comfortable family. In Haicheng, she owned 3 or 4 apartments that she rented out. Aside from the unit Su Yang currently rented, which was relatively old, the rest were well-situated apartments in mid to high-rise buildings with decent surroundings. They weren't luxurious mansions, but the rent alone brought her more than 20,000 yuan each month, allowing her to live quite a comfortable petit bourgeois life. She had met many wealthy people before, but it was her first time seeing someone who drove a Porsche yet rented a small one-bedroom unit like his. "Zhaojia, what did you come to talk to me about?" Su Yang fixed his gaze steadily on Zhao Mengru. Ever since obtaining the body management master system, Su Yang's eyes carried a unique allure. Under his gaze, Zhao Mengru's cheeks flushed and her heart raced, and for a moment, she even forgot why she had come. "Well, right, I came to talk to you about the rent. But since you're not planning to keep renting, then there's no need to bring it up." After meeting Su Yang's eyes for a second, Zhao Mengru's gaze drifted away. She lowered her head and reached up to brush aside the bangs resting against her chest. Su-Yang smiled, suddenly remembering something. Right, how could I forget about the scan function? System scan Zhao Mengru. A chime sounded only he could hear as the system detected the scan target. A virtual screen that only he could see appeared before his eyes, displaying clearly Zhao Mengru, age 28. Height, 165 centimeters, weight 53 kilograms, face score 86, figure score 88, 2 past relationships, currently single. The system concluded that she met its rating threshold and that the host could choose whether to bind a favorability relationship with her. All of Zhao Mengru's basic information was laid out before him. Bind, Su-Yang replied in his mind without the slightest hesitation. In terms of both looks and figure, Zhao Mengru was top tier. With such a golden opportunity, how could he not bind? If he insisted on waiting only for women scored over 90 to bind with, who knew how long he would have to wait? Besides, real life didn't have that many absolute stunners. If he had to pick a flaw in Zhao Mengru, it would only be that she was a few years older than he was. But age was something Su-Yang didn't care about at all. For years older was nothing. Even 10 years older would be fine as long as she looked good. Besides, he had no intention of developing any deeper emotional relationship with her. He simply coveted Zhao Mengru's body. As the saying went, when you're young, you don't understand how wonderful older sisters are and mistakenly treat little sisters as treasures. Women a bit older often had many advantages, not least of which was their richer experience in many aspects. Another chime sounded. The system announced binding successful. Zhao Mengru's favorability toward the host was 16, basic acquaintance. The system's voice abruptly faded. For a moment, neither of them knew what to say, and the air between them suddenly fell quiet. Zhao Mengru kept her head lowered, deliberately fiddling with her hair. Because of the apartment's age, the living room was small and the sofa was rather cramped. They were separated by only 50 or 60 centimeters. The scent of her perfume lingered around Su-Yang, wrapping itself around him. The atmosphere grew subtly delicate. Su-Yang narrowed his eyes, and before he realized it, his gaze had drifted down to Zhao Mengru's chest. He swallowed, a restless heat rising uncontrollably in his heart. In a situation like this, any normal man would sneak a few more glances, especially when the woman before him was such a stunning beauty. But Su-Yang wasn't some depraved creep. His rational mind could still rein in his actions. He shook his head to clear it and keep himself sober. If he lost control for even a moment now, he might very well end up in a police station. There was no need to sacrifice a bright future for a moment's impulsive thrill. This sort of thing had to be based on mutual willingness. It better to wait until her favorability rose before considering anything else. To break the awkward silence, Su-Yang suddenly thought of something and hurriedly spoke. Right, Zhaojie, do you have any friends who sell apartments? Huh? Zhao Mengru was taken aback. She lifted her head to look at Su-Yang, and at some point her face had flushed again. What did you say? I asked if you have any friends who sell apartments. You know a lot of people, so I thought I'd ask you. Oh, that. Funny you mention it. I actually do know someone, Zhao Mengru said, lightly exhaling a fragrant breath. That's what makes you so great, Zhaojie. Having lots of friends really helps. I may have worked in that field before, but I rarely had any direct contact with the developers. I'm planning to go look at apartments in the next couple of days. If you have time, could you ask around for me? Asking around is no problem, but are you sure you want me to help? The units my friend sells aren't cheap. Su-Yang thought for a moment. Which development is it? Zhao Mengru picked up the glass of water from the table, took a sip, and smiled faintly. Sunhai Manor. Sunhai Manor. Damn, isn't that my favorite development? Though it really is a bit pricey, Su-Yang exclaimed. Back when he worked in real estate design, Su-Yang was very familiar with all the major developments in Haicheng. It was just that constant overtime left him little chance to socialize with the developers' people. In Haicheng, Sunhai Manor wasn't the absolute top-tier development, but it was still very high-end and completely out of reach for ordinary people. The project mainly sold high-rise and large flat units. The average price of the high-rises was about 21,000 yuan per square meter, while the large flats ranged from at least 20,000 to as high as 45,000. For a new first-tier city like Haicheng, this wasn't cheap. Buying a 400 to 500 square meter large flat would easily cost tens of millions. Although Su-Yang couldn't quite pull together that much money, yet if he wanted to buy a smaller 200 to 300 square meter unit, it was within reach. Sunhai Manor had an excellent environment and location. The project sat right next to Tianqing River, which ran through Haicheng, giving it a first-line river view in the heart of the city. The surrounding amenities were also complete: subway, shopping malls, large supermarket, schools. Everything one could ask for, all extremely convenient. Back then, Su-Yang often fantasized about buying a unit there someday, though at the time it could only remain a dream. But now he had a system, and what was its core purpose? It was to let him enjoy life. That meant he had to buy what he liked. And forget just Haicheng. Even properties in those ultra first-tier cities would only be a matter of time if he wanted them. After thinking it through, Su-Yang looked at Zhao Mengru. I'll just look at Sunhai Manor. Zhaojie, whenever you have time, could you ask about it for me? Zhao Mingru gazed at Su Yang, her expression a mix of surprise and disbelief with a faint hint of shyness that was easy to miss. You really plan to buy in Sunhai Manor? Any unit there costs several million at least, and the most expensive ones run into the tens of millions. Su Yang smiled with quiet confidence. I know. Let's go take a look first. If there's a suitable layout, I'll buy it. All right then. Let me just confirm one last time, you're not joking, are you? If you just want to take a look, you don't need me to find friends for you. You can just go directly. Su Yang spread his hands and smiled. Do I look like I'm joking? In fact, as Zhao Mingru said, Su Yang could go alone. Finding someone is just to get some discounts and gifts. But to be honest, these things weren't the most important to him. He had Zhao Mingru ask because he wanted to quickly build up their rapport. This way, not only could he gain more rewards, but their relationship could also progress further. All right. Zhao Mingru sighed and took out her phone. Shall I ask now? Sure, let's set a time. But I probably can't go today, or I have to step out for a bit later. I'll ask around, Zhao Mingru said as she opened WeChat and started typing. During the waiting time, Su Yang got up to pour himself a glass of water. 2 minutes later, Zhao Mingru turned off her phone and looked at Su Yang. I asked, my friend is also on leave today. If you want to go tomorrow or the day after works, they'll be around on the weekend. All right, let's aim for tomorrow noon. Oh, and I'll contact you then, Zhao Mingru said as she stood up and smiled lightly. Great, I'll wait for your message. While she picked up her small bag and prepared to leave, she couldn't help but remind Su Yang. I already gave them a heads up, so don't stand me up. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. Su Yang grinned. That's good, I'm off then, Zhao Mingru said without further worry and walked towards the door. Zhao Jie, take care. Su Yang waved cheerfully from behind. Hearing this, Zhao Mingru suddenly turned around with a serious expression. Don't keep calling me Zhao Jie. Do I really look that old? Then what should I call you, Mingru? That doesn't seem quite right either. Su Yang scratched his head. What's wrong with that? From now on, just call me that. Don't call me Jie, it makes me feel old. Fine, as long as you don't mind. I don't mind, I'm off then. Zhao Mingru smiled sweetly and turned to leave. After she left, Su Yang plopped down on the sofa feeling relaxed and content. He had never felt this happy and confident in his life. During the conversation with Zhao Mingru, he was calm and composed the whole time. If it were before, he might have struggled to speak with such a beautiful girl. In the past, he only exchanged simple greetings with Zhao Mingru. Indeed, a man needs to have money to feel confident. At least most men are like that. Ding. Zhao Mingru's favorability towards the host has increased to 30 acquaintance. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Su Yang instinctively jumped. Wow, that startled me. He wasn't quite used to the system's voice appearing unexpectedly, but it sounded very pleasant to him. So it's already at 30 in such a short time. Not bad, not bad. Su Yang couldn't help but smile. Right, system, let me check my current attributes. Host Su Yang, age 24, height 180 centimeters, weight 73 kilograms, appearance 88, physique 65, build 90, charm 90, skill body management, master binding, object Zhao Mingru, balance 1.6566 yuan. Su Yang looked at the virtual screen before him, noticing that his appearance, physique, and charm attributes had all been updated. His appearance increased from 84 to 88, which was acceptable. He was already quite handsome, but due to work he didn't take care of himself much, making him look rather average. The main highlights were his physique and charm, which both surged by 20 points. Before acquiring the body management master skill, these attributes were only at 70, which was quite ordinary. Now that both physique and charm had reached 90, combined with an appearance of 88, he couldn't help but wonder how high his rate of being turned heads on the street would be. After a brief moment of pride, Su Yang stepped into the bathroom for a quick shower, then changed into a simple yet sharp outfit. He planned to do some shopping to buy things he couldn't afford before. He needed to get some LV items. After all, now that he had money, he had to keep up with his attire. A single LV t-shirt costs 5 to 8,000, and some even go for 10 to 20,000. Does that really make it so much better than a 200 yuan t-shirt? Not really. To put it bluntly, it's not worth that price, yet many people are still willing to spend that money. Why? Simply to maintain an image, to subtly showcase their wealth, and to engage in a bit of pretentiousness. Moreover, for most wealthy individuals, several thousand yuan isn't really a lot of money. They spend it without a second thought. Su Yang couldn't grasp this before because he was too poor. Back then, he even held a bit of resentment towards the wealthy, thinking those who spent thousands on clothes were fools, just showing off. But when he could truly afford them, his mindset changed. Soon Su Yang picked up the Porsche car keys from the table and walked out. He was eager to see his new car. When he reached downstairs, he didn't walk far before spotting a brand new silver gray 992 version turbo parked about 10 meters away. His eyes lit up instantly as he quickly picked up the car keys and pressed the unlock button. As soon as he pressed it, the car lights flashed. Wow, so cool. Su Yang jumped on the spot and quickly ran toward the car. The 911 Turbo isn't that flashy of a sports car. Compared to supercars like Lamborghini, it seems quite low-key, like a diligent student. But when it comes to performance, it can really deliver. This is why Su Yang liked it, it was low-key, yet still impressive. The so-called invisible show-off is most effective, and besides, it is a Porsche. Just the brand alone can attract countless beautiful women to strike up a conversation. As we all know, Porsches come with a feature that attracts ladies. Su Yang excitedly pulled open the car door and sat down. As soon as he sat down, the system's voice rang out. Ding. Detected that the host's driving skills are very unfamiliar, granting an additional professional race car driver skill. Su Yang was taken aback and then smiled. System, you're truly like my own father. Such thoughtful consideration. Indeed, if the system hadn't given him this skill, he might not even know how to start this car. After all, he only had a learner's permit. Ever since he got his license in college, he hadn't touched a car again, let alone a sports car worth millions. After acquiring the new skill, Su Yang's mind instantly filled with numerous driving techniques and a deep familiarity with the vehicle, making him feel as if he were a professional race car driver in a family car, driving with ease. With a smile on his face, Su Yang carefully observed the interior of the car. The gray-black interior was to his liking, and every selection matched his taste perfectly. It seemed the system had conducted a thorough scan of him from the start. He was eager to test the car's fierce performance. As he twisted the left side start knob, vroom, the engine immediately roared with ferocity. Su Yang's face flushed with excitement. One of my dream cars, let's do this. Su Yang pressed the accelerator hard, and the car shot forward instantly, swiftly clearing the residential compound and merging onto the main road. Though it was Friday, it was still before noon, well before rush hour, and his neighborhood lay in the suburban outskirts where traffic remained light. This time Su Yang floored the pedal without hesitation, locking the throttle wide open. A fierce surge of acceleration pressed him deep into his seat as the engine roared and the car lunged forward with raw power. Whoa, incredible. A 2.7 0 to 100 sprint, truly unmatched. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Su Yang burst into unrestrained laughter. Ding. Detected intense joyous vehicular operation by the host. Cash reward of 2.888 granted and deposited directly into the host's bank account. What the hell? Brilliant. So this is the Embrace Life system. Absolutely electrifying. Su Yang relaxed, turned on soothing music, and hummed lightly as he guided his silver-gray Porsche 911 Turbo S deftly through the flow of traffic, overtaking with effortless confidence. Within minutes, he crossed from the suburbs into the city center. The largest Louis Vuitton flagship store in Haicheng stood within a bustling commercial district near his former workplace, a place he knew intimately. A few minutes later, Su Yang parked his car neatly in a roadside spot just short of the LV storefront. As he stepped out, several passing young men and women cast admiring glances his way. Watching them, Su Yang felt a profound wave of gratified vanity rise within him. This is precisely the meaning of driving a luxury car. Indeed, Porsche and insecurity cannot coexist. Wow, look, a 911. So cool. Holy cow, the driver's handsome too. He's so young, must be renting it. What if he's a second-generation heir? Faint murmurs drifted from afar. Su Yang couldn't make them out clearly and didn't care to listen. He strode purposefully toward the LV boutique. After taking only 2 steps, 2 strikingly beautiful young women approached him eagerly. Hi there, handsome. Is this your car? One of them, wearing ultra-short denim hot pants, blinked her large luminous eyes as she spoke. Su Yang appraised the pair. The one addressing him was passably attractive, around 20, with a pleasing figure. Especially her legs, long, slender, perfectly proportioned, not too thin, not too full. The other was comparatively ordinary, red high heels, a black miniskirt, bare legs of noticeably lesser elegance, and heavy makeup. Su Yang offered a faint detached smile. Well, what else would it be? Hey handsome, can we add you on WeChat? They held up their phones, flashing playful smiles. Do I strike you as that easy to approach? Unfazed, they quickly countered. Then how about giving us a ride? We're feeling unwell. Could you take us somewhere for treatment? Su Yang's eyebrows lifted slightly. Damn, it's that direct. Right. When you're broke, even charm goes unnoticed. But wealth, that changes everything. Suddenly they're throwing themselves at you. System, scan these 2 women before me. Scanning, target confirmed. Scanning in progress. Wang Fong, age 22. Height 161 centimeters. Weight 53 kilograms. Attractiveness 71. Physique 78. Past relationships 16. Currently in a relationship. Li Ting, age 20. Height 164 centimeters. Weight 55 kilograms. Attractiveness 63. Physique 69. Past relationships 17. Currently single. 35 relationships between them. What on earth have they been doing all this time? His expression shifted. Warmth vanished, replaced by icy disdain. You 2 are seriously ill? If not mentally, then physically. Go get checked at a hospital. Don't come infecting me. Without waiting for a reply, he turned and walked away, leaving them fuming and stamping their feet in humiliation. Nearby onlookers erupted in mocking laughter. Ha ha ha, killed me. Got rejected, huh? Charging at a rich heir like that. You've got guts. Major respect. Ladies, he's not interested, but I am. Let me treat you instead. I studied medicine for years. Guaranteed cure. Get lost. They rolled their eyes and fled. Su Yang heard their banter, but merely smiled inwardly, dismissing the incident as trivial. He reached the LV entrance and pushed the door open. The moment he entered, a saleswoman in a sleek black LV uniform approached with a polished, welcoming smile. Welcome to Louis Vuitton. Su Yang glanced up, and an unmistakable sense of familiarity washed over him, though her identity eluded him for a fleeting moment. Compared to the earlier pair, she seemed like a celestial being descended to earth. Her long hair was elegantly coiled, her skin smooth and luminous as finest jade. Delicate makeup accentuated her oval face, peach blossom eyes petite, yet refined nose and lips as soft and vivid as pink roses. She wore sheer black stockings above slender calves paired with elegant black stiletto heels, radiating poised grace and quiet sophistication. Yet as Su Yang stood momentarily entranced, the saleswoman herself paused, just a heartbeat, her gaze sharpening with sudden recognition. You're Su Yang. Hearing his name, Su Yang's memory snapped into focus. Still uncertain, he ventured cautiously. Are you Lu Yun? Yes, it's me. Lu Yun smiled warmly. She was indeed his high school classmate. 3 years in the same classroom, though they'd barely exchanged words back then. Over those 3 years, they'd spoken fewer than 10 times. Lu Yun had been the undisputed class beauty. Su Yang, meanwhile, had spent his days immersed in basketball and football, utterly indifferent to romance. Nor was he unaware of her admirers, many of them. Though he knew his own appearance wasn't lacking, he believed, with quiet certainty, that he could have won her over had he tried. But the weight of his family's modest circumstances always pulled him back. Shyness and self-doubt kept him at a distance from such dazzling figures. Thus, despite sharing a classroom for 3 years, they never exchanged contact details, not even a phone number, only signing each other's yearbooks at graduation. Su Yang, I can't believe we'd meet here. What incredible serendipity. Lu Yun beamed and gestured him deeper into the store. Su Yang chuckled awkwardly. It's true, I didn't recognize you at first glance. Haha, of course. It's been 5 or 6 years since graduation. Memory needs time to catch up. Have you been working here since graduation? No, I only started 2 months ago. Still just a sales associate. Su Yang smiled faintly. Even so, landing a role at LV is no small feat. I hear the compensation is excellent. By the way, I'm browsing for clothes today. Would you mind guiding me? Of course. Lu Yun replied with a gentle smile. In truth, the moment Su Yang recognized her, a plan had already taken shape in his mind. Her beauty scored well above 90. She met the threshold for binding without question. And as a former classmate, her assistance would naturally earn her commission, making their reconnection both seamless and mutually beneficial. Lu Yun led him toward the apparel section. Seizing the moment, Su Yang silently commanded in his mind system, scan. Lu Yun, age 23. Height 169 centimeters. Weight 53 kilograms. Attractiveness 94. Physique 90. Past relationships 1. Currently single. Lu Yun meets binding criteria. Bind now. Confirm. Ding. Binding successful. Lu Yun's affinity toward the host 10 acquaintance. Fair enough. After so many years apart, 10 points is a solid start. What are you planning to buy today? Lu Yun turned, asking warmly. Oh, I'll browse everything. Pick up a few pieces. Hearing his casual reply, Lu Yun's eyes flickered briefly over his outfit. Simple, affordable, perhaps worth a few hundred yuan. She bore no contempt, yet quietly doubted his purchasing power. She asked, gently puzzled, Su Yang, have you ever shopped at LV before? No, first time. Ah, I see. Do you know the pricing? Everything here commands premium value. Su Yang met her earnest gaze and smiled softly. He sensed no condescension, only sincere concern, assuming he simply lacked awareness of the price range. He replied cheerfully, I know. I came here specifically to shop. Oh, good to know, she nodded, reassured. She gestured gracefully toward a wall of t-shirts ahead. Would you like to browse our new spring-summer collection? Sure, I'll pick up a few. It's getting hot after all. Lu Yun stifled an awkward chuckle. A few sounded as effortless as picking vegetables at the market. Back in school, though they'd shared little interaction, she'd heard classmates mention his family's financial hardship. 2 semesters' tuition reportedly borrowed. Her own family was far from affluent, but at least stable, comfortably middle class. So when he said pick up a few, she couldn't help but wonder whether he truly grasped the price tags. Unaware of her thoughts, Su Yang began scanning the racks. A black t-shirt caught his eye, LV's monogram interwoven with stylized silhouettes. He picked it up and checked the tag, 6999. Truly steep. Without the system, this would be utterly out of reach. Xiaoyan, do you have this in size L? He said it so naturally. Yes, we have it in stock. She retrieved it without hesitation. Would you like to try it on? Su Yang waved it off. No need, Just wrap it up for me. All right, I'll pack it at checkout. For now, let me place it in your basket. Fine by me. Su-young continued browsing unhurried and intent. Lu Yun, having only recently joined the store, was still unfamiliar with the pricing of these garments. She stole a glance at the tags and silently recoiled. Good heavens, 7,000 yuan. Has Su-young really become this wealthy in just a few years? As she pondered, Su-young turned back and handed her 2 t-shirts, one black, one gray. We'll take these 2. His manner of selecting clothes was as casual as picking vegetables at a market. Oh, right, of course. Lu Yun accepted the shirts and discreetly checked their price tags, 5600 yuan and 8799 yuan respectively. Her expression shifted between astonishment and bewilderment as she gazed at Su Yang's back, murmuring inwardly, what on earth has he been through? Logically speaking, if he attended university, he should have graduated only 2 years ago. Could someone truly amass such wealth in just 2 years? It's utterly perplexing. Su-young had no idea his actions had already inadvertently ignited Lu Yun's curiosity. He was thoroughly enjoying himself. This was the first time in his life he'd ever shopped so freely and without restraint, and thus paid little attention to Lu Yun standing behind him. Soon he selected 2 more t-shirts, 2 dress shirts, 2 pairs of classic LV sneakers, 1 pair of jeans, 1 pair of casual trousers, and a men's backpack. Lu Yun was utterly stunned. Deep down, Su-young had always been in her mind a perpetually broke student. The total for this haul easily exceeded 100,000 yuan, and the stark contrast intensified her intrigue. Moreover, Su-young showed not a trace of hesitation, only genuine delight. Indeed, those who purchase LV so effortlessly fall into one of 2 categories: the genuinely affluent, for whom such sums are negligible, or those straining to project wealth, agonizing over every choice, yet never quite satisfied. Clearly, Su-young belonged to the former. After finishing their selections, they approached the checkout counter. Lu Yun surveyed the pile of garments on the counter. Today's sale would earn her an unusually generous commission. Though deeply curious about Su-young, she couldn't help but feel delighted at the prospect of earning so much. With a warm, sincere smile, she walked to the lounge area, retrieved a bottle of mineral water, and offered it to him. Su-young, here. Have some water. Thanks. Su-young accepted it politely. Is this your first time shopping at LV? Lu Yun asked casually. Yes, he replied after taking a sip. I've never set foot in a store like this before. It's always been far beyond my means. Ha ha. Su-young smiled faintly. Would you believe me if I told you I won 5 million yuan in the lottery? Haha, just kidding. Truth is, I'm a low-key heir, a second-generation scion. My parents deliberately staged financial hardship during my school years. Lu Yun's laugh turned awkward. You're serious? Absolutely. I didn't even learn our family's true affluence until after graduation. I was furious, nearly ran away from home. But then I remembered if I left, I'd be penniless. So I swallowed my pride and decided I'd spend their money lavishly. After all, how else could I possibly get even after being deceived for so long? Su-young spun his tale with dazzling fluency, so convincingly that for a moment, he almost believed it himself. He'd originally planned to claim he ran a business, but realized he'd likely cross paths with Lu Yun again. If he were later asked why he never went to work, explaining would grow increasingly difficult. So he opted instead for the simplest cover story, a carefree, unburdened air. That way his lack of employment would require no justification. Lu Yun, studying his earnest expression, began to waver, half convinced, half doubting. Just then a female cashier at the register interrupted their conversation. Sir, hello. Hello, can we proceed with payment? Su-young turned toward her. Certainly, sir. You've purchased 5 t-shirts, 2 dress shirts, 2 pairs of sneakers, 2 trousers, and 1 men's backpack, totaling 136577 yuan. Will you be paying by card or WeChat Pay? WeChat Pay, please. Su-young pulled out his phone, opened the QR code, and scanned it against the terminal. A soft chime signaled success. Lu Yun quietly swallowed. Su-young accepted the bulging shopping bags from the cashier and smiled at Lu Yun. Well then, I'll be off. Let's stay in touch. Oh yes, of course. Lu Yun's voice faltered, unexpectedly flustered, though she couldn't fathom why. Seeing Su-young head for the exit, she hurried forward to hold the door open for him. Thank you, I'm off. See you, he said, turning and walking briskly toward the roadside, arms laden with bags. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Yun flushed and suddenly called out, Su-young. What is it? He turned, only to see her rushing toward him. We haven't exchanged contact information yet, she said shyly. Oh right, how forgetful of me. I said we'd stay in touch, yet hadn't even shared numbers. Haha, let's add WeChat. He tried to free a hand to retrieve his phone, but the bags weighed him down. Glancing toward his car parked nearby, he grinned. My car's over there. I'll drop these off first. Wait for me just 2 minutes. With that, he dashed off. Lu Yun nodded, cheeks burning. This was the first time in years she'd ever proactively sought someone's WeChat ID. Granted, Su-young wasn't a complete stranger, But they hadn't seen each other in 5 or 6 years, and during high school they'd barely exchanged a dozen words. She hadn't intended to ask for his WeChat, yet something inexplicable stirred within her when she saw him preparing to leave without mentioning it. A sudden quiet certainty took hold. If she didn't act now, seeing him again would prove nearly impossible. Blushing, she followed him over, where she watched him bend into a sleek, striking sports car to stow the shopping bags. Her mouth fell open. The car's design alone screamed exclusivity. Stepping closer, she made out the emblem on its rear, 911 Turbo S. She didn't know what Turbo S meant, but even someone unfamiliar with automobiles recognized the iconic 911. In that instant, she fully believed his earlier claim. After securing the bags, Soo-young walked back, smiling. All set. Let's add WeChat. He pulled out his phone and opened the app. Let me scan you. Oh, yes, of course. A soft chime confirmed the connection. Lu-yun added, you just spent over 100,000 yuan today. I'll earn a substantial commission. This is the largest single sale I've ever made since joining the store. Thank you. No need to thank me. Someone else would have assisted me had you not. Clearly fate brought us together. Her fair cheeks flushed anew. She glanced at him with a playful smile. Since you've brought me such a sizable commission, how about I treat you to dinner sometime? Done. I'd never refuse an invitation from the class beauty. Soo-young teased. Class beauty. That was just classmates joking around back then. Heh. No matter how many years pass, you'll always be our class's undisputed beauty. Don't be modest. Even if there'd been a campus-wide election, you might well have claimed the title of school beauty instead. Oh dear, you're making me blush. Lu-yun lowered her head, her ears tinged pink with embarrassment. Soo-young laughed heartily. I mean it. I truly think so. All right, I won't keep you any longer. Get back to work, and don't forget our dinner date. See you. Okay, go ahead and take care of things. We'll talk soon. She smiled gently, her lips curving upward into a charming, tender arc. Okay. Soo-young waved cheerfully as he strode to his car, climbed in, and sped off with a confident roar of the engine. Lu-yun stood by the roadside, watching the sports car fade into the distance, an inexplicable sense of loss stirring within her. What on earth is wrong with me? Why do I feel unsettled now that he's gone? She murmured to herself, her cheeks flushing once more. Soo-young had successfully added Lu-yun on WeChat, his mood buoyant. In truth, even if Lu-yun hadn't initiated the request, he would have sought her contact upon returning. He had merely wanted to test whether she would reach out, and had nearly given up only to triumph at the very last moment. Ding. Detected an increase in Lu-yun's affection toward the host, now at 45 familiar. Reward 1 Vacheron Constantine Patrimony Perpetual Calendar Wristwatch valued at 345000. Bonus reward Golden Divine Body Cultivation Technique. Physical Constitution enhanced to 75. Ding. Detected significant uplift in host's mood following conversation with a former classmate. Reward 4 in cash. As the system's cascade of notifications echoed, Soo-young's grin stretched nearly to his ears, not from joy over a watch worth over 300,000 yuan, but from the sheer awe-inspiring promise of the Golden Divine Body Technique. System, you're truly thoughtful. I'm practically moved to tears. Could you please elaborate on this skill? Golden Divine Body. This technique fortifies the host's internal organs, including heart, lungs, and viscera, enhancing overall physical condition and vital capacity. Specific effects await the host's personal exploration. Truly extraordinary. A subtle smile curled Soo-young's lips. He'd long struggled with a minor yet persistent personal issue, the second greatest source of frustration in his life after financial hardship. During university, a girlfriend had once rejected him because of it. Now receiving this technique filled him with unparalleled delight. Strengthening his internal organs meant comprehensive physiological enhancement across the board. For Soo-young, it was like water finding its course, a bird returning to its nest, a tiger gaining wings. In that instant, he felt whole at last. The tiny fissure in his inner confidence finally sealed and restored. System, I love you beyond words. I'd been planning to consult a traditional Chinese physician soon. Never imagined it would be you who delivered the answer. The heavy weight that had burdened his heart for years had finally lifted. Soo-young walked back to his rented apartment radiant with quiet joy. Golden Divine Body. This surpasses even the Golden Sacred Body from web novels. A true divine art. Grinning broadly, Soo-young sank onto the sofa and pulled out his phone to open Douyin. The first live stream he saw featured a short-haired beauty in a beige bodycon skirt, her figure strikingly voluptuous. Tissue stuffed discreetly beneath her blouse, black, thigh-high stockings hugging her legs, and a pair of cat ear hairbands lending her an alluring blend of sensuality and charm. After 2 seconds, Soo-young recognized her as a streamer he already followed, Shui by Mao Mao. With a faint smile, he tapped into her live room. At that moment, fewer than 50 viewers were online. On Douyin, such beauties abounded. Standing out required far more than mere dancing. luck, appearance, and streaming style all proved decisive in capturing attention and traffic. Yet Soo-young cared little for metrics, or popularity mattered not. Only aesthetic appeal did. Shue by Mao Mao leaned close to the camera, right hand pressed gently over her chest as she scanned the comments. Thank you, brother can't cry, for the sunglasses. Thank you, dear viewer. Thanks, brother Lao Lu, for the giant beer. Appreciate all my family members. Please tap that like button with your lucky fingers. Soo-young watched, unaware his own lips had curved upward. Then suddenly remembering something, he quickly queried the system in his mind. System. Can people on the internet be scanned? Yes, any real person existing in reality is scannable. Really? But these streamers wear makeup and use beauty filters. Won't results be inaccurate? No. The system's scanning algorithm synthesizes multidimensional biometric data. Cosmetics and digital enhancements exert zero influence. Incredible. Worthy of you indeed. Scan this, white cat. Ding. Scanning complete. Zhao Qi, age 19. Height 160 centimeters. Weight 55 kilograms. Attractiveness 69. Physique 78. Romantic history 3 relationships. Currently non-single. Only 69. She looks like a solid 90. Proof that online appearances deceive. Makeup and beauty filters are potent sorcery indeed. Boring. Unfollow. Soo-young instantly unfollowed her and swiped onward to other streamers. Over the next 10 minutes, he scanned more than a dozen streamers. None scored above 85. Just as tedium began to set in, a slightly plump young woman finally made him pause. On screen, she sat facing forward, her wavy brown hair cascading down her back. Her face was round, eyes large, and bright lips delicately small. She wore a pink crop top that accentuated her bust, paired with form-fitting blue jeans. Her complexion glowed with rosy translucence, skin so fine it seemed to yield at a touch. Soo-young's eyes lit up. He tapped her profile name, EEZ. System, scan her. Lin EE, age 22. Height 165 centimeters. Weight 57 kilograms. Attractiveness 88. Physique 95. Romantic history none. Oh, currently single. Whoa, absolutely incredible. Lin EE meets binding criteria. Bind now. If not now, when? Bind. Ding. Binding successful. Lin EE's affection toward the host zero stranger. Returning his gaze to the screen, he saw Lin EE rise, switch background music to a pulsing beat, and begin dancing. She swayed rhythmically, and Soo-young swallowed hard. This physique is absolutely unmatched. Thank you, brother Xiaohuache, for the heart emoji. Please tap that like button, everyone. If you love EE, join her fan club. Soo-young checked the live room's viewer count, around 30 to 40, similar to the earlier streamers. He opened her profile and noted her IP location, Haiching. Without hesitation, he hit follow, then navigated to the gifting interface, taking his first deliberate step. Soo-young had never sent a single gift to anyone on TikTok, not even a tiny heart, since he first joined the platform. He prided himself on watching for free. Back then it was simply because he lacked funds. Now things were different. If he wanted to obtain someone's contact information, or even meet them in person, sending gifts was unavoidable. Soo-young knew this well. Without hesitation, he opened TikTok's top-up interface and prepared to deposit 50,000 yuan. Moments later, his account balance displayed 350,000 diamonds. About right. Let's begin. Soo-young declared, tapping open the gifting interface and instantly sending 10 Porsche gifts. At that very moment, dazzling Porsche effects flooded the screen and Lin EE's eyes lit up with delight. She stopped dancing mid-motion, hurried to her phone with wide-eyed astonishment, and exclaimed gratefully, "Wow. Thank you, brother who drives a sports car to buy groceries for your 10 Porsches. Thank you so much." Whoa, there's a big brother in the house. This brother is legendary. Just look at his username. Drives a sports car to buy groceries. How could he not be legendary? Legendary. He's only sent 10 Porsches. Then go ahead, type 10 with your keyboard and see how far that gets you. Soo-young glanced at the barrage of comments with detached amusement and calmly lit a cigarette. Brother grocery driver, I love you. Everyone please follow E. Host, what gift do I need to send to get a meal with you? Lin E shyly read aloud a comment from the live chat. What should I eat? Don't play innocent, host. What gift earns a WeChat ad? Brother, the host doesn't add WeChat contacts. If you like E, just follow and like her. It's all we ask. No WeChat. What's the point? A pity. I've got premium Huazi cigarettes ready, but clearly fate has other plans. Stop yapping. Just send something if you're serious. One Huazi usually guarantees a WeChat ad. Exactly, want WeChat? Start by sending something substantial. Forget Huazi for now, just send 10 big rockets first. The comment stream surged anew. Soo-young watched it all with a faint knowing smile, cigarette dangling from his lips, eyes half-lidded. As he prepared for round 2, he located TikTok's now. One rocket in the gift menu, and without pause sent 10 more. Instantly spectacular rocket effects blazed across the screen. Lin Yi stared momentarily stunned as torrents of giant rockets filled her screen. As a fledgling streamer, barely a month into broadcasting, she'd never imagined receiving 10 1 rockets in one go. She'd received Porsches several times before, but never a single TikTok 1 rocket. 10 arriving at once left her genuinely awestruck. Thank you, brother grocery driver, for your 10 TikTok 1 rockets. You're absolutely stunning. I love you, love you. Holy 10 1 rockets. Legendary. I thought 10 Porsches was impressive. Turns out he's got another 10 big rockets up his sleeve. This brother truly has substance. Without substance, how could he be a big brother? He's just shot straight to number 1 on the leaderboard. Thank you again, brother grocery driver, for your generosity. I've followed you, brother. Only a follow for 10 1 rockets. No wonder you're not blowing up, host. Seriously, other hosts would have already added him on WeChat after one such gift, let alone 10. Su Yang's lips curled slightly as he scanned the comments. Impressive. These loyal fans really know how to hype. They're practically doing my job for me. Not a word from me yet. And already the effect is perfect. Keep going, keep going. Lin Yi also monitored the chat, and as comments urging her to add WeChat piled up, her resolve began to soften. Though 10 1 rockets still weren't quite enough to prompt her to initiate contact. She understood the art of patience. The longer the line, the bigger the fish. Besides, 10 1 rockets weren't extraordinary in the streaming world. Though she was new, she knew her appearance was exceptional, and a touch of restraint only heightened her allure for generous patrons. Su Yang remained unrushed. Glancing at his remaining balance, 237990 diamonds, he decided it was time for the Huazi. Yet each Huazi cost 300 diamonds. 10 would require 300, leaving him short by tens of thousands. He swiftly topped up another 100,000 yuan, bringing his total balance to over 930,000 diamonds. That'll do. He navigated to the Huazi gift and sent 10 consecutively. Amidst the banter in the comments, lavish carnival effects, TikTok's most expensive and dazzling gift began cascading across the screen. Whoa, 10 Huazis again. Unbelievable, brother grocery driver. No way. This is definitely the real deal. Brother grocery driver must have taken a liking to this host. Brother grocery driver rules. As the 10 carnivals landed, the comment section erupted once more. Lin Yi was utterly speechless. She hadn't anticipated he'd send 10 Huazis, not when each carnival represented 30,000 yuan in hard cash. Who casually spends tens of thousands on a whim? Moreover, his username meant nothing to her. Clearly this was his first visit. He'd barely glanced around, and already acted with such magnanimity. And that didn't even count the earlier 10 Porsches and 10 1 rockets. In mere minutes, she'd earned over 20,000 yuan. Watching the carnival animations swirl, her heart raced with exhilaration. She leaned close to the screen, pouring heartfelt gratitude into her words. Her fair cheeks flushed pink. Still feeling it wasn't enough, she stepped back and bowed deeply. Host, this is your golden chance. If you won't add this low-key powerhouse, I will. Who even are you? Do you think he'd notice you? I don't care. I adore quiet, capable brothers like this. 10 Huazis, no fanfare. Being a streamer really does pay. Only if you're stunning and catch a big brother's eye. Su Yang watched the comments scroll past, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. There's nothing quite like the thrill of unrestrained spending. Ding. System alert, host's mood significantly elevated post-expenditure. Reward granted 22888 yuan cash. Spent 150000 and walked away with a net profit of 7888. Diviner system, limitless, truly limitless. Huh. Su Yang burst into laughter, then turned his gaze back to the phone. Lin Yi's cheeks burned deeper as increasingly bold comments scrolled relentlessly. She knew full well his generosity signaled interest. And as viewers pointed out, if he became a regular patron, her earnings would soar effortlessly. And if he happened to be a handsome young man, meeting for dinner offline wouldn't be out of the question. Though she claimed earlier that gifts wouldn't earn a WeChat ad that was merely performative. Small tokens meant nothing, but 10 Huazis. Refusing that risked losing such a patron forever. Rules, after all, were flexible, especially when the price was right. She'd add him first, observe closely, and decide later. Thanks to Su Yang's relentless gifting, the live room's audience swelled from dozens to hundreds. The platform's algorithm, detecting the surge, pushed additional traffic organically. Thank you for your incredible gifts, brother grocery driver. Let's exchange WeChat. We'll chat privately after I go offline. Su Yang had been waiting for those exact words. He typed "okay" into the comments, then, without another word, sent 10 more Huazis. Immediately afterward, he swiped away, leaving Lin Yi reeling and the audience buzzing with awe. Su Yang moved on swiftly, already scanning for his next target. Hadn't the patriarch taught cast widely first, to solve the quantity problem before refining quality? Granted, quality was never an issue for him, Anyone he bonded with was inherently exceptional. He simply relished the process itself. Future details could wait. For now, pure unadulterated enjoyment was enough. Nor did he consider himself a player, not until consummation occurred. And even then, with a system like his, a little indulgence was hardly a sin. Su-Yang viewed it all with serene detachment. Zero guilt, zero restraint. His creed, absolute freedom of will. After departing Linyi's stream, he browsed 7 or 8 other promising hosts, but none scored above 85 points. By 9 p.m., he'd found no new prospects. A sudden wave of drowsiness washed over him, and with eyes closed he slipped instantly into sleep. After chatting for more than 10 minutes, Gu Xiaoman finally returned with a stack of white contracts in her arms. Looking at the contracts in Gu Xiaoman's hands, Su-Yang exclaimed in shock, "So many." Yes, after all, buying a house is one of the major events in life, and the contract should be as detailed as possible. Gu Xiaoman said as she placed the contracts on the table and began to explain the signatures to Su-Yang one by one. 20 minutes later, Su-Yang finally finished signing a pile of contract details needing to sign in various places and also leave his fingerprint. "My hand is sore from writing." Su-Yang shook his hand and took a sip of coffee from the table. Suddenly he thought of something and looked at Gu Xiaoman, who was busy organizing the contracts, saying, "By the way, Sister Xiaoman, you mentioned that a parking space would be included with the house purchase, right?" "Yes, what about it?" "Besides this parking space, I would like to buy a few more." "What is the parking space ratio here?" "You want to buy more?" Gu Xiaoman repeated this and immediately understood. It was normal for someone as wealthy as Su-Yang to own more than one car and to buy multiple parking spaces. She smiled and said, "Our project's parking space ratio is 1:3 with a unit price of 2 each, and the ownership duration is the same as the house, both lasting 70 years. Excluding the one parking space included with the house, you can buy 3 more. Alright, I was thinking of buying 4. "Why do you have that many cars?" Zhao Mingru couldn't help but exclaim. "No, just the one for now, but who knows, I might buy more in the future. The more parking spaces, the better." Okay, rich people are just different, huh? This attitude, we poor people can't relate to it." Gu Xiaoman looked at the two of them, covering her mouth and laughing softly. "Actually, it's not a big deal. If you have too many cars, you can always rent parking spaces later." "That works, then I'll buy 3 for now." At 4 in the afternoon, Su-Yang finally completed all the paperwork. He leaned back on the sofa and sighed. Finally done, him exhausted. Buying a house is way more tiring than grocery shopping. Zhao Mingru rolled her eyes at Su-Yang. "Please stop with the humble bragging. I'm really tired. It's my first time buying a house, and I didn't understand anything. Who knew it would take so long? Oh, but it's finally over." As he spoke, he looked at Zhao Mingru beside him and smiled. "Sister, do you have any plans for tonight? What do you want to do?" Zhao Mingru pretended to be cautious and moved aside slightly. "What do you mean? I want to treat you to dinner and have a drink. It wouldn't be right not to celebrate such a joyous occasion. You're one of my few friends in Haicheng, and the first person I thought of to celebrate my house purchase with is you." Zhao Mingru sat back beside Su-Yang and smiled. "Alright, if you insist, I suppose I'll accompany you to the nobleman's feast. It's not that exaggerated. I want equal. You better not," she said, waving her small fist in front of Su-Yang. "Should we invite Xiaoman too?" "That's fine, but I feel like we're not that familiar yet. I don't know if she'd be willing to come." Zhao Mingru chuckled. "She'd definitely be willing. Don't be fooled by her serious demeanor at work. She's quite different in private, and she loves eating, singing, and drinking the most." Su-Yang thought to himself, a contrast. "Sounds good, I like it. Then let's invite her." "Sure, otherwise it would seem like we're having a secret meeting." Zhao Mingru teased with a smile. "Then I'll talk to her when she arrives." Ding detected Zhao Mingru's affection for the host has increased to 60 trust, granting the host 1 McLaren Senna fragment. Collecting 5 fragments allows for the redemption of a limited edition McLaren Senna worth 23 million. McLaren Senna. Su-Yang trembled with excitement, thinking that driving a supercar worth over 20 million would definitely be more explosive than a 911 Turbo. But then he thought of something. Wait, what is collecting fragments? Am I playing a game? However, it shouldn't take long to collect 5, so it's not too bad. Due to Zhao Mingru's affection for the host significantly increasing, an additional reward of 500 has been granted. The funds have been transferred to the host's bank account. Ding detected that the host is in a great mood after purchasing his first house and is very happy, awarding 3 million. The funds have been transferred to the host's account. 3 million. Su-Yang never expected to receive such a large cash reward after buying a house. It's equivalent to the system giving him a half-price voucher for buying a house. Su-Yang closed his eyes, pretending to rest, while actually calming his excitement. 2 minutes later, he suddenly remembered he hadn't signed in today and quickly called out in his mind. "System, sign me in." Ding, today's sign-in successful. 5000 has been transferred to the host's account. Great, let's check my current stats. Host Su-Yang, age 24, height 180 centimeters, weight 73 kilograms, appearance 88, physique 75, figure 90, charm 90 skills master of body management, professional racing driver skills, golden divine body binding objects, Zhao Mingru affection 60, Lu Yun affection 45, Lin Yi affection 0, Gu Xiaoman affection 15. Balance 6676653 Yuan. Gu Xiaoman's affection has also risen, quickly reaching 15. If we can go out for a meal and drinks together today, it's very likely to break 20 or even reach 30 or 40. What are you laughing about? Zhao Mingru looked at Su Yang, whose eyes were squinting with a smile. Su Yang shook his head and replied, "Nothing, I'm just tired from handling all this miscellaneous stuff and need to rest a bit." "Xiaoman is here, you can talk to her." "Okay." Gu Xiaoman walked over to the two with several folders, smiling. "All done, here are your purchase contract, property ownership certificate, house inspection report, full payment invoice, and 2 keys. Su Yang took the pile of documents, looked at them, and asked, "All right, when can I get the property certificate?" "The processing time for the property certificate is within 90 working days from the contract signing date. You don't need to worry about it, I'll notify you when it's ready." "All right then, is there anything else?" "No, that's all." Su Yang smiled slightly and nodded. "Good, by the way, Sister Xiaoman, when do you get off work?" "Me." Gu Xiaoman raised her right hand to check her watch and said, "Soon I finish at 5:30. "Why?" "I'm planning to treat you two beautiful ladies to dinner and drinks to show my gratitude." Gu Xiaoman raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Didn't you say you would wait until you moved in to cook for us?" "Yes, that's after I move in. Today is my first time buying a house, so I want to celebrate. How about it, are you free later?" Gu Xiaoman glanced at Zhao Mingru beside her, and they exchanged smiles. "All right, I'll be a loner after work. Why not go for free food?" "Great. It's settled then. It's almost time to get off work, so we'll wait for you here. Sure, you two just sit and relax. I'll be back in the office for a bit." "All right." Soon over an hour passed, and at 5:30 Gu Xiaoman arrived on time. At this moment, she had changed out of her work attire into her casual clothes. She wore a black off-shoulder long dress that cinched at the waist with a slender platinum necklace around her fair neck, and she carried a small black Chanel handbag. On her feet were a pair of black high heels. Her ponytail had been let down into big waves cascading behind her, and she wore bright lipstick, looking absolutely stunning. She walked towards the two sitting in the lounge area and said, "We can go now." "Wow, Sister Xiaoman, you look so elegant in this outfit, like a goddess." Su Yang stood up with bright eyes and gave Gu Xiaoman a thumbs up. Seeing this, Gu Xiaoman pretended to be shy and smiled slightly. "Really? I never know what to wear each day. What wouldn't look good on you with that figure and appearance? You can wear anything." Zhao Mingru rolled her eyes at this from the side. "When did your mouth become so smooth?" "I'm genuinely complimenting you. How could that be smooth talk? I'm very honest." All right. Zhao Mingru, looking disdainful, walked over to Gu Xiaoman and linked her arm, and the two led the way outside. After leaving the sales office, the three of them arrived at the parking lot. Gu Xiaoman had seen Su Yang's Porsche when she picked up the two earlier, and she turned around with a smile, saying, "I didn't drive here today. How many people can your car fit? For there are 2 more seats in the back, but it's a bit narrow, so you might have to bear with it." Gu Xiaoman glanced at the car and said, "It's fine, we're not going far, let's go." Gu Xiaoman also owned a Mercedes-Benz GLC 300. At her age, being able to buy a car worth around 400,000 by herself was already beyond what most of her peers could achieve. This made her more sensitive to cars than Zhao Mingru, and she herself was a big fan of the 911 turbos. However, at a price of 3 million, it was still somewhat difficult for her to afford with her current capabilities. Nevertheless, she would still be willing to squeeze into such a car. Su Yang smiled and walked over to the car, opening the door. Once they were all settled in, Zhao Mingru asked, "What are we going to eat? Do you have any recommendations?" "As a big man, I usually don't eat out much, so I don't know what's good," Zhao Mingru said as she took out her phone to look it up. "How about we go eat at that Japanese barbecue on Donghe Road? What do you think?" Zhao Mingru turned to Gu Xiaoman in the back seat. Being a girl, Gu Xiaoman didn't feel too cramped sitting in the back of the 911. She thought for a moment with her big eyes and said, "Sure, I've been there once and the taste is pretty good, though it's a bit pricey." "It's fine, what does a few $100 matter? Young Master Su, who can pay millions without a second thought, would care about the price of a meal." Su Yang grinned upon hearing this. "Yes, Sister Xiaoman, you don't have to save money for me. Eat whatever you want, but are you sure about this place?" "Sure. All right, let's go." The engine roared to life as Su Yang drove the two towards their destination. Due to the rush hour after work, combined with it being Saturday, the roads were heavily congested. After about 40 minutes, the three of them finally arrived at the Japanese barbecue that Zhao Mingru mentioned and parked the car. As soon as they got out of the car, some young men passing by cast envious glances at Su Yang. Look, a goddess." "Where? Wow, who is that person surrounded by 2 such beauties? Damn, why isn't that person me? You should first look at what car they drive. If you could drive that car, you could also have similar beauties." 911. "What's so special about that? There are plenty of luxury cars in Haicheng. Do you have one?" "Well, I don't." "Then don't say anything. Su Yang secretly smiled as he observed the crowd not far away. This feeling of effortlessly showing off was simply too delightful. The three of them walked side by side towards the entrance of the restaurant. A dark wooden wall in front had the words Wang Shan written on it, with a wooden shelf extending from the wall, displaying many empty wine bottles as decorations, and beside it was a staircase leading upward. The three of them walked up one after another, entering the restaurant, to find an overall elegant and sophisticated environment, simple, yet not lacking in style. The decor was mainly in a retro Japanese style, with various wood materials paired with dark marble walls exuding a high-end feel. At this moment, the restaurant was already bustling with diners. Although there were many people, it didn't seem noisy. "Welcome, how many of you?" A polite waiter approached the three of them. "Do you three have a reservation? It's peak dining time now, but you may need to take a number and queue for a bit." "All right." Su Yang walked to the front desk, took a number, and the waiter led the three of them to a row of waiting seats. At that moment, the waiting area was almost full, with various trendy young men and women chatting and laughing. "I should have made a reservation in advance," Su Yang remarked as he looked at the crowd. "It's fine, this place usually has a lot of customers, especially on weekends." "Well, just wait. There's no rush," Zhao Mengru replied. Zhao Mengru took out her phone and began scrolling through Douyin. Not long after the three of them sat down, a young man in casual formal wear approached. He walked through the crowd and directly came to Su Yang's side, then adjusted his collar and looked at Zhao Mengru with a polite smile, saying, "Hello, beautiful, may I add you on WeChat?" "Huh?" Zhao Mengru frowned and looked up. "Who are you?" "I'm here to dine as well. I saw you all come in from afar, and I felt you have a great aura, so I wanted to get to know you." Thanks but no thanks. I don't like adding strangers on WeChat." The man smiled but didn't lose heart, saying, "We've already talked twice. We're not strangers anymore, are we? I really want to get to know you, beautiful." Just as Zhao Mengru was about to refuse again, Su Yang shot her a look, signaling her to let him handle it. He then twisted his neck, stood up, and looked at the man in the suit. As soon as he stood up, a fierce aura surged forth. After all, he was now a solid muscle man. Although it wasn't very obvious when clothed, the overall disparity in physique was still clear. Moreover, his appearance was rather rugged, and the aura emitted by his well-built frame could genuinely intimidate an average person. With a serious expression, he stared at the man in front of him and uttered a single word: "Scram." "Who are you?" "He'll say it one last time, scram." The man in the suit looked at Su Yang, who was 2 sizes bigger than him, and felt a moment of hesitation. He had initially thought asking for WeChat would be easy, but he didn't expect Su Yang to be so imposing. Looking at Su Yang's fist, which was as big as a sandbag, he thought that a punch to his nose would definitely shatter it. He swallowed hard, feeling somewhat reluctant, stole another glance at Zhao Mengru, then turned and left. After the man walked away, Su Yang's expression changed and returned to a playful demeanor as he sat down. "Got rid of him. Wow, Su Yang, you were so cool just now. Your boyfriend power is off the charts," Gu Xiaoman said with sparkling eyes as she looked at Su Yang. "Really?" Su Yang smiled proudly. "I've seen plenty of people like him. All this talk about wanting to get to know someone, he's just an old pervert. Moreover, you two are the ones I invited out. He acts like he doesn't see me. Isn't that looking down on me?" After this incident, Zhao Mengru's fondness for Su Yang inexplicably increased a bit. She looked at Su Yang, pretending to be calm, and said, "You looked fierce just now. If I weren't a bit fierce, how could I scare him off? Men should be fierce when necessary. Hiding behind a woman is not what a man should do, right?" "Exactly, well said." Gu Xiaoman winked at Su Yang. Ding detected that Gu Xiaoman's favorability towards the host has increased to 42, familiar, rewarding the host with 300 funds transferred to the host's bank account. Su Yang smiled subtly upon hearing the voice in his mind. Gu Xiaoman is indeed different after work. She seems much more relaxed. I wonder what she'll be like after a drink. Half an hour later, the restaurant's announcement finally called out the number for Su Yang and his friends. The waiter led them inside to a 4-person table by the window. The 2 girls sat together while Su Yang sat opposite them. The waiter handed each of them a menu. "You can order whatever you want, no need to be polite." "I wouldn't be polite even if you hadn't said that," Zhao Mengru replied with a smile as she flipped through the menu. The 3 of them ordered some dishes that sounded delicious, and after more than 10 minutes, 2 waiters pushed a cart and began to serve the dishes on the table. Su Yang gulped as he looked at the array of exquisite dishes on the table. Wagyu beef, sanglas, purebred black pork ribs, French boni and lamb chops, bluefin tuna belly, sea bream, sashimi foie gras, with black truffle lobster, 8-pound Boston lobster, hairy crab, seafood tom yum. He had basically never eaten these before. Although he could barely afford them if he wanted to, with only a few thousand yuan for a month, he couldn't possibly spend an entire month's salary on a single meal. The dishes are all served. Enjoy your meal. If you need anything, you can press the service bell on the table. Su Yang nodded. "All right, thank you. By the way, weren't you going to drink?" Zhao Mengru asked as she picked up a lamb chop to grill on the plate. "What's good to drink here? At a dining place, we should focus on eating right." Gu Xiaoman chimed in, winking at Su Yang. Su Yang smiled in agreement. Exactly, drinking is best done at a bar. There's no atmosphere here. Zhao Mingru glanced at the two and smiled helplessly. All right, you two can decide. 40 minutes later, the three of them were full and satisfied, and Su Yang went to the cashier to settle the bill. The total cost was 7,755 yuan. Ding. Detected that the host is in a great mood after enjoying the delicious food, rewarding cash of 2,000 yuan. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the city center of Haiqing was brightly lit, and the bustling streets shimmered with lights like a flowing golden ribbon. It was the liveliest time in the city. Su Yang drove the two companions to Haiqing's most famous trendy street, Shangyuan Road. This street was lined with countless shops offering food, drinks, and entertainment, all stylishly decorated, making it a gathering place for many fashionable young men and women. After searching for a long time, Su Yang finally found a parking space. The three of them then strolled leisurely into the crowd. Their attractive looks and charm immediately drew the attention of many passers-by. Look over there, there's a handsome guy. A girl in a white short skirt turned to remind her companion. Wow, he really is quite handsome. I want to go ask for his WeChat. Go ahead, what's the big deal, eh? But he's next to two beautiful girls. One of them might be his girlfriend. What are you afraid of? They're all out to have fun. Since he already has two girls with him, would he care about one or two more? You make a good point. Should I go? Yes, give it a try. All right. The girl in the short skirt gathered her courage and jogged towards Su Yang, who was not far away. Su Yang was looking for a bar with Zhao Mingru and Gu Xiaoman when he suddenly felt someone tap his arm. Turning his head, he saw a cute girl about 165 centimeters tall with twin ponytails, wearing a black short top and a white short skirt, standing beside him. Su Yang was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Who are you?" "Handsome guy, can we get to know each other?" the girl said shyly. Hearing this, Zhao Mingru and Gu Xiaoman also turned to look at the girl, their faces filled with anticipation as they prepared to see how Su Yang would respond. Su Yang smiled nonchalantly and immediately called out in his mind, "System scan. Just tell me the score for looks." "Okay." After getting the answer, Su Yang coughed and politely rejected the girl in front of him, saying, "Sorry, beauty, my girlfriend is strict and doesn't let me add others' WeChat." "Well, that's fine then." The pretty girl blushed after being rejected and turned to leave quickly. "Come on, Su Yang, how can you resist adding such a cute girl?" Zhao Mingru, who was beside him, intentionally laughed and said, "I told you I'm an honest person, very simple. TCH, that's because we're together, otherwise I wouldn't believe you wouldn't add her. Whether you are here or not, I want to add her. I'm not that casual of a person." Su Yang was indeed speaking the truth in the first half of his sentence, as the girl only had a score of 79 and didn't meet the system's binding requirements, but the latter half was nonsense. Soon the three chose a craft beer bar called Insure. The bar was dimly lit with a vintage decor, and in the center round table sat a long-haired boy who looked quite artistic, playing and singing with a guitar. Accompanied by the slow-paced song, a unique hazy intoxication filled everyone in the craft beer bar. At this time there were already quite a few customers in the bar, but they were all young men and women, and the sight of various long legs dazzled Su Yang. The three casually found a round table to sit down under the server's invitation. Su Yang took the menu and handed it to the two, smiling. "You both order first and see what you want to drink." Gu Xiaoman picked up the menu and started to look at it. Her movements were skilled, indicating she was a frequent bargoer. "First, bring us a pitcher of your house's special IPA and some side dishes." "Okay, please wait a moment." The server took the menu and turned to leave. "Is just one pitcher enough?" Su Yang felt it might not be sufficient. Gu Xiaoman smiled and said, "If it's not enough, we can order more. If this pitcher is quite a lot, about 3 liters. All right, if it's not enough, well, order more." At that moment, Gu Xiaoman took out a pack of women's cigarettes from her Chanel bag. Su Yang, seeing this, asked, "Do you smoke?" "I smoke occasionally, just a few when I come to drink, not usually." "Then I'll have one too." Not long after the beer and snacks were served, Su Yang poured the beer and pushed it in front of the two, then raised his glass and smiled, "Cheers. Thank you, two beautiful ladies, for celebrating with me. We should drink to this. This is your first time buying a house. Shouldn't you have a drink by yourself first?" Zhao Mingru smiled and said deliberately, all right, I'll toast to you two first." Saying this, he downed the drink in his hand. Not bad, this beer tastes quite good," he said, filling his glass again. The three clinked their glasses, and Zhao Mingru and Gu Xiaoman smiled and congratulated. "Congratulations, you've accomplished a significant milestone in life." "Thank you, two beautiful ladies," Su Yang replied with a smile. The three tilted their heads back and finished their drinks. "Su Yang, there's a question I've been wanting to ask you," Gu Xiaoman said as she filled her glass again. "Go ahead and ask. Do you have a girlfriend?" Su Yang smiled faintly and replied, "No, I only dated once in college, but it didn't last long." "So you haven't dated anyone since? With your looks, that shouldn't be the case. Just now, beautiful girls on the street were asking for your WeChat, and you say you've only dated once. I find that hard to believe. Sister, I really didn't have money before, and I didn't take care of myself, working overtime at the company every day. Where would I find a girlfriend? Suyang thought to himself and explained to Gu Xiaoman. I really have only dated once. It's not that I didn't want to, but love is something that must be mutual, right? So you haven't met someone you liked in all these years? Not yet. Suyang shook his head. After having another drink, he looked at the two and intentionally asked, what about you? Do you have boyfriends? What do you think? Zhao Mingru rolled her eyes. If we had boyfriends, would we still come out to eat and drink with you? Hee, that's true. Are we just going to drink like this? Gu Xiaoman said at this moment. How about we play some poker or dice and drink while playing games? That's what I meant, Hee. All right, then let's use dice. Suyang said, turning to shout at a nearby server. Hey, handsome. Bring me 3 dice cups. Sure. The server quickly brought the dice cups and the three started playing a classic drinking game. 4 threes, Suyang shouted first. 5 threes, Gu Xiaoman followed up. It was Zhao Mingru's turn after looking at her dice and thinking. She said 5 sixes. Open. Suyang opened his dice cup without thinking. I don't have any. Gu Xiaoman opened hers and laughed. I have one. Zhao Mingru also only had 3, totaling only 4 sixes. She pouted and said, isn't it just drinking? 1 cup, right? Yes, 1 cup at a time, no cheating, okay? Suyang reminded her. TCH, just watch my drinking capacity, Zhao Mingru said, downing her drink in one go. So bold. Suyang clapped in praise. Time flew by while playing games, and the drinks disappeared quickly. Before they knew it, the three had ordered 2 more pitchers of craft beer. At this point, Zhao Mingru and Gu Xiaoman's eyes were already a bit hazy, especially Zhao Mingru, whose face was flushed and her body swayed slightly. During his college days, Suyang often played this dice game while drinking with his roommates, so his skills were decent. He had only consumed about 10 cups so far. However, having not drunk for a long time, he felt a bit dizzy now. He raised his hand to check the time. It was already 1:30 a.m. Ladies, are you still drinking? You seem like you're about to reach your limit. How about we call it a night? No way. Zhao Mingru waved her hand and shouted, we're still drinking. You're already drunk. Who says I'm drunk? Xiaoman, are you drunk? Zhao Mingru turned to Gu Xiaoman, appearing a bit dazed. I'm not drunk. Suyang is the one who's drunk. Suyang rolled his eyes. I think both of you are drunk. How about we stop drinking? Otherwise, if you pass out later, how will I get you home? Home? What home? Suyang paused, startled by the remark, and inwardly mused, You refused the chance I've offered. Very well, don't blame me then. And you? He turned to Gu Xiaoman. What about you? Me? What about me? Gu Xiaoman leaned back in her chair and shook her head, trying to clear the fog from her mind. Are you heading home? No, I won't leave until I'm utterly drunk. You're not going home either then. Does that mean you're skipping work tomorrow? No, I'm off tomorrow, A sly smile curled at the corners of Gu Xiaoman's lips as she spoke. Fine, I'll see this through with you both tonight. Waiter, bring more wine. An hour later, Zhao Mingru and Gu Xiaoman staggered one after the other into the restroom and emptied their stomachs completely. When they returned, they slumped onto their chairs and fell instantly unconscious. Suyang wasn't faring much better. He hadn't touched alcohol in ages and his tolerance had sharply declined. Most of the final pitcher went down his throat alone. Now, gazing across the table, he saw double images of both women before him. He vigorously shook his head to stay alert. Dizzy though he was, he could still stand and walk. Rising unsteadily, he lurched toward the restroom and vomited everything he'd consumed. Then he stepped up to the sink, braced his palms against the counter, and stared into the mirror. His mind numbed, his reflection split into 2. Outside, music played, but the lyrics dissolved into meaningless noise. I must never drink like this again. It's unbearable. I wonder if the system offers any skill related to alcohol. I'll need to acquire one soon. He turned on the faucet, cupped cold water in his hands, and splashed his face. The chill eased the intoxication slightly. He left the droplets clinging to his skin and returned to his seat without wiping them away. He picked up a cigarette from the table and lit it. Gazing at the 2 women slumped unconscious across from him, Suyang felt utterly at a loss. He'd visited Zhao Mingru's neighborhood earlier that day, but only as far as the gate. He had no idea which building unit, floor, or apartment number she lived in. Extracting that information from her now would be nearly impossible. As for Gu Xiaoman, he knew even less, only her name and age, having met her just today. After finishing his cigarette, he drank a large gulp of the remaining mineral water and finally regained a sliver of composure. Swaying slightly, he rose and made his way to the bar to settle the bill. Once paid, he returned to his seat and pondered his next move. It seems I have no choice but to book a hotel. There's simply no other way. But how on earth am I supposed to get both of them there? He stood and approached the 2 women, gently shaking each. Zhao Mingru lay utterly still, but after several nudges, Gu Xiaoman murmured drowsily in response. Ugh, stop touching me. Who are you? Who do you think? It's me, Suyang. Gu Xiaoman slowly opened her eyes, her gaze hazy and dreamy. Little Yang Yang, anything wrong? Come on, we're going home. Can you even stand? Who said I can't? She instinctively pushed against the chair and swayed upright. Su Yang immediately steadied her. Whoa there, big sis. Hold on, get your balance first. Once Gu Xiaoman leaned securely against the wall, Su Yang returned to Zhao Mengru and gave her another shake. Still no response. With no alternative, he lifted her and hoisted her onto his back. Zhao Mengru wasn't heavy, and Su Yang's physical constitution had improved considerably. Carrying her proved surprisingly effortless. Let's go, he called to Gu Xiaoman, still leaning against the wall. Oh, okay, Gu Xiaoman murmured, absently, moving purely on instinct. The three stumbled out of the bar. Su Yang bore Zhao Mengru on his back, while repeatedly reaching out to steady Gu Xiaoman, who swayed precariously beside him. Reaching the roadside with great difficulty, Su Yang flagged down a taxi and placed Zhao Mengru carefully in the rear seat. Gu Xiaoman stood nearby, eyes closed, swaying gently. Get in, quickly. He guided her into the back seat beside Zhao Mengru, then slid into the front passenger seat himself. Which hotel, handsome young man? The taxi driver glanced at Su Yang, then turned to admire the two beautiful women slumped in the back, smiling knowingly. How did you know I was headed to a hotel? He may be older, but I've walked that road myself. What do you think I don't know about young people like you? Su Yang exchanged a knowing look with the driver, a silent universal understanding between men. Just wait a moment, sir. I'll book a hotel first. Sure, take your time. Su Yang swiftly booked a luxury suite at the nearest five-star hotel, Westin Hotel, via the Tuanchuan app. To the Westin Hotel. He handed his phone to the driver for confirmation. Got it, buckle up. Safety first. With that, the driver pressed the accelerator and sped off. 10 minutes later, Su Yang entered the hotel, one arm supporting Zhao Mengru, the other guiding Gu Xiaoman. He seated them both on the lobby's lounge sofa before approaching the front desk. A young female receptionist glanced from the two unconscious women to Su Yang, suppressed an internal sigh, and asked politely, Sir, are you checking in? I've already reserved a room via Tuanchuan. Understood. May I please see your Tuanchuan QR code? Su Yang unlocked his phone and scanned it instantly. The receptionist quickly processed his reservation and handed him a keycard. Your room is 901, sir. Thank you. Oh, and could you please ask a female staff member to assist me? It's rather difficult managing both, carrying one and holding up the other. The receptionist glanced toward the lounge area and smiled. Of course, Tingting, could you help this gentleman? She nodded toward her colleague. Tingting nodded warmly. Certainly. 5 minutes later, with Tingting's assistance, Su Yang carried Zhao Mengru into one room and laid her gently on the bed. Then he escorted Gu Xiaoman into the adjacent room and settled her in as well. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, he turned to Tingting with a courteous smile. Thanks so much. I really appreciate it. Not at all. Please rest well, sir, and feel free to contact front desk anytime you need assistance. Understood, thank you. After Tingting departed, Su Yang entered Zhao Mengru's room and collapsed onto the sofa. He gazed at her, lying on her side facing away from him, her silhouette flawless, slender waist, long legs radiating quiet sensuality. His mouth went dry. He snatched the bottle of mineral water from the table, uncapped it, and drank half in one go. Taking a deep breath, he rose and moved to the bedside to adjust her into a proper sleeping position. Just as he straightened her and reached to pull the blanket over her, Zhao Mengru, half asleep, suddenly grasped his arm and yanked him downward. Already leaning over her, Su Yang lost his balance entirely and tumbled forward. What followed need not be described in detail. 40 to 50 minutes later, Su Yang was preparing to get up and take a shower. Just as he was about to turn over, Zhao Mengru, still half asleep, reached out her soft hand and pulled him back, saying, Don't go, don't go. Su Yang turned his head and saw her still with her eyes closed, mumbling something intermittently. You sleep first, I'll take a shower. He gently removed Zhao Mengru's hand, then got up and quickly took a cold shower in the bathroom. Under the stimulation of the cold water, the alcohol in Su Yang's system dissipated almost entirely. As he showered, he hummed a tune. Ding. Detected that the host is in a good mood and enjoying himself, rewarding 1 million. Ding. Detected that the host is currently in a great mood, rewarding the host with an Aston Martin DBX 707 worth 3.5 million, which is now parked in space 1213 Area A of the West Hotel. Another car. An SUV from Martin, not bad at all, 707 horsepower, big V8, impressive. Just what I needed, a bigger vehicle. 5 minutes later, Su Yang, feeling pleased, finished his shower and walked out of the bathroom. At that moment, Zhao Mengru had completely fallen asleep. He gently approached her, took a look, then turned and left the room, casually closing the door behind him. In the living room of the suite, Su Yang was about to lie down on the sofa when his gaze swept to the corner where Gu Xiaoman's room was. He noticed the door was open and the light inside was still on. He walked over to take a look and saw that Gu Xiaoman had somehow fallen to the floor. Fortunately, there was a carpet under the bed, so the fall wasn't serious. She was lying sideways on the carpet with disheveled hair. Upon seeing this, Su Yang unconsciously swallowed hard, then shook his head and walked over to pick up Gu Xiaoman and lay her on the bed. Just as he placed her down, Gu Xiaoman's dreamy eyes suddenly opened. Seeing Su Yang in front of her, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, mumbling with a breath of alcohol, "Drink. Drink more. I can still drink. If you drink more, you'll pass out completely." As they spoke, their noses were almost touching, breathing in each other's warm breath. Su Yang felt his blood surge again. He steeled his heart and climbed onto the bed. Not knowing how long had passed, Su Yang lay on the bed for a short rest before getting up and leaving the room. After taking another shower in the bathroom of the suite, Su Yang finally walked over and lay down on the sofa. In Gu Xiaoman's room, she gently lifted the covers, her face flushed and charming. She glanced at the gap in the door, saw that the light outside had been turned off, and quietly tiptoed to the bathroom in her room to relieve herself. How could this happen? So embarrassing. How am I supposed to face them tomorrow? Gu Xiaoman thought to herself, her face instantly turning red. However, due to her personality, she didn't take these matters too seriously. She wouldn't let such things weigh on her mind. Internally, she even found it a bit thrilling, and her blushing was merely a natural reaction for a girl. Moreover, she had a very good first impression of Su Yang. To her, he was not only handsome with a great physique, but also wealthy and had a good personality. Such a man was incredibly attractive to a mature woman like her who had been single for a long time. However, she was well aware that a high, rich, and handsome man like Su Yang would undoubtedly attract many women. She felt she didn't have the advantage in age, so she didn't plan to pursue anything with Su Yang. What she didn't expect was how capable Su Yang would be. Thinking of this, she exhaled and muttered to herself, "This guy is quite impressive." Ding. Detected that Gu Xiaoman's favorability towards the host has increased to 65, rewarding 5000. Su Yang, who hadn't fallen asleep yet, smiled. The night quickly passed. The next morning at 9 a.m., Su Yang groggily woke up on the sofa. He stretched and raised his hand to check the time before sitting up. As soon as he sat up, he noticed that the doors to Xiaomengru and Gu Xiaoman's rooms were wide open and the people inside had disappeared. The entire suite was quiet at that moment, with only his own breathing. What's going on? Did they leave so early? What a pity, I was hoping to help them sober up. What a loss, Su Yang said as he took out his phone to check, noticing 2 unread messages on WeChat. He opened the first one, which was from Xiaomengru. "Su Yang, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do at home today, so I left first. About what happened last night. It was an accident, forget about it quickly. And if you dare to tell anyone a single word, you're finished, got it?" Fist emoji. Su Yang looked at the message and laughed heartily. "Isn't this you who pulled me down? I thought she didn't know, but it turns out she knows everything. I just don't know if she knows what happened afterward, but she probably doesn't." He typed a reply. "I also want to forget, but I can't." Then he sent a smirking emoji and exited the chat. The other message was from Gu Xiaoman. Su Yang felt a bit guilty as he opened the chat interface. After all, he had only met Gu Xiaoman yesterday. He didn't really understand what kind of person Gu Xiaoman was. If she turned out to be very conservative about such matters, it would be disastrous for him. With Xiaomengru, it was because she made the first move. The situation was urgent and he had to respond, but with Gu Xiaoman, it was more accurate to say that Su Yang initiated the encounter. He nervously clicked on the chat interface. "Su Yang, I didn't expect you to be quite impressive." Shy emoji. "But it's best that only you and I know about this. And don't think I don't know what you did before you came to my place yesterday, Fist. Be careful next time." Su Yang stared dumbfounded at the message Gu Xiaoman had just sent. He muttered to himself, "Damn. Absolutely unexpected. Unbelievable. She actually praised me. Huh. And told me to be more careful next time. That's the key phrase, next time, means there will be one. Not bad at all." Su Yang grinned, picturing it in his mind, his mood easing. Then he dressed and stepped into the bathroom for a quick wash. A few minutes later, he walked over to the sofa, picked up his bag, and suddenly remembered the Aston Martin the system had rewarded him with the previous night. The keys should be inside. He opened the bag. Aside from the Porsche key and the key to his rented apartment, a sleek black key now lay nestled within its empty interior. Su Yang pulled it out and examined it closely. It was indeed the key to the Aston Martin. "System, you truly know me. You chose exactly what I love. I adore you." He grabbed his bag and left the room, descending to the hotel lobby to check out. Stepping outside the hotel, Su Yang hesitated, uncertain whether to head home or elsewhere. His newly purchased apartment wouldn't be ready until tomorrow at the earliest, so he'd have to return to his rented flat first to change clothes. He walked to a nearby Zilongbao shop and ate a simple breakfast. His Porsche remained parked where he'd left it the night before, while the Aston Martin sat waiting in the hotel's underground garage, just a short distance away. For a moment, Su Yang stood indecisive, unsure which car to drive. Too many cars, what a dilemma. Which one to choose? I'll test the new one first. Let little Jia wait patiently over there. I'll retrieve it tomorrow after moving in. With that, Su Yang turned back toward the hotel and made his way to Bay A1213, the spot the system had designated. There, poised with regal dominance, stood a brand new Black Knight Edition DBX 707. Whoa, absolutely stunning. Without hesitation, Su Yang fumbled for the key and unlocked the car. Sliding into the driver's seat, he gazed at the interior, utterly distinct from the 911 Turbo S, and ran his hands appreciatively over the exquisitely textured steering wheel, his face alight with delight. Let's go, back to change clothes. Oh, and since I'm free today, why not head back to Yanqing? Now that I've got money, it's high time my parents enjoyed life too. But I must proceed gradually, don't want to overwhelm them. First, I'll transfer 100,000 yuan each to their accounts. As he spoke, Su Yang took out his phone and transferred 100,000 yuan to each of his parents' bank accounts. WeChat's transfer limit capped individual transactions at 20,000 yuan. Once completed, he immediately dialed his father Su Dagon. After a few rings, the call connected. Hey Xiaoyang, what brings you calling this early? His father's voice, weathered with years, came through the line. Dad, I've just transferred 100,000 yuan each to your and Mom's accounts. What a 10,000. Su Dagon blurted out, stunned, before Su Yang could even finish speaking. He knew his son's job well. After graduation, Su Yang had worked steadily at an advertising agency. A regular designer. How could he possibly transfer 200,000 yuan at once? Su Yang chuckled and explained, Dad, let me clarify. I actually left that job last year, though I never mentioned it. Since then, I've been running a business with friends, and over the past few months, it started turning a solid profit. He paused briefly, then added warmly, I'd say things are going quite well now. When a son succeeds, naturally he honors his elders. Don't you agree? Haha. You? Xiaoyang, are you absolutely certain you're not joking? Would I joke about something like this? Trust me, every word is true. Your son is financially secure now. On the other end, Su Dagon fell utterly silent. His eyes welled with tears. For a long moment, he couldn't utter a word. At nearly 50, he'd spent his entire life watching his family struggle without reprieve. There'd even been times, during Su Yang's schooling, when they couldn't afford tuition and had to borrow from relatives. Though his kin never voiced complaints, Su Dagon carried the weight silently. Only those who've known poverty understand that hollow ache. For decades, he'd rarely lifted his head in public. He blamed himself, feeling incapable of giving his wife and son a better life. So for years, he rose before dawn at 5 or 6 to drive a taxi, often not returning home until 1 or 2 in the morning. Could anyone fault him for lack of effort? His abilities and vision were simply limited, but within those limits, he'd pushed himself to the absolute brink. So when Su Yang spoke with such unwavering certainty about business success, about transferring 100,000 yuan to each parent, Su Dagon sat motionless in his cab, tears streaming down his cheeks. Su Yang heard only soft, muffled sobs on the line and said nothing. His own heart tightened. His parents were honest, hard-working people who'd never known ease. But now that chapter was closing. This lifetime suffering had finally reached its end. After a quiet pause, he said gently, Dad, stop driving taxis. I can support us now. You and Mom have endured enough. It's time you both savored life. Yes, yes. Su Dagon wiped his tears and choked out 3 words, trembling with emotion. He trusted his son unconditionally. He never questioned the source of the money, not for a second. No one understood Su Yang better than he did. Even as a child, despite hardship, Su Yang never once complained. Though his grades were unremarkable, he'd never caused trouble, never burdened his parents with worry. After graduation, he'd never asked them for a single cent, and occasionally even sent small sums to help with household expenses. So when Su Yang said he'd earned the money through business, Su Dagon believed it without reservation. Dad, quit your job today. I'm free this afternoon. I'll come home. I'm craving Mom's cooking. Yes, yes. I'll call her right away. Our son has truly made it. I must tell your mother at once. Yes, yes. Su Yang let out a soft, wistful laugh, his own eyes stinging. All right, Dad. I'll hang up now. The call ended. Su Yang paused briefly to steady himself, then started the engine and drove out of the parking lot. Half an hour later, he arrived back at his rented apartment. He entered the bathroom, stripped off his alcohol-scented clothes, and took a refreshing shower, then dressed in fresh attire and stepped out the door. At 11 o'clock that morning, Su Yang sped along the expressway from Haiqing to Yanqing behind the wheel of his breathtaking Aston Martin. Yanqing, a modest, underdeveloped city in Tianhai province, lay roughly 170 kilometers inland from Haiqing. Haiqing, the provincial capital, drew students from across Tianhai, most opting for universities there partly because it was close to home, and partly because several of Haiqing's institutions ranked highly, making it unnecessary to venture far beyond provincial borders. That proximity had guided Su Yang's choice to attend a second-tier university in Haiqing. Under normal conditions, the drive from Haiqing to Yanqing took about 2 hours. Yet Su Yang's driving style was spirited. He bristled at seeing others crawl at 80 kilometers per hour on the expressway. Trailing behind them felt agonizing. Though this was his first solo highway journey, his professional racing skills rendered highway driving smoother. even more intuitive than navigating city streets. So he overtook vehicle after vehicle, granting no rear driver a chance to reclaim position. At this pace, he'd reach Yangqing well before 90 minutes. As he cruised steadily, flickering lights flashed in his rearview mirror. Su Yang blinked, surprised. What's going on? I'm already doing 160. Why would someone flash me? He glanced back. A blazing yellow Lamborghini Urus surged into view, blazing past him with a thunderous roar before he could react. Su Yang snapped alert. Hey, overtaking me. Lamborghini, huh? Little show-off. I'll tame you yet. With that, he switched the driving mode to track. Yet within seconds, the yellow Urus had already vanished into the distance, its taillights fading from sight. Su Yang gazed ahead with a faint knowing smile and slammed the accelerator to the floor. The Aston Martin's 707 horsepower engine erupted with raw visceral force. Even at 150-160 km/h, the secondary surge delivered a fierce, exhilarating push. Within moments, speed climbed effortlessly to around 250 km/h, rapidly closing the gap on the Lamborghini ahead. After swiftly overtaking a blocking Toyota Corolla, the road stretched clear before him. Only the Lamborghini remained ahead, waiting for the perfect moment. Su Yang shouted and released the throttle just long enough to floor it again. The engine screamed past 800 RPM, and the Aston Martin roared past the Lamborghini Urus with effortless authority. A crisp chime echoed in his mind, alert. Host detected, engaging in spirited automobile driving. Mood elevated. Reward 2,000 yuan in cash. Understood. Su Yang's full attention remained locked on the Lamborghini's driver's seat. As the two cars raced side by side, he glanced sideways. With all windows sealed and speeds exceeding 200 km/h, he caught only a fleeting impression, a young woman. After overtaking her, Su Yang slowed slightly, intending to let the Lamborghini catch up, only for it to surge past him again from the right lane without hesitation. Oh, so you're rising to the challenge. Looks like we've found our match. Very well then. Wherever you go today, I'll follow. He pressed the accelerator deep and surged forward once more. Thus began a high-speed chase along the expressway. Two vehicles locked in exhilarating pursuit. In truth, Su Yang could have maintained his lead without being overtaken again, but he deliberately eased off the throttle each time he pulled ahead, granting her the chance to reclaim position, all to confirm whether his rival was male or female. After 3 or 4 such exchanges, he finally confirmed it. She was a young woman. Impressive. She drives a Huracan, and with such audacity. She must be a striking, effortlessly cool beauty. Half an hour later, the navigation system announced his imminent exit from the highway. He gazed ahead at the Lamborghini gliding just beyond and murmured, pity. I must exit now. Had it not been for tonight's dinner with my parents, I'd have pursued this duel to its very end. With that, he stomped hard on the accelerator, surging past her, this time holding his speed without relenting. The Lamborghini receded steadily in his rearview mirror. He smiled faintly, farewell, beautiful. The moment those words left his lips, his rearview mirror flashed again. Hey, enough with the flashing. You won't catch me. 2 kilometers further on, he decelerated smoothly into the exit ramp. No sooner had he entered the ramp than the Lamborghini reappeared in his mirror. What's this? You're still following, even after the exit. Are you truly determined to settle this? The two cars exited the Yangqing toll station in single file. Before Su Yang could accelerate, the Lamborghini shot past him with startling agility and came to a halt at the roadside ahead. Su Yang slowed in turn and pulled over beside her. As soon as he parked, the driver's door of the Lamborghini opened, and out stepped a poised, self-assured young woman. She wore sleek sunglasses, her fair skin luminous against the daylight. Her shoulder-length hair curled softly at the ends. A black Dior short-sleeve top hugged her frame. Tight denim hot pants accentuated long sculpted legs. Gray and white dunks completed the look. Her limbs, impossibly elegant, seemed to stretch endlessly. Su Yang's eyes brightened at the sight. Extraordinary figure, though those sunglasses obscure her face. System, your turn. Pan Ning, age 24. Height 170 centimeters. Weight 54 kilograms. Beauty score 93. Physique score 93. Romantic experience none. Bond status unbound. 24, and never been in love. Intriguing, but I intend to verify that score of 93 for myself. As Su Yang pondered, Pan Ning approached his car and raised a hand, gesturing for him to roll down the window. He opted instead to step outside. He'd driven long enough, a fresh air would do him good. He opened the door and stepped out. Pan Ning stood before him, removed her sunglasses, and tossed her glossy, windswept hair back with effortless grace. At last he saw her clearly, lightly made up, with a delicate oval face, exquisitely balanced features, willow leaf brows, almond-shaped eyes, a finely arched nose, and full, sensuous lips. His gaze sharpened instantly. Blimey, this is exactly my type. What can I do for you? He asked politely. Pan Ning said nothing. Instead, she twirled her sunglasses idly as she circled his car once. then halted directly before him and spoke cool and composed. New Huracan 707. Yes, impressive knowledge of automobiles, Su Yang replied with a smile. Few drivers on the highway can overtake me, she said evenly. But you're the first who's done so, then deliberately braked, repeatedly inviting me to overtake you again. Though I conceded defeat today, I remain unconvinced. Next time I'll bring a different car and challenge you anew. Oh, again? Why not? After all, you bested me and then teased me repeatedly. I strongly suspect you were toying with me. I assure you, that was never my intent. I simply wished to know whether the person behind the wheel of that Huracan was a man or a woman. Before she could respond, Su Yang added, still, you followed me off the highway over something so trivial. To me, it's no triviality. And I wasn't tailing you. I was already en route to Yangqing. Oh, what a coincidence. Do you live here? No, I'm from Haicheng. I've business in this city. Su Yang nodded, then feigned indifference right then. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Wait, where are you going? Pan Ning stepped forward, pulling out her phone with quiet authority. Hand over your phone. We'll exchange WeChat and schedule another race. A subtle smile played across Su Yang's lips as he thought, fascinating. This woman captivates me. Aloud he asked, adding, WeChat is fine, but what car will you drive next time? That's none of your concern, as long as it outruns your Aston Martin. Su Yang lifted one eyebrow, amused. Fair enough, but next time I won't drive the Aston either. I'll choose something new. Suit yourself, Pan Ning replied, shrugging lightly. Then after a pause she added, since you're so confident, shall we wager? Go on. Next time I'll pick the venue. We'll race Soroto 400 meters in a straight line. If I lose, I'll treat you to dinner. If you lose, you treat me. Agreed. Agreed, though I won't lose. Confidence suits you. Let's hope you uphold it. Now let's add WeChat. They exchanged contact details. Pan Ning regarded him coolly. Your name? Su Yang. Su Yang. I'll remember. I'm Pan Ning. Until next time. With that she turned and walked away. Su Yang watched her go, a quiet smile spreading across his face. Zhao Mengru and Gu Xiaoman, though he'd sparred with them before, had stirred no such resonance within him. Yet this Pan Ning, serene yet subtly charming, sent his pulse quickening unbidden. Truly captivating. To command a Lamborghini at her age, she must be heir to great fortune. I've never encountered anyone quite like her. So fiercely elegant, so quietly radiant. She must be mine. With that thought he returned to his car and drove home. Su Yang's family home lay in a peri-urban zone straddling Yangqing city center and its outskirts. He'd grown up there. As he drove he mused, once my parents grow accustomed to this new life, I'll buy them a refined residence in the city proper. Convincing them to relocate to Haicheng, however, seems unlikely. Soon he arrived at Qinghao Residential Complex, the building where he lived. The sudden appearance of the Aston Martin instantly drew the curious glances of neighborhood youths. Such multi-million yuan luxury vehicles rarely graced these streets. Whoa, what kind of car is that? Stunning. It's got wings. I think it's a Bentley. A Bentley. Gorgeous. Must belong to some wealthy visitor paying relatives a visit. Su Yang paid them no mind. Navigating the narrow, congested lanes, he parked neatly and stepped out. Gazing upon the place he hadn't seen in over a year, he sighed inwardly. More than a year since I last came home. Feels almost like returning in triumph. As he stood there, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, plump, warm-eyed, approached him briskly. Yang Yang. Su Yang turned instantly at the voice, his mother Chun Liping. A broad smile broke across his face as he called out, Mom. He rushed forward and embraced her tightly. Though she feigned mild annoyance, her joy shone unmistakably in her eyes. So you finally decided to come home. Enough hugging. You're no longer a child. He stepped back, still smiling. It's been over a year. I missed you, Mom. Flattery again. Heh. By the way, why are you out here? Your father phoned to say you'd be home for dinner, so I went to buy groceries. Su Yang glanced at the bags in her hands and swiftly took them both. Here, let me carry those. Oh, is that little Yang? Back home at last. At that moment, another middle-aged woman, Chun Liping's friend, emerged from behind her. Su Yang greeted her warmly. Aunt Zhang, long time no see. Indeed, it's been far too long. Last time I saw you, you were still quite plump. Now you're leaner. Oh, Liping, is that little Yang's car? Only then did Chun Liping notice the sleek black SUV behind her son. She shook her head, laughing. Looks expensive. No way, it belongs to Yang Yang. Su Yang interjected gently, Mom, it is my car. Not terribly costly. Just 30 or 40,000 yuan. 30 to 40,000. Where on earth did you get that kind of money? Chun Liping stared, stunned. In their household, such sums had never existed. Even their highest savings had barely reached several 10,000 yuan. Su Yang thought, bewildered. Dad hasn't told her yet. He explained patiently, I mentioned it to Dad months ago. I've been running a business with friends since last year, and things have gone exceptionally well lately. That's why I bought this car. I'll tell you all about it over dinner. Chun Liping listened, still wide-eyed. She didn't recognize the car's brand, but its sheer presence radiated expense. Aunt Zhang stepped closer, beaming, I told you. I saw little Yang step out of that car just now. You insisted it couldn't be his. My, how impressive. Young Yang's truly made something of himself. You two will enjoy a blessed life from now on. Chun Liping blushed faintly, but her heart swelled with quiet pride. For the first time in decades, she felt dignified before her peers. Blessed life. We're already aging. All we ask is peace in our twilight years, and that our children thrive in health and happiness. Exactly. Those are the true blessings. I must be off now. Ah, how lovely. Aunt Zhang departed slowly, her expression tinged with gentle envy. After Aunt Zhang departed, Su Yang and Chun Liping entered a nearby residential building. The neighborhood was an old-fashioned residential compound over 2 or 3 decades old with 7 to 8-story walk-up apartment buildings throughout. It appeared even more aged than the rental apartment Su Yang had lived in High City, yet it bustled with residents, mostly middle-aged and elderly, imbuing the place with a rich down-to-earth vitality. Su Yang's family lived on the 5th floor in a modest unit of less than 70 square meters, 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. As he pushed open the door, a wave of familiar warmth washed over him. Still, nothing beats the comfort of our home sofa, he murmured. Chun Liping sat beside him with a gentle smile, then tilted her head curiously. Yang, what exactly happened? Tell me everything. Su Yang knew precisely what she meant. He smiled lightly. Actually, it's quite simple. I resigned from my job last year and started a business with a friend. We've been turning a profit these past few months. What kind of business is it? He paused thoughtfully before delivering his well-rehearsed answer. I opened a restaurant in High City. At first it was unremarkable, but recently business has surged unexpectedly. I see. Excellent. My son has truly come into his own. Hearing that the money came from a restaurant eased Chun Liping's lingering concerns. She hadn't doubted Su Yang's integrity. Not truly, but she had feared he might be deceived or taken advantage of. By the way, Mom, I've already transferred 100,000 yuan each to your and Dad's bank accounts. Spend freely on whatever you wish. If it's not enough, I'll send more. What? Why so much? You've only just begun. You should save for yourself first. Chun Liping gazed at him astonished and deeply anxious. Su Yang chuckled reassuringly. It's not much. The restaurant is thriving and things have stabilized. Please spend without hesitation. After all your lifelong toil, it's time you truly savored life. Tears welled in Chun Liping's eyes as she clasped Su Yang's hand tightly, her voice trembling. My Yang has grown extraordinary. Our family has finally turned a corner. Oh, by the way, Mom, are you still working as a domestic helper? She nodded. Yes, I find the work quite light. I go only 4 days a week. It's never tiring, and the family I serve is exceptionally kind and easy to get along with. Su Yang studied his mother's rough, weathered hands, and a quiet ache rose in his chest imagining her scrubbing dishes and mopping floors for others. Mom, please resign tomorrow. I'm now fully capable of providing you both a life of comfort. No more working for others. Chun Liping beamed, nodding warmly. All right, I'll resign tomorrow. After a lifetime of hard work, it's time I lived for myself too. Exactly. From now on, you and Dad should travel whenever you like, buy whatever brings you joy, and soon I'll purchase a new apartment for you both in the city center in a better environment. No more living here. Let's not rush that yet. Save your earnings first. Other matters can wait until later, Chun Liping replied, tears shimmering in her eyes. Su Yang didn't argue. He'd settle the matter properly once his father returned. After exchanging a few more warm pleasantries, Chun Liping rose and headed to the kitchen to wash vegetables. Su Yang gazed around the small apartment he'd called home for over 20 years, overcome with profound reflection. Time slipped swiftly by. Before long, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Yang dozed lightly on the sofa when the front door clicked open. A middle-aged man strode in, dust-streaked and weary. He wore simple gray clothing, possessed thick eyebrows, and a square jaw, stood about 170 centimeters tall, and carried himself with lean, unassuming solidity. Deep lines etched his face, lending him the quiet, earnest air of a man rooted in sincerity and humility. Su Yang rose immediately, smiling broadly. Welcome home, Dad. Ah, you're already here, Yang. Su Dagong's face lit up instantly upon seeing his son. Yes, Dad, please sit down. By the way, did you hand in your resignation? Su Yang stepped to the water dispenser and poured a glass of water. I did, but as a full-time employee, I won't be able to leave for at least another 2 weeks. Su Dagong accepted the glass with a broad smile, settled onto the sofa, and drank deeply. That's fine. We'll manage casually these next few days. No need to rise before dawn anymore. Got it, huh? Su Dagong laughed heartily, his genuine delight crinkling the fine lines at the corners of his eyes. You're back. Chun Liping's cheerful voice drifted from the kitchen. Yes, I'm here. Oh, and Yang transferred 100,000 yuan each to our accounts. I hadn't told you earlier because I was driving. Chun Liping continued preparing vegetables, smiling. He already told me. I know all about it. I always said our son would amount to something great. Indeed. Didn't I invite a fortune teller to read his palm when he was young? He declared Yang Yang bore the destiny of wealth and honor. You simply refused to believe it. Su Dagong chuckled warmly, his grin unwavering since stepping through the door. I never doubted him. Just that old man's credibility. I couldn't fathom how anyone could truly divine fate. Haha, never mind that. Is dinner ready yet? Almost. Almost. Watching his parents banter, Su Yang felt deep contentment settle within him. His parents were in good health. He held the means to lift them into comfort and security, and no longer need fret over life's daily burdens. Was this not the quiet, enduring aspiration of countless ordinary lives? Dad, once my restaurant distributes its next round of profits, I'll buy you both an apartment in the city center. You won't live here anymore. Oh, you mean, buy another house? Su Dagong hadn't anticipated such a proposal at all. He looked at Su Yang, affection laced with reluctant hesitation. Perhaps we shouldn't. Your mother and I have lived here for decades. Moving elsewhere would feel strange. Besides, earning money isn't easy for you. Save it. Someday bring home a daughter-in-law. Dad, that's far off. I'm only 24. We'll still buy the house. This place may be decent, but it's a walk-up. And as you both age, climbing stairs will grow increasingly difficult. Soon I'll secure a modern elevator apartment for you in the city center. Su Dagong sat across from Su Yang. I just want you to save wisely. A roof over our heads is enough. We don't need extravagance. Don't worry, Dad. The restaurant is doing very well. An apartment in Yang City won't cost much. Just move in peacefully when the time comes. No need to overthink it. Chun Liping emerged from the kitchen. Actually, your father and I share the same view. We discussed waiting a while. Buying a home is a major decision, and honestly, we're quite comfortable here. No rush. Su Yang shook his head with a soft, knowing smile. It's truly no burden. We're financially secure now, and the business is stable. This decision rests with me. I'll handle the purchase soon when I return. Enough of that. Mom, I'm starving. Is dinner ready? Chun Liping glanced at Su Dagong. They exchanged a quiet, resigned look, and let the subject drop. Almost. Just wait for the braised ribs to finish simmering. Half an hour later, a simple, yet profoundly warm dinner concluded. Su Yang ate 3 full bowls, the most satisfying meal he'd enjoyed in over a year. Leaning back in his chair, a serene, radiant happiness softened his features. A subtle chime resonated inwardly. System alert: host has experienced profound joy after consuming his mother's home-cooked meal. Reward granted. 500,000 yuan cash plus a Jaeger LeCoultre Master Ultra Thin Tourbillon watch valued at 900,000 yuan. After a brief rest, Su Yang insisted on washing the dishes in the kitchen. Later, the three of them sat together on the sofa, sharing fruit and conversation, until 10 o'clock, when Su Yang retired to his room. He planned to sleep at home tonight and return to High City after breakfast tomorrow. Lying in bed, he summoned the system. System, display my current attributes. Host Su Yang. Age, 24. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 73. 5 kilograms. Appearance, 88. Physique, 75. Body proportion, 90. Charisma, 90. Skills: body management, mastery, professional racing, driver proficiency, golden divine physique. Bonded individuals: Zhao Mingru affinity 65, Lu Yun affinity 45, Lin Yi affinity 0, Gu Xiaomin affinity 60, Pan Ning affinity 3. Balance 106366898 yuan. Gazing at the luminous virtual display, Su Yang closed his eyes, deeply satisfied, and drifted into peaceful slumber. The next morning, Su Yang rose and ate breakfast under his mother Chun Liping's gentle urging. Shortly after leaving the residential compound, he pulled over at a convenience store to buy a bottle of water for the journey. The moment he stepped inside, a familiar figure caught his eye. Lu Yun. Su Yang called out, spotting her standing sideways at the checkout counter. Her white backpack slung over one shoulder, her hair tied in a neat ponytail, wearing form-fitting jeans. Hearing his voice, Lu Yun turned instantly, and her eyes widened in surprise. Su Yang, what are you doing here? Su Yang rubbed his nose and smiled. I'm from Yangqing, didn't you know? Though both had attended high school in Yangqing, they'd barely exchanged words back then, so she'd never known exactly where he was from. She paused, then smiled faintly. I assumed you were from Haiqing. He grinned. No, I've lived in Yangqing since childhood. By the way, why are you back? Oh, it's the weekend, so I came home for a couple of days. Now I'm heading to the high-speed rail station to return to Haiqing. Su Yang's eyes lit up. You're leaving already? Yes. And you? What a coincidence. I'm going to Haiqing too. Skip the train, I'll give you a ride. But, Lu Yun hesitated. I've already bought my ticket. That's no issue, just cancel it. Besides, driving alone is dull. Having you along means we can chat all the way. I'm all right. She lowered her head shyly, her cheeks flushing softly. Watching her blush, Su Yang thought to himself, this girl reddens at the slightest provocation. Great. Go ahead and cancel your ticket, and wait for me a moment while I grab some water. He entered the store and picked up 2 bottles of mineral water. After paying, he handed one bottle to Lu Yun. They walked to the roadside and he pressed his key fob, The headlights of the Aston Martin flashed once. Lu Yun eyed the sleek black SUV with mild curiosity. You got a new car again? Yes, just bought it. Come on, get in. Su-yong opened the front passenger door with quiet courtesy, allowing Lu Yun to settle in first. Then he circled to the driver's seat and buckled up. Buckle up, we're off. Lu Yun glanced around the luxurious interior. Su-yong, what model is this? Aston Martin DBX. Do you like it? She nodded. It's beautiful, but surely it's expensive. He chuckled. 300. 300. She laughed awkwardly. 3 million. Yes. Oh, I won't ask again. I've been thinking about buying a car soon just to make trips home easier. He nodded. That makes sense. Haicheng is over 100 kilometers from Yangcheng. Having your own car definitely simplifies things. Exactly. That's precisely why I'm considering it. What's your budget? She thought for a moment. Around 150,000 yuan. 150,000. Yes. I'm just a sales clerk, so that's all I can afford. Don't laugh at me. He shook his head, smiling lightly. What kind of person do you take me for? I choose friends by character, not by wealth. By looks, though, he added silently to himself. Lu Yun stuck out her tongue playfully. I was only teasing. Can you recommend something around 150,000? Su-yong feigned deep thought, though in truth he was weighing whether to simply gift her a car. Almost immediately he dismissed the idea. Lu Yun was clearly a woman of strong self-respect, not the type drawn to material gestures. To present her with a car outright might easily be misread as condescension or even charity. And besides, their relationship hadn't yet matured beyond casual friendship. Such a grand gesture now would likely backfire, perhaps even frighten her away. No, he decided inwardly. Not yet. Later perhaps. As he drove, he said at 150,000 it depends on whether you prefer a sedan or an SUV. For sedans, domestic brands offer excellent value, or consider joint venture models from secondary international brands. I lean toward SUVs. At that price point, I wouldn't recommend one. Options are limited and value for money tends to be poor. Sedans are generally more practical for women, and there's a wide selection within your budget. He glanced briefly at Lu Yun before adding, do you prefer electric or gasoline-powered? Gasoline, she replied without hesitation. He was mildly surprised. Few young women favored gasoline cars these days. Yet here she was choosing tradition over trend. Any preferred brands? She considered it. Honestly, I don't know much about cars, and I don't have a favorite brand. Then I'll research a few options and send them to you later. If any catch your eye, let me know. I'll accompany you to the dealership for a test drive. That way you won't get taken advantage of. Lu Yun beamed, her smile warm and slightly bashful. Thank you, Su-yong. Don't mention it. It's nothing at all. They chatted casually all the way. Su-yong deliberately slowed his pace. It took over 2 hours just to clear the Haicheng toll plaza. By journey's end, their rapport had deepened noticeably. Especially for Lu Yun. She found that Su-yong listened attentively, responded thoughtfully, and never overstepped boundaries with intrusive questions. His conversational rhythm felt effortless and respectful. That ease made her feel utterly at ease, and almost imperceptibly her affection for him grew a little warmer. Once inside the city, Su-yong asked for her address and drove her straight to her doorstep. As she stepped out, a tender, grateful smile curved her lips. Thank you, Su-yong. I really appreciate today. Don't be so formal. Go on in. I'm off. He started the engine, then paused as Lu Yun suddenly remembered something and waved from behind the car. Su-yong, wait. She broke into a light jog toward the vehicle. What is it? He asked, glancing at her waving form in the rearview mirror and stopping the car once more. Lu Yun leaned close to the open window, her cheeks flushed. I just remembered. I promised to treat you to dinner. Her face reddened further as she spoke. Su-yong stared, momentarily spellbound by her delicate, flustered beauty. Su-yong, she prompted gently. He blinked, shaking himself back to awareness. Sorry, what did you say? About treating you to dinner. Only then did it click. He recalled their earlier agreement, though he'd long since forgotten it. That? Unfortunately, I'm booked today. I've got a movie-in scheduled. A movie-in? She blinked in surprise. Yes, I bought an apartment. Today's the day I settle in. I'll need to tidy up first. Lu Yun tilted her head, then smiled brightly. Then let's reschedule, whenever you're free. How about tomorrow? I'm completely free then. I'll treat you. No. I insisted on treating you. How about after work tomorrow? Done. I'll pick you up. Perfect. Drive safely. Will do. Go on in. With that, he pulled away. Lu Yun stood by the roadside, watching the car shrink into the distance, her heart fluttering, her cheeks still warmly flushed. The thought of dining alone with Su-yong tomorrow sent a quiet thrill through her. Su-yong, meanwhile, remained blissfully unaware of her inner whirlwind. Had this been the man he once was, he'd have canceled everything without hesitation to join her for dinner. But these past few days, shaped by the system, had quietly reshaped his inner landscape. Before, he'd fallen squarely into the people-pleasing archetype, rarely refusing a beautiful woman's request, especially not one as stunning as Lu Yun. Yet the system's relentless influx, hundreds of thousands, even millions, had steadily eroded that ingrained deference, replacing it with quiet self-assurance. His new philosophy was simple: neither initiate nor reject. Remain grounded, unhurried, unforced. Truth be told, his former self had lacked confidence, convinced he wasn't worthy of radiant, fragrant girls like her, so he'd tried desperately to win them through effort alone. Yet most women don't fall in love simply because they're swept up in fleeting emotion. Many possess a clear, unwavering sense of what resonates with them. Attraction is either present or it isn't. No amount of emotional labor will change that. A woman may grow intrigued by a man's wit, charm, or integrity, by how he aligns with her quiet standards, but rarely by sheer unrelenting devotion alone. More often than not, excessive eagerness and self-effacement provoke discomfort rather than affection. To pour oneself entirely into pursuit, without reserve, is to risk becoming pitiful, invisible, and ultimately forgettable. Self-delusion serves no one, least of all oneself. Soo-young understood this now. Though Liu Yun stirred something deep within him, he held that feeling in check, patient, deliberate, unhurried. After all, time was on his side. He didn't dwell on it. A short while later, he pulled out his phone and dialed Gu Xiaoman. "Hey, big sis, what are you up to?" She rolled her eyes on the other end. "Working, what else?" He nearly blurted, "Quit your job. I'll support you." But he kept it to himself. Such declarations, once spoken, could shatter his carefully cultivated freedom. "Oh, by the way, your new place is spotless. You can move in any time." "That's exactly what I've been waiting to hear. I'll pack up now and head over shortly." The call ended. Soo-young steered toward his rented apartment. Half an hour later, he stood inside the modest unit, pulling out a dusty, long-unused suitcase. He gazed around the space where he'd lived over a year and felt a brief passing pang. But the sentiment faded quickly. This apartment held memories of hardship and struggle, memories he had no desire to romanticize or revisit. Soo-young wasn't one for nostalgia. He packed only his newly purchased clothes, leaving behind everything else except underwear. Those discarded garments marked a quiet farewell to his former self, and farewells once made need no second glance. He lifted the suitcase, stepped out the door, and walked away without looking back. Sitting in the car, Soo-young took out his phone and sent a message to Zhao Mengru. "Mengru Jie, moving out today. I've cleaned the place except for some old clothes. Remember to come and collect the keys." After sending the message, Soo-young started the car and drove towards Sunhai Manor. Throughout the journey, Soo-young felt great excited at the thought of living in a spacious 300-square-meter house. With his excitement, Soo-young soon arrived at Sunhai Manor. After parking in the sales office parking lot, Gu Xiaoman slowly walked towards him. She appeared to be calm and showed no embarrassment from their earlier game of hide-and-seek. Soo-young approached Gu Xiaoman, raising an eyebrow and smiling. "Sister, your makeup looks great today." Gu Xiaoman rolled her eyes. "Stop the nonsense. Hey, did you change cars again?" She looked at the black Aston Martin behind Soo-young. "Yeah, what do you think? Looks cool, right?" "So cool. You rich people are just different. You buy a car worth millions without a second thought." "Hee, it wasn't that much. Let's go." "All right." On the way, Soo-young had contacted Gu Xiaoman to take him to the property management to register his license plate. Under Gu Xiaoman's guidance, they arrived at the property management office to register the license plates of their two cars, then returned to the parking lot. Gu Xiaoman took the initiative to hop in, saying, "Let's go, we'll show you your parking space." "All right." Soo-young drove to the underground garage of Building 3. After arriving near the entrance hall, Gu Xiaoman said, "Just here, park." As the car stopped, Gu Xiaoman got out and pointed to the 4 adjacent parking spaces. "These are your spaces." Soo-young looked and nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, not bad. By the way, do you want to come up and sit for a bit?" Soo-young had a knowing expression on his face. Gu Xiaoman crossed her arms, her face slightly reddening. She rolled her eyes. "What are you trying to do on a bright day?" "What do you mean? I just want to invite you up for some water." "Cut it out, don't think I don't know what you're up to. I'm still working, so you go back by yourself. I'm leaving now." Watching Gu Xiaoman sway as she walked away, Soo-young called out, "You're really not going up for a bit?" Gu Xiaoman waved her hand. "I'm working, let's talk another day." "Okay then." After parking the car, Soo-young took the elevator to the 8th floor in front of the door to room 802. Looking at his future home, he felt excited as he took out his key to unlock the door, then registered his fingerprint. Entering the room, Soo-young tossed his suitcase aside and dashed towards the soft sofa, landing on it with a thud. "Awesome. I can't believe I'm really living in Sunheim Manor." Ding. Detected that the host is excited about moving into a new home, rewarded with 500 cash. System, you won't just disappear one day, will you? Host, please rest assured. This system is designed to assist you in reaching the pinnacle of your life. This is just the beginning. Moreover, the system cannot be unbound unless the host dies. That's good to hear. Your words give me confidence. Suddenly, Soo-young remembered that he hadn't checked in today. System check-in. Ding, check-in successful, rewarded with 500 cash. Great, now take out that Vacheron Constantine watch for me. As soon as he finished speaking, a deep green watch appeared in his hand. Looking at the watch, Su-Yong picked up his phone to search for it. He had heard of Vacheron Constantin before, but didn't know much about it, only that it was very expensive. It's not that he didn't want to know, it's just that he never thought he would own a watch of such caliber one day, so he felt there was no need to learn. However, he did like watches. After all, men have only a few hobbies: cars, watches, and beautiful women. Moreover, wearing a watch worth nearly $1 million might be awkward if he encountered someone knowledgeable who asked him about it. He pulled up a chart titled Global Watch Brand Ranking to take a look. T0 has only one brand, Patek Philippe. T1 has 4: Vacheron Constantin, Audemars Piguet, Breguet, and Lang. I didn't expect Vacheron Constantin to be so impressive. Wearing such a watch makes it hard not to feel confident. He glanced at the subsequent tiers without paying much attention to memorizing them. He didn't care much about rankings. As long as he liked it, the tier didn't matter. Looks like I need to find time to buy a watch case. I'm definitely going to accumulate more watches, and it will be convenient to have a place to store them when I want to wear one. Su-Yong thought as he got up and pushed his suitcase into the master bedroom, then placed his clothes in the wardrobe one by one. Looking at the spacious wardrobe filled with only a few pieces of clothing, Su-Yong surveyed the room and muttered to himself, "Looks like I need to go out again to buy some clothes, shoes, toiletries, and the like, otherwise it feels empty and lacks a sense of home." With that thought, he walked to the living room, grabbed his bag, and headed out. He hailed a taxi outside the community. "Driver, take me to Shangyuan Road." "All right." 10 minutes later, the taxi reached its destination, and Su-Yong smiled at the 911 Turbo parked by the roadside. "You're still the best, no matter how you look at it. You're handsome." As he said this, he walked up to the car, opened the door, and got in. His goal for today was clear: to shop for his new home. Virum. The 911 roared towards the largest shopping center in the city, Qinxiang City. Before long, Su-Yong arrived at the underground parking lot of Qinxiang City. After parking the car, Su-Yong took the elevator to the mall and headed straight to the men's clothing section. Spotting a huge Hook logo at the entrance, he walked in without hesitation and began shopping. He couldn't wear luxury brands every day. He still needed to change it up occasionally. Nike was also one of his favorite brands, offering a wide variety of clothes and shoes at varying prices, with cheap items around $100 and expensive ones costing several thousand. They weren't any cheaper than luxury brands. Su-Yong picked out 8 t-shirts, a pair of AJ1S, a pair of Dunk LV collaboration sneakers, and a pair of black Air Force Ones. He spent a total of $1,500, mainly because the Nike and LV collaboration shoes were a bit pricey, but this amount was nothing for Su-Yong at the moment. After paying, Su-Yong left the Nike store and entered a nearby off-white streetwear store to buy some short sleeves jackets and pants. "That's about enough for this summer. I won't need a suit for now. He'll buy one when necessary." Carrying a bunch of bags, Su-Yong returned to the parking lot to stow his items, and then headed back to the one floor of the shopping center to browse a large chain supermarket. As soon as he entered the supermarket, Su-Yong saw a huge glass display in the white liquor section, filled with many bottles of Matai. Pushing his cart over, Su-Yong took a look, and a nearby staff member approached him with a smile, asking, "Handsome guy, are you looking to buy some liquor? Do you sell Matais?" "Yes, our supermarket sells Matai for $2,650 a bottle, with a guarantee of authenticity and cheaper than the market price." Su-Yong wasn't too familiar with white liquor, and he didn't know how much Matai typically cost in the market, but he didn't care about that now. He just wanted to ensure it was genuine. "Sure, I'll take a case." "A case?" the staff member asked uncertainly. "Yes, a case. Is there a purchase limit?" "A no limit. They'll go get it for you right now. Just a moment." The staff member ran off with a smile. Su-Yong smiled lightly and continued to browse. He walked into the red wine section, where a shelf nearly 30 meters long was filled with various red wine brands. Su-Yong knew even less about red wine. He randomly picked 5 bottles priced over $3,000 and placed them in his cart. Just then, a staff member approached with a small cart. "Handsome guy, the liquor is here." The staff member smiled as he lifted the box into Su-Yong's cart. "Thanks." Su-Yong smiled and went to the fruit section to buy some cherries and kiwis. Finally, he bought some steak, snacks, and toiletries before heading to the checkout. The total cost was $35900. Ding. Detected that the host is very happy after shopping, rewarded with $200 cash. Su-Yong smiled as he pushed the cart back to the parking lot, placing a whole cart of items into the car. Had it not been for the limited space in the 911, Su-Yong would have planned to buy even more. 20 minutes later, Su-Yong drove back to Sunhai Manor. He made 2 trips to bring all the purchased items inside and put them away. It feels a bit like home now." Su-Yong smiled with satisfaction after surveying the arranged items. By this time, it was already afternoon, and feeling somewhat fatigued, he lay down on the sofa to play with his phone. Upon opening Douyin, he noticed many unread messages. "Damn, I forgot to add the anchor's WeChat contact earlier." He clicked on the messages and found, besides an unread message from Lin Yi, many private messages from unfamiliar individuals. Upon checking, most were messages from people wanting to get acquainted, and two girls had even sent him suggestive photos along with their WeChat IDs. Soo-young looked at the photos, shook his head, and chuckled. Rich people really do have it easy when it comes to flirting. Just a little gift, and girls want to add me on WeChat. Where was this kind of luck before? However, after looking at the photos, Soo-young wasn't too impressed. He shook his head and moved on. Finally, he clicked on Lin Yi's chat interface. Brother buying groceries, hey, raise my WeChat ID. You can add me, so we can be friends. Soo-young smiled and replied, okay. Then he copied the WeChat ID and switched to WeChat to add her as a friend. Switching back to Douyin, Soo-young was ready to use the system's scanning feature to discover some talents. As soon as he returned to the Douyin chat interface, he saw Lin Yi's avatar flashing. Is she Liv? Without a second thought, Soo-young clicked in. The moment he entered the live stream room, Lin Yi noticed the notification that a car-driving grocery buyer had entered. She immediately leaned closer to the screen and smiled brightly. Wow, welcome brother buying groceries, you finally made it. At this moment, comments began to flood the screen. The big brother is here. Is he the one who gifted 20 Hua coins last time? That's right, it's him, some mysterious vegetable boss. Just as the comments were piling up, a level 65 user named Invincible is so lonely appeared with special effects. Wow, a level 65 big shot. Who is this deity? I have no idea, or I didn't expect there to be two big shots in a small anchor's live stream. Lin Yi welcomed the new big brother as well before starting a PK. A host named Little Radish appeared on the right side of the screen, looking quite beautiful and sexy. Soo-young thought she was not bad and asked in his mind. System scan this Little Radish. Li Ming, age 23, height 167 centimeters, weight 56 kilograms, beauty score 80, body score 82, number of relationships 3, currently in a relationship. An 80 score is quite good, but it doesn't meet the binding requirements, never mind. At this moment, the two hosts were preparing to start the PK, and Little Radish asked, what's the punishment? The loser has to dance. Alright then, I'll mute myself. They began a 5-minute round of PK. Right from the start, the previously entered level 65 user gifted 2 Douyin coins. Wow, thank you Loneliness Brother for the Douyin coins. Loneliness Brother, you are amazing, gifting 2 large rockets right away, thanks. Lin Yi happily watched the screen. She had just graduated this year and saw how popular live streaming was. Knowing she was relatively attractive, she thought she would try her hand at it. To her surprise, live streaming was so lucrative. At first, she only had a few viewers. Gradually, it turned into 30 or 40 people, and after streaming for 4 to 5 hours, she could earn about $100. However, ever since Soo-young gifted that wave of presents, her traffic had undergone a qualitative change. At the very least, she now had 70 to 80 viewers, generally maintaining around 3 to 400. Every day, she could earn at least 3 to 400, which was much better than working. Plus, it wasn't tiring if she just danced and chatted with various netizens in the live stream. Working meant dealing with annoying people, often working overtime and being called around in that tiny cubicle without a shred of dignity. Now Lin Yi had completely lost the desire to work. Live streaming was enough for her livelihood. Moreover, occasionally encountering big shots like Soo-young, who could drop several thousand or even tens of thousands in a few minutes, made her feel like she didn't need to go to a stupid, boring job anymore. Babies, please give some love of brothers who can help EE with some popularity votes. Thank you all. At that moment, the previously 0-point Little Radish suddenly jumped to 3 points, surpassing Lin Yi in an instant. Clearly, a big brother from the other side had showered her with gifts. Soo-young lay on the sofa, quietly watching, feeling like a hidden big shot, especially since he had over 10 million on him. Money gave him confidence. He was not in a hurry, planning to wait until the last moment to strike and steal a tower. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, Invincible is so lonely immediately gifted 2 Hua coins, surpassing the other side's score. Wow. Thank you, Loneliness Brother, for the 2 carnival coins. A Loneliness Brother, you're powerful, sending my heart. As expected of a level 65 big shot, Hua coins come as they please. It seems the other side can't keep up. Of course, don't forget the vegetable boss hasn't made a move yet. That's right, impressive. At this moment in a coffee shop, a young handsome guy around 25 with striking features and stylish attire was leaning on the sofa while looking at his phone. Beside him sat a slightly chubby guy. Brother Meng, are you interested in this anchor? Not really, I just have a good feeling about her. Helping her out doesn't cost much anyway. That's true if this little amount is nothing to you. This person was Invincible is so lonely, whose real name was Meng Wenzhou, a well-known rich second generation from Haiqing. He looked at his phone and casually said, I'm quite curious about this so-called vegetable boss. It seems they talk about him as if he's quite impressive. What vegetable boss? In front of you, they're all small fries. Let's see if he makes a move. At this point, the PK was already halfway through. Lin Yi was leading Little Radish by 3,000 points, but she didn't feel secure as the other side was clearly scoring fast, and their big brother had some strength. She shouted earnestly, Babies, move your fingers and give EE some likes. Those who can please support EE with some votes. Thank you, my dear ones. Just after she shouted, the opposing score overtook her by over 10,000 points. What? The other side is quite fierce. Let me go take a look. In these few minutes, Su Yang had not been idle. He added another 500,000 to his account. After all, he would need to use it sooner or later, so he figured it was better to add more at once to avoid trouble. Ding. Detected that the host spent 500,000 yuan, triggering hidden random cashback mechanism rewarding 3 million yuan. What the hell? There's a hidden mechanism. System, you're always surprising me. Ooh, I can't seem to use it all. Hehe. At this moment in the live stream, there were still over 50 seconds left, and Lin Yi was trailing the other side by 2,000 points. Looking at the scores, Lin Yi felt a bit anxious. Even though losing meant just dancing, she didn't understand why she felt anxious. Is there a brother who can help Yi with some votes? Seeing that time was running out, Su Yang clicked on the gifts and sent out a Hua coin, instantly surpassing Little Radish's score. Wow. Thank you, brother. Buying groceries, you finally made a move. Love you, love you. The vegetable boss is about to start showing power. Let me see just how impressive this vegetable boss really is. Last time I regretted not witnessing it firsthand. Then you just watch when the vegetable boss makes a move. It's at least 10 Hua coins to start. Impressive. Meng Wanzhou saw Su Yang send out a Hua coin and smiled faintly, finally starting to show off. He didn't hesitate and directly sent out 5 Hua coins. Wow. Thank you, loneliness brother. I'm so grateful. Su Yang thought to himself. Hey, little loneliness, are you trying to steal my thunder? Then let's play along. Su Yang opened the gift panel and held down the carnival icon, sending 10 in rapid succession. Instantly, dazzling carnival effects flooded the screen. Lin Yi erupted into ecstatic frenzy, her cheeks flushed as she cried out. Thank you, brother my Kai. Across the stream, Xiao Luobua was utterly stunned. She had been certain of victory in this PK duel. After all, she was a seasoned live streamer with over 200,000 followers and had been broadcasting consistently for more than a year. Each session drew loyal patrons who generously showered her with gifts. Seeing Lin Yi's mere 8,000 followers suddenly surge past her by several 100,000 points, Xiao Luobua was overwhelmed, both furious and envious. What on earth is happening over there? How many Huazi did they just send? It must be that top patron who previously gifted 20 Huazi to the other side. I'll go check. Meng Wanzhou glanced at the screen and smiled faintly. Indeed impressive. 10 carnivals. 10. Hardly extraordinary. Brother Meng raised the stakes a little. Meng Wanzhou, now intrigued, leaned in. Like most men, he couldn't resist an impromptu contest, however arbitrary. Take for instance a lone leaf suspended high above a sidewalk. As 2 men walk beneath it, one inevitably leaps. Then the other must leap higher just to touch it. There's no wager, no prize. Only the quiet, unspoken verdict: you win. And in a man's world, those 3 words are the highest praise imaginable. Without hesitation, Meng Wanzhou sent 10 Huazi of his own. The live chat exploded. Streaming text scrolled so fast Lin Yi could no longer read individual comments. All she could do was thank viewers incessantly while dancing a playful, flirtatious routine. Watching Meng Wanzhou match his gestures, Su Yang smiled faintly and sent 11 Huazi, 1 more than his rival. Heavens! This is insane. The 2 titans are locked in combat. Brilliant. Far more thrilling than any drama series. 2 elite patrons simultaneously gracing such a modest stream. What astonishing luck. I wonder how much the host will earn from this single PK. Meng Wanzhou stared at Su Yang's 11 carnivals and burst into laughter. Now this fellow is intriguing. Does he think it's an auction? Just 1 more than me. Chuckling, he opened the gift panel and dispatched 20 Huazi without pause. Su Yang watched the cascade of 20 carnivals flicker across his screen and offered a calm, knowing smile. Not bad at all. With 15 seconds remaining, he sent 30 Huazi in one fluid motion. Back and forth they went. The screen never ceased shimmering with carnival effects so dazzling it might have been mistaken for a mega-influencer's broadcast. In just minutes they'd collectively gifted nearly 100 Huazi. Lin Yi stood utterly dumbfounded. This was by far the largest, most valuable haul she'd ever received in her entire streaming career. She stopped dancing, entirely sat frozen in her chair, mouth agape, eyes riveted to the screen. Meanwhile, Xiao Luobua's own stream overflowed with frantic commentary. The 2 titans have clashed heat-in, one refusing to yield, both starting at 10 Huazi. Good grief. Do these people treat Huazi like beer? These individuals command personal fortunes worth tens of millions. Spending hundreds of thousands means nothing to them. Pity our own patrons lack such generosity. It's an unbearable contrast. Tell me about it. Who are you calling lacking? Try gifting something yourself. Nah, I'll just watch from the sidelines. Xiao Luobua stared at Lin Yi's tally, over 1 million votes, and felt nothing but pure, unadulterated envy. In over a year of live streaming and countless PK battles, she'd never even approached 1 million, nor even reached 300,000. Staring at Lin Yi, she believed herself equally skilled, yet couldn't fathom why no elite patron had ever championed her with such lavish support. The moment Su Yang's 30 Huazi landed, the PK ended. A chubby young man beside Meng Wanzhou blurted anxiously, "Damn, it's over, brother Meng. You lost." Meng Wanzhou shrugged lightly, amused. "So I lost. Does it matter? It wasn't life or death. I'm just indignant on your behalf. Your brother Meng. When have you ever lost a PK or fallen short in gifting?" Meng Wanzhou placed a thoughtful hand on the young man's shoulder. "It's trivial. A gift, nothing more. Besides, my money doesn't grow on trees. Do you think gifting costs nothing? But, no buts. The opponent clearly possesses real strength, and if he truly outspends me, I accept it without resentment. He can't possibly be richer than you, brother Meng. I refuse to believe it." Meng Wanzhou took a sip of his iced Americano. "Funny. You've piqued my curiosity. I'd genuinely like to meet him. His profile shows no public content, and his age is listed as 24. If he's truly that young, he's worth befriending. That's the brother Meng I admire. Your magnanimity dwarfs mine. I'd have fought to win. We're not children anymore. A friendly contest is enough. Must winning always be paramount?" Meng Wanzhou turned to the young man beside him. The young man nodded slowly, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Lin Yi gazed at her tally. Over 2 million votes, as if trapped in a waking dream. From this single PK, she'd earned over 100,000 yuan, a sum that would take most people over a year to earn, in just 5 minutes. Her conviction in live streaming as a stable, rewarding vocation solidified. With persistence, she knew she'd soon afford a car, and then a home. Xiao Luobua suffered total defeat. Reluctantly, she performed a flirtatious dance before severing the live connection. Once the PK concluded and the dance finished, Su Yang swiped away to seek his next target. Just then a notification appeared at the top of his phone. "Wu Di Shi Duo GMO has added you as a friend." Su Yang smiled faintly, exited the live stream, and tapped into the messaging interface to follow the sender in return. The moment he confirmed the follow, a private message arrived. "Hello, brother. May we get acquainted?" Su Yang typed back, "How so? Still sore about losing the gift race?" "Not at all. I simply wish to meet you as one straightforward person to another. Your bold gifting speaks volumes about your character. I value such sincerity." "Ah, if it's friendship you seek, I'm open to it. I too appreciate genuine connections." Meng Wanzhou chuckled upon reading the reply and asked, "Brother, may I ask your name?" "Su Yang. And yours?" "Meng Wanzhou." "Meng Wanzhou." Su Yang murmured softly, brow furrowing. "Why does that sound familiar? Could he possibly be Meng Jianyun's son, the heir of Yuehai Group?" Su Yang typed, "Are you Meng Jianyun's son?" "Yes," came the prompt reply. "Holy, top-tier second-generation tycoon of Haiqing." Su Yang thought, startled. Meng Jianyun was a household name across China. Su Yang knew only that he hailed from Haiqing and ranked among the nation's wealthiest, but little else. He'd learned of Meng Wanzhou years ago during idle office banter with colleagues. Never imagined he'd encounter him on Douyin, let alone receive a friend request initiated by Meng himself. After all, Meng Jianyun had ranked within China's top 20 richest last year. His empire spanned the nation, featuring massive supermarket chains, luxury shopping malls, 5-star hotels, and diverse restaurant franchises. Su Yang's expression shifted to astonishment. He exited Douyin and opened Baidu, searching Meng Jianyun. Scrolling down the encyclopedia page, he found the children's section listing 2 names, Meng Wanzhou, Meng Qianyu. So it's true, he's his son. Though I hadn't known he had a daughter too. Meng Wanzhou, excellent. Worth cultivating. Connecting with someone of his stature brings only advantage, no risk. Su Yang returned to the Douyin chat. "I had no idea you were Meng Jianyun's son. That a scion of your caliber would reach out personally. Truly unexpected." Meng Wanzhou replied instantly, "Why should it be? Shared interests, shared goodwill. That's all friendship requires." Su Yang was surprised. Such effortless warmth from a titan of wealth defied expectation. His impression of Meng Wanzhou rose markedly. "Brother Meng, shall we exchange WeChat? It'll simplify future business exchanges." "Absolutely," Meng Wanzhou replied, and immediately sent his WeChat ID. Su Yang copied it, launched WeChat, and saw Lin Yi had already accepted his friend request. He set her aside for now, first adding Meng Wanzhou. Efficiency marked Meng's every move. Su Yang's confirmation triggered an instant accepted notification. They exchanged brief pleasantries on WeChat, gaining mutual familiarity before concluding the conversation. As soon as Su Yang exited that chat, Lin Yi's message appeared. "Are you Brother Mai Kai?" "Yes, I'm Su Yang." "Brother Su." "Hello, I'm Lin Yi. I'm at a loss for how to thank you for those 2 generous gifts. May I invite you to dinner?" Su Yang smiled and typed, "You've gone offline." "Yes, I'm off now. The gifts from you and Brother Wu Di Shi Duo GMO were overwhelming. I can't focus on streaming right now." Su Yang chuckled. "It was nothing. Next time you go live, I'll drop by and send something if I'm free." "Wow, thank you so much, Brother Su. So, about that dinner invitation." Certainly. I assume you're based in Haicheng. Yes, indeed. Then let's make it happen. Dinner hour's approaching. Send me your location, I'll come pick you up. All right. Soon Lin Yi sent a location pin. Su Yang opened it to find an ordinary residential complex, roughly 7 kilometers away, not far at all. Brother Su, may I invite a friend to join us for dinner? As a young woman, Lin Yi felt uneasy meeting Su Yang alone. After all, they were merely online acquaintances. Though Su Yang had lavishly gifted her in the live stream, she knew nothing of his true character, and caution was only prudent. Yet beneath her demure exterior, Lin Yi harbored materialistic inclinations, carefully concealed, never overt. Still, anyone capable of flashing dozens of luxury watches in a single live stream was certainly worth meeting. Should he prove to be a scion of wealth, even if unremarkable in appearance, she would gladly pursue something deeper. Su Yang replied indifferently, of course, whomever you wish. Then realizing his reply lacked nuance, he quickly added, is your friend male or female? A girl. Then hurry and get ready. I'm on my way now. Su Yang changed into a fresh outfit, fastened his Jaeger-LeCoultre watch, admired himself briefly in the mirror, and confidently slung his Louis Vuitton backpack over his shoulder before stepping out. At the parking lot, he slid into his Aston Martin. Since Lin Yi had mentioned bringing a female friend, he opted for the SUV, more practical for 3. He entered her address into the navigation system and pulled away. 30 minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of her residential complex and sent her a WeChat voice message. Hello. Lin Yi's voice chimed sweetly through the line. I'm outside your apartment gate. Have you come down yet? Yes, I'll be right there. Good. I'm driving a black SUV. You'll spot me easily. Okay. 2 minutes later, 2 young women emerged from the complex, arms linked, dressed lightly for the season. Su Yang instantly recognized Lin Yi, not least because her striking figure matched her livestream persona almost exactly. She wore a form-fitting black top, low-cut and sensual, revealing deep cleavage and smooth pale skin. Below crisp white hot pants exposed her flat abdomen and long, elegant legs. The woman beside her paled in comparison, both in beauty and poise. Though her dress too was low-cut and her bust ample, it fell short of Lin Yi's commanding presence. Her features leaned toward the alluring. Eyes languid and captivating, lips painted deep crimson, long hair cascading freely down her back. Alone she was undeniably beautiful, but juxtaposed with Lin Yi, her radiance dimmed perceptibly. Few women could stand beside Lin Yi without fading into shadow. Indeed, beauties often bring along someone slightly less dazzling just to heighten their own brilliance. System, scan the woman beside Lin Yi. Tang Yue, age 22, height 164 centimeters, weight 50 kilograms, beauty score 79, physique score 85, romantic history 4 relationships, currently unattached. 79 is respectable, but falls short of binding criteria. Disregard. Su Yang smiled faintly. As the two approached, he tapped the horn. Beep beep. At the sound, Lin Yi immediately spotted the sleek black SUV ahead, and her eyes lit up. The car alone spoke volumes. Is this the big brother who gifted you dozens of luxury watches? It must be him. But I wonder what he looks like. Could he be elderly? That's an Aston Martin, beyond the reach of most young people unless they're heirs or corporate executives. If he's old, we leave immediately. Agreed. Seeing them draw near, Su Yang lowered the front passenger window and leaned out with a warm smile. Over here. As the window descended, Lin Yi tensed, then gasped, her expression shifting from apprehension to delighted astonishment upon seeing his face. Whoa, he's a handsome young man. Tang Yue nearly leapt with excitement upon catching sight of Su Yang. I see him, don't speak yet. They reached the car. Su Yang smiled, please get in. You're Su Yang. Lin Yi confirmed. That's me. Surprised I'm younger than expected. Not at all. Just didn't imagine Brother Su would be so striking. Her cheeks flushed as she gently pulled open the rear door for Tang Yue, then closed it and settled naturally into the front passenger seat. Once seated, she beamed. Brother Su, this is my dear friend Tang Yue. Su Yang turned and smiled. Pleasure to meet you. Hello, handsome. Tang Yue blushed and replied, though inwardly she muttered humph, saw a young handsome man and rushed straight to the front seat. What would you two like to eat? Anything you choose, Brother Su. We trust your taste entirely. Lin Yi nestled into her seat, soft and trusting. Su Yang paused thoughtfully. How about French cuisine? Perfect, they chimed in unison. Lin Yi's impression of Su Yang rose sharply. Fine dining was costly, and paired with his luxury vehicle, it confirmed he possessed genuine wealth, not mere pretense. Youthful, fit, strikingly handsome, and evidently affluent. Few women could resist such a man. Ding. Detected. Lin Yi's affinity toward the host has risen to 30. Reward 300 cash. Su Yang smiled, faintly typed a reputable French restaurant into his navigation, and drove off. Soon they arrived at Jingyi, a high-end Western restaurant, its interior opulent and refined. Lin Yi and Tang Yue followed Su Yang inside, exchanging a knowing glance. Seated by the window under the steward's guidance, Lin Yi longed to sit beside Su Yang, but restrained herself. That would have been too obvious. Now she regretted inviting Tang Yue. She'd never imagined Su Yang would be handsome. Only sought a companion to ease potential awkwardness or provide cover for an early exit. But that contingency no longer seemed necessary. In fact, she half wished Tang Yue would leave now. She'd envisioned an intimate dinner for two, here in this exquisitely atmospheric setting. Afterward, perhaps a private cinema, a quiet bar, then, conveniently forgetting her keys, an effortless natural progression to a hotel room. Alas, now there was an unwelcome third presence. Yet she'd invited her, no turning back now. Lin Yi glanced at Tang Yue, whose gaze remained fixed, unblinking, on Su Yang. She knew Tang Yue well. Facing a man like Su Yang, a wealthy, handsome elite, she'd compete without hesitation. Though Lin Yi held firm confidence in her superior beauty and figure, she couldn't predict Su Yang's preferences. What if he favored Tang Yue's bolder, more provocative allure? Moreover, Tang Yue was far more experienced in romantic maneuvering, a realm where Lin Yi readily conceded her inferiority. She feared her so-called best friend might steal him away. Such a man was not to be missed. She would seize every advantage, by any means necessary. At that moment, the waiter slowly approached with 3 menus in hand. Su Yang took them and looked at the 2 people opposite him. Feel free, order whatever you like, don't hold back. Lin Yi nodded with a slight smile and opened the menu. However, while she was looking at it, Tang Yue had already noticed the watch on Su Yang's wrist. Although she wasn't wealthy, she aspired to marry into a rich family, so she would study luxury items in her spare time. Seeing Su Yang's watch, she immediately recognized it as one of the top luxury watches of Patek Philippe. However, it was clear that Lin Yi had not noticed this, and Tang Yue would not mention it to her. She glanced at Su Yang, feeling a stir in her heart, mainly because Su Yang's displayed demeanor was truly impressive, gracious, appropriate, and very gentlemanly, which perfectly matched her internal standards for a wealthy heir. She had already begun planning how to gain the upper hand in the upcoming moments. In contrast, Lin Yi was much simpler in these matters. She hadn't even noticed whether Su Yang was wearing a watch, and even if she had, she wouldn't recognize it. She was currently focused on ordering, staring at the menu filled with dishes costing hundreds to thousands. For a moment, she didn't know what to choose. Brother Su, are you sure we can order anything? Lin Yi looked up at Su Yang. Su Yang smiled, leaning back in his chair. Order anything you want, to don't worry about the price. Then I'll order. This was Lin Yi's first time dining with such a wealthy man. Many boys had pursued her before and taken her out to eat. However, they were all just self-service restaurants costing a few hundred per person or hot pot places. She had no experience in places where a single dish could cost over 1,000. Seeing this, Tang Yue put down her menu and leaned closer to Lin Yi, and on the surface the two maintained a good relationship. After ordering 5 or 6 dishes, Lin Yi handed the menu to Su Yang. I've ordered, Brother Su, see if you need to add anything. Su Yang took it, glanced at it, shook his head, and laughed. What have you ordered? It's mostly desserts, this won't fill you up. Let me order a few more things. Do you want a drink? Su Yang asked the two. Let's skip the alcohol. Lin Yi feigned modesty. What about you? Su Yang turned to Tang Yue. If Yi isn't drinking, then I want either. Su Yang chuckled. How about going to a bar for drinks after dinner? The two exchanged glances at this suggestion, both appearing somewhat reluctant. I was just asking, if you don't want to go, it's fine. Well, we could sit for a bit. After all, it's still early, Tang Yue hurriedly said, sensing that Su Yang seemed genuinely inclined not to go. Su Yang looked at Lin Yi, who deliberately thought for a moment, and said, alright, it is still early, let's go sit for a bit later. Great, let's eat first. Soon a simple dinner came to an end. The three of them went to the cashier to settle the bill, and Su Yang took out his phone to pay, totaling 4,005. Seeing Su Yang pay so effortlessly, Lin Yi instinctively leaned closer to him. Let's go. Half an hour later, Su Yang brought the two to a bar he had pre-selected. This time, it wasn't a craft brewery, but a large nightclub. It was now 9:30 in the evening. The spacious venue was crowded and the music was deafening, with the DJ occasionally shouting. On the stage ahead, 2 beauties in black stockings and hot pants were energetically twisting their graceful waists. Colorful spotlights swept through the crowd. Su Yang specifically chose this well-known nightclub in Haicheng. He had never been to such a place before and thought it would be a good opportunity to experience it today. The waiter at the entrance brightened upon seeing the 3 of them, a man and 2 women, all strikingly attractive. However, having worked in the nightclub for a long time, he had seen many attractive individuals and wasn't overly surprised. He greeted them warmly. Welcome, handsome and beautiful, please come in. A table for 3. Yes, is there any seating available? Su Yang asked, noticing that the place was almost full. We have some, but only VIP seats, which are a bit more expensive. No problem, take us there. The waiter saw Su Yang dressed in trendy clothing along with his watch and the 2 girls he brought and knew that he was definitely not someone lacking in money. He cheerfully agreed and led the three of them to a VIP table that could seat 6 or 7. So just so you know, we have a minimum consumption policy here. Soo-young nodded as he took the drink menu from the waiter. The prices listed were casually in the range of 7 to 800 to over 1,000, with some even exceeding 10,000. After flipping through 2 pages, he noticed a package called the Dragon Set priced at 888 yuan. His eyes lit up with interest. What kind of drink is this? I'm sure you don't know about the Dragon Set. No, this is my first time at a nightclub. Is this drink really good? The waiter patiently explained the Dragon Set is actually the Ace of Spades champagne divided into the Great Dragon and Little Dragon. The Great Dragon Set consists of 6 bottles of different colored Ace of Spades and costs 888, while the Little Dragon is cheaper with only 3 bottles priced at 41999. Soo-young nodded. Oh, it's the Ace of Spades, or I've heard of it, but never tried it. Let's get a set of the Great Dragon to taste its flavor. The waiter immediately beamed. Are you sure you want a set, handsome? Yes. All right, please wait a moment. By the way, may I ask your surname, handsome? Soo-young. All right. The waiter happily acknowledged and turned to leave, not asking about the 2 girls besides Soo-young, as it was clear that Soo-young was the main guest. What drink did you order? The noise inside the nightclub was too loud and Lin didn't hear Soo-young's conversation with the waiter. She took the opportunity to lean closer to Soo-young, her body pressed against his arm. Tang Yue, seeing this, hurriedly leaned over as well. I ordered something called the Dragon Set. Ew, I've never tried it before, Soo-young casually replied. Oh, the Dragon Set. Upon hearing this, Lin and Tang Yue covered their mouths, their faces displaying great surprise. Soo-young had no idea what the Dragon Set was, but the 2 of them certainly did. After all, they often frequented nightclubs and had been there many times with friends before. Although they had never ordered it, they often encountered customers at other tables ordering the Dragon Set. One set costs nearly 900 yuan. Those without substantial means truly cannot afford it. Isn't this set a bit too expensive? Soo-young smiled nonchalantly. It's fine, since we're here, let's enjoy it. Just as the 2 were still in shock, suddenly all the lights in the venue focused on Soo-young's table and the music temporarily stopped. The big screen in the club displayed the 3 of them instantly, making them the center of attention. Soo-young was momentarily stunned and confused, saying, what the heck, what's going on? Mr. Soo at table 36 has ordered a set of the Great Dragon. The waiter from before stood on the stage with a microphone, shouting loudly. As soon as he finished, music played, and a crowd cheered as they walked towards Soo-young's table. Several beautiful waitresses in black skirts approached, holding shining light signs, bringing drinks and a pile of complimentary dishes to Soo-young. Other customers in the club turned their attention to Soo-young's table. Wow, no wonder this drink is so expensive. It turns out there's this kind of service. Soo-young exclaimed wide-eyed. Wow, that guy is quite handsome. Yeah, he's young and in great shape. And did you notice the watch on his wrist? What kind of watch is that? It seems to be a Vacheron Constantine. Even a random piece costs over 100,000. Wow, he must be a rich second generation. Look at those 2 stunning girls sitting next to him. Yeah, rich people really know how to enjoy themselves. Due to this eye-catching moment, guests at other tables began to discuss it too. The female server placed the drinks on the table. The previous male server approached Soo-young with a smile and said, so how's it going, Soo-go? Is this scene okay? Not bad. This is my first time experiencing it. Let me pay first. All right. The server smiled even wider, as selling a set of Divine Dragon would earn him a substantial commission. After finishing his WeChat, Soo-young's brief moment of focus ended. The store quickly returned to normal, and the hot beauties on stage began to sway their waists again. Ding. Detected that the host spent 888 yuan at the night venue, and the host's mood is very good, rewarded with 500 yuan in cash, plus a basic fighting skill, and physical fitness increased to 85. New things have arrived. Basic fighting skill. Sounds like it's not that impressive. Can you explain it? The basic fighting skill allows the host to have hand-to-hand combat abilities superior to ordinary people. Under normal circumstances, the host can take on 10 ordinary people in a duel. What? You tell me this is a basic fighting skill when I can take on 10 at once? Then wouldn't intermediate and advanced skills directly turn me into a martial arts master? Skills that have not yet been acquired cannot be disclosed. All right, the basic skill is already impressive. I am quite content. Beside them, Lin and Tang Yue also felt refreshed, unwittingly experiencing the sensation of being the center of attention. This was something they had never experienced before. They had only watched others, and now they finally enjoyed the feeling of being watched, which greatly satisfied their vanity. Ding. Detected that Lin Yi's favorability towards the host has increased to 50, rewarded with 300 yuan. After finishing his conversation with the system, Soo-young instinctively glanced at Lin Yi, whose favorability had increased again. Favorability increased so quickly. It seems that it shouldn't be a problem to win her over tonight, he thought while picking up a bottle of Ace of Spades to pour some drinks. Come on, stop daydreaming, let's drink. Soo-young poured drinks for the 2. Lin Yi and Tang Yue under this atmosphere also stopped hesitating and began to drink. The three of them played with the dice cup while drinking. Su Yang looked at the two in front of him and thought, just the other day, it was Zhao Mingru and Gu Xiaomon, and today it's Lin Yi and Tang Yue. Hey, this life is truly fulfilling. After a few drinks, the girls' faces turned slightly red. Su Yang sat between them, and Lin Yi and Tang Yue were pressed closely against him. The boys at other tables saw this scene and immediately started cursing. Damn, look at that guy. Where's the justice in this? Why isn't it me sitting there? So envious. Su Yang felt uncomfortable being sandwiched between the two. Although he occasionally brushed against their soft bodies, it was still a public place, and the two being so close made it inconvenient to drink. He shifted a bit and smiled. Aren't you too hot? Not really. If you're not hot, I am. Can you sit a bit farther apart? I can barely lift my hand. Oh, the two finally realized how close they were to Su Yang. The three of them barely occupied 2 seats on a circular sofa. Lin Yi and Tang Yue awkwardly smiled and shifted a bit. Just then a slender figure walked towards them from not far away. Su Yang was playing games with the two and did not notice the person approaching. He saw the newcomer sit down directly opposite the three. Su Yang looked up and immediately showed a surprised expression. You Pan. Pan Ning. It's me. What are you doing here? I've been here all along, Pan Ning said casually, naturally pouring herself a glass of the untouched wine. Wow, how did you find me? You were just displayed on the big screen, who wouldn't see that? All right. Su Yang chuckled and continued. Are you alone? No, I came with friends. Then how did you think to come find me at? I saw you having fun, so I came to sit for a while. Is that not welcome? Not at all very welcome. As the two spoke, Lin Yi frowned instantly. How about I call your friends over to join us? Su Yang looked at Pan Ning and said, Sure, let me go get them. As Pan Ning said this, she stood up to leave. Su Yang was momentarily stunned. He was just being polite and didn't expect her to actually go get people. Is this person your friend Su Gu? Not quite. I've only met her once. Then why is she so familiar with you? That's just her personality, as she's quite bold. But we are not familiar with her, and if a bunch of people come over later, we won't be able to relax. Lin Yi said reluctantly. It's fine, they're all young people. It's good to get to know more people. After Su Yang said this, Lin Yi didn't know how to refute it. She glanced at Tang Yue, who had an indifferent expression. All right then, Lin Yi pouted, feeling increasingly frustrated. Today was supposed to be just her and Su Yang's date, but now not only was Tang Yue beside her competing with her, but soon there would be a whole group of people arriving, and Pan Ning seemed to be an even greater threat. So annoying. If I had known, I wouldn't have invited Tang Yue. Otherwise, I might have been holding his hand and walking together by now. Lin Yi thought randomly in her mind, and at this moment Pan Ning had returned. She was accompanied by a girl followed by 2 young men looking to be around 24 or 25 years old. Upon seeing them approach, Su Yang smiled and stepped out from between Lin Yi and Tang Yue. Here they are. Are these your friends? Yes, this is Shun Yishui and these two. Pan Ning said as she turned to the 2 men behind her and said, You can introduce yourselves. I'm too lazy to do it. She then sat down with Shun Yishui. The 2 men were one fat and one thin. The thin one had a handsome face, dressed elegantly in luxury brands, wearing a Richard Mille RM1103 watch, and looked to be about the same height as Su Yang. The fat one was a bit shorter, about 175 centimeters, with a round face, eyes neither too big nor too small, a fleshy nose, and slightly thick lips, appearing somewhat cute. However, despite his looks being somewhat inferior, he still appeared quite fashionable overall. Hello, my name is Meng Wanzhou. The thin man stepped forward to greet Su Yang first. Meng Wanzhou. Su Yang exclaimed directly. What? You know me? Meng Wanzhou asked, looking at Su Yang, who was astonished. Wow, what a coincidence. I'm the one who chatted with you on Douyin before. I'm Su Yang. Ah, you're Su Yang. Meng Wanzhou also looked surprised. The fat guy beside him, Lu Bo, looked at Su Yang and said, So you're the one who won the gifts from my brother Meng? You are. Su Yang looked at Lu Bo. I'm Meng Ji's good brother Lu Bo. I was with him when you two were giving gifts before. Oh, I see. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. Su Yang shook hands with the two. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet Su Gu here. This really shows we're fated to meet. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. It shows we're meant to be friends. We just met and ran into each other at the bar, and you all know Pan Ning too. Haha, Pan Ning is my cousin, Meng Wanzhou said with a faint smile. What a... Su Yang's eyes widened as he turned to look at Pan Ning, who was drinking with Lin Yi. She said, There's a friend here who called us over to play together. I didn't expect it to be you, and I didn't expect you and Pan Ning to know each other. It seems we are destined to become friends. Xiaoli happily turned and left, knowing he would earn a substantial commission from this table with Su Yang tonight. Su Yang picked up the wine bottle and poured drinks for the newcomers. While pouring, he said, Is That level 65 brother who was gifting you in your live stream before, is this one sitting across from you? What? Lin Yi was taken aback looking at Meng Wanzhou, who was sitting opposite her. Is this handsome guy the one? Yes, it's me, Meng Wanzhou replied with a smile. So you are the lonely brother, I must toast you a drink. Lin Yi noted that not only was Meng Wanzhou handsome, but he was also the generous brother who gifted her before with Su Yang. Although she was unaware of Meng Wanzhou's true identity, someone who could lavishly gift dozens of huazi in her live stream certainly wouldn't be mediocre. Her previous unhappiness completely vanished. She filled her cup and cheerfully raised it with a sweet smile, saying, Lonely brother, thank you for your support along with brother Su, I will drink first. After saying that, she downed the drink in one go. Seeing this, Meng Wanzhou also lifted his cup and drank it all, showing great respect. The group introduced themselves briefly, and suddenly the entire venue fell silent again, all the spotlight focusing once more on Su Yang's table. Su Yang, rubbing his forehead, chuckled helplessly. Here we go again. Meng Wanzhou leaned back in his chair with a smile, clearly accustomed to the attention he often received. Does Su brother not like this kind of scene? No, I just feel that the surprise of the first time is nice, but if it happens again it loses its meaning. True, I'll tell the boss to change things up next time. Meng Wanzhou spoke casually, which Su Yang found no issue with, but Tang Yue beside him felt somewhat disdainful. She rolled her eyes silently in her heart show off. She naturally didn't know Meng Wanzhou's identity, as he usually kept a low profile, and Meng Jianyun had never publicly revealed his children, leaving most people unfamiliar with him. After another round of attention from the crowd, the store returned to normal. This ceremony of theirs is somewhat socially awkward, said Shen Yixue beside Pan Ning. Su Yang, hearing Shen Yixue's words, finally focused on her. She was wearing an exquisite cream-colored long dress, with dark brown long curls cascading over her shoulders. Her makeup was delicate, giving her an air of elegance reminiscent of a refined lady. Her facial features were pleasant at first glance. She didn't seem like a beauty, but a closer look revealed her charm. System: Shen Yixue, age 23, height 168 centimeters, weight 53.5 kilograms. Beauty score 87, body score 86, number of relationships 1. Currently in a relationship. Shen Yixue has met the system binding criteria. Would you like to bind? Su Yang pondered over the information on the virtual screen. She has a boyfriend, but she is indeed quite attractive. Oh well, let's bind first and talk later. Binding successful. Shen Yixue's favorability towards host 3. Su Yang chuckled indifferently, not caring about Shen Yixue's favorability. It was best if it increased, but if not, he wasn't concerned. Among those present, she was only interested in Pan Ning. Pan Ning was wearing a black baseball cap, a loose Chanel t-shirt, and a pair of tight ripped jeans, with white French Mary Jane flats on her feet. She looked very relaxed, and her unique sense of ennui caused Su Yang to glance at her a couple more times. Come on, everyone has already introduced themselves, let's drink. As the host of the table, Su Yang began to lead the drinking session. Currently, there were 3 boys and 4 girls. After looking around, Su Yang suggested, how about we split into teams for a game, boys on one side, girls on the other. We're one person short, so how about 3 against 4? Sounds good. Do you guys have the drinking capacity? I bet Pan can outdrink the 3 of you combined, Shen Yixue said with a faint smile. Is she that amazing? Su Yang looked skeptically at Pan Ning. Pan Ning remained silent, focused on eating the snacks on the table. Su Yang then turned to Meng Wanzhou, Pan Ning's cousin. Meng brother, is what she said true? Yes, her drinking capacity is the best I've seen, bar none. Well then, what's the point of playing? No worries, Su brother, with me around, my drinking capacity is nothing to scoff at. Lu Bo boasted, thumping his chest. Alright then, let's do it. It's just drinking after all. The atmosphere was instantly lifted by Su Yang and the others, and the 7 began to play a dice game. An hour later, the boys' team had more losses than wins. At this point, Su Yang and Meng Wanzhou's faces were slightly flushed, while Lu Bo seemed fine, showing no signs of intoxication. On the girls' side, Lin Yi and Tang Yue's eyes were becoming somewhat hazy. Especially Lin Yi, who had already consumed quite a bit, now quickly downing another 6 or 7 cups. Her face was flushed and her gaze was wandering. She glanced at the time. It was already midnight. She leaned close to Su Yang and whispered, Brother Su, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. I want to leave, but I forgot my keys today. Su Yang heard her and smiled lightly, thinking, isn't this too obvious? How about you and Yue head back first? I see she can't drink anymore. I'm still in the mood to play with them. Are you just going to let us 2 girls leave? Then I'll transfer you 2,000. You can book a hotel nearby. Without hesitation, Su Yang took out his phone and transferred 2,000 to Lin Yi. Seeing this, Lin Yi could only give up reluctantly, thinking to herself, Stinky Su Yang, do I want your 2,000? I've made my intentions clear and you're still drinking. Do I have to directly invite you to a hotel? If you don't want to go, then forget it. She thought this and turned to whisper a few words to Tang Yue, who, although she had also drunk quite a bit, didn't want to leave. With Lin Yi gone, she felt she had a better chance of winning Su Yang tonight. After saying a few words to Lin Yi, she saw her leave in a huff. Hey, why is that beauty leaving alone? Lu Bo asked, noticing Lin Yi's departure. It's nothing, don't mind her, let's continue. With the sound of the dice stopping, Su Yang opened the cup to take a look. Now it was his and Pan Ning's turn to roll 3 5s. Pan Ning didn't even open her cup, directly calling out for 6s. You give me 4 6s. Su Yang, having rolled no 6s, was not convinced and insisted on checking Pan Ning's cup. Pan Ning, with her leg crossed and a graceful hand, gently lifted the cup, revealing 2 1s and 2 6s among the 6 dice. In this game, a 1 can represent any number provided it wasn't called in the first round. Now Pan Ning had 2 1s and 2 6s, perfectly totaling 4. Su Yang widened his eyes and scrutinized, shouting, No way, are you cheating? Cheating. This is called skill, now drink. Meng Wanzhou and Lu Bo chuckled to themselves. Meng Wanzhou thought, Su brother, I can't help you here. Playing games and drinking with my cousin is a sure way to lose. Alright, you're impressive, I'll drink. Su Yang accepted his loss and filled a cup, downing it in one go. Next should have been Meng Wanzhou and Pan Ning's turn to roll, but Su Yang interrupted, saying, Wait, I'm not satisfied, I want to go again with her. Pan Ning, with her legs still crossed, shook it gently and said coolly, According to the rules, if you want to duel me, you have to wait for this round to finish. Seeing Pan Ning's demeanor, Su Yang had no choice but to relent. As expected, Meng Wanzhou lost to Pan Ning as well, and Lu Bo clapped his hands and shouted, I'll come, watch me take on 3. Go for it, brother. Take them down. Don't worry, little cause. Lu Bo said with a dismissive shake of his finger. He immediately picked up the fancy dice cup and began to shake it vigorously. Pan Ning casually shook it twice, glanced at her own points, and covered it back. Seeing Lu Bo still frantically shaking as if performing a spell, she shot him a sharp glance. Hurry up. Okay. Lu Bo instantly became obedient while Meng Wanzhou suppressed a smile and remained silent. Lu Bo scratched his head and opened the dice cup lid. Beside him, Su Yang and Meng Wanzhou leaned in to take a look. 3 2s, 1 1 1 5 1 6. This combination is hard to lose, even if called randomly. Lu Bo chuckled. 4 2s. 5 6s. 5. What the hell, how can we call this? Meng Wanzhou and Su Yang both felt dizzy, and they randomly shouted, Call it. I bet she doesn't have that many 6s. I feel like she does. Then just shout it out, what's there to be afraid of? At worst we'll drink. Fine, then I'm calling 6 2s. Open, I don't have any 2s. Pan Ning gently opened the dice cup. Wow. Lu Bo stood up and looked at Pan Ning's dice. Indeed, there were no 2s. Damn, we can't win. It's not that we can't win, it's that you 3 are too weak. Pan Ning said calmly, leaning back on the sofa. Su Yang looked at Meng Wanzhou. How come your sister is so good at these games? I don't know, I rarely come to the bar with her. Pan Ning's companions Shun Yixue and Tang Yue were happily clapping and cheering nearby. Awesome. These 3 guys are no match. Who says we're no match? Men hate being told they are not capable the most. To prove themselves, the 3 men downed a glass and continued to challenge Pan Ning. The 3 took turns, but still lost more than they won. After more than an hour, Su Yang waved his hand and leaned back on the sofa. I can't take it anymore, I can't drink anymore. Come on, brother, men can't say they can't. Lu Bo pulled Su Yang up. I'm not a man who I just can't drink anymore. Su Yang began to play the rogue. At this time, Meng Wanzhou directly leaned on Su Yang's shoulder and fell asleep. Across from them, the 3 girls, aside from Pan Ning, Shun Yixue and Tang Yue, were already tipsy, especially Tang Yue, who had already gone to throw up once, but was still holding on. Pan Ning glanced at the others, and seeing they had also drunk quite a bit, took out her phone to send a message to Su Yang. Su Yang took out his phone, dazed, and glanced at it. Wait a minute, don't leave yet, I'll treat you to some late-night snacks. Su Yang was taken aback, thinking, what's going on? She actually wants to treat me to late-night snacks, haha, sounds good. He quickly typed a reply, got it. Shall we leave then? Su Yang looked at the others. When Tang Yue saw everyone preparing to leave, she hurriedly stood up and walked to Su Yang's side, whispering, Brother Su, I didn't bring my keys out today, and I won't have anywhere to go later. What? You didn't bring yours either? Then you can go find Lin Yi. I'll transfer money to her to book a room, and you can just go find her. I don't want to go find her. If you don't want to go, then just get a room by yourself. But I'm scared to stay alone. Tang Yue whispered. Su Yang rolled his eyes, inwardly scared. Lin Yi, that top-notch girl, has given up tonight. How could I possibly go with you? Then you go ahead and book it, or I'll come back later. Really, you go first, and send me the room number later. Okay. After receiving the confirmation, Tang Yue greeted the others and left with a smile. Finally sent her away, what a pest. Let's go too. Lao Meng, wake up and stop sleeping. Su Yang pushed Meng Wanzhou, who was leaning on his shoulder. Are we leaving? Meng Wanzhou said, sitting up straight with a dazed expression. Almost, it's getting late, look at how drunk you are, hurry up and go home to rest. Alright then, let's go. Brother Su, fatty, take me home. Sure thing. Lu Bo stood up and helped Meng Wanzhou up. He looked at Su Yang and smiled. Brother Su, we're leaving first, let's gather next time. All right, next time. Wait a moment. What's up? I haven't added you on WeChat yet. Oh, let's add each other. Sure thing. Lu Bo cheerfully took out his phone and added Su Yang on WeChat before supporting Meng Wanzhou to leave. Now it was just Su Yang, Pan Ning, and Chen Yixue. The three of them stood up and prepared to leave. The previous waiter Xiao Li hurriedly ran over and smiled. Brother Su, are you leaving? Yeah, I can't drink anymore. All right, how about I add you on WeChat? Next time when you guys come, you can tell me in advance, and I'll reserve a spot for you. Sure, let's add one. Su Yang said as he added Xiao Li on WeChat. Then Xiao Li cheerfully saw Su Yang and the others off. Once they exited the nightclub and reached the roadside, Pan Ning looked at Shun Yixue. Yixue, isn't your boyfriend coming to pick you up? He's probably still singing with his friends. I'm planning to invite Su Yang for some late-night snacks. Do you want to join? Shin Yixue glanced at Su Yang, shook her head, and smiled. I won't go. I'm going to find my boyfriend. You guys go ahead. All right, then be careful on the way. Okay, I'm leaving. Saying this, Shun Yixue greeted Su Yang and Pan Ning and then took a taxi to leave. Let's go. Where are we eating? Su Yang asked. There's a beef noodle place a few steps away, or it tastes pretty good, and after drinking, having a bowl feels very comfortable. All right, let's go. The two walked leisurely down the streets of Haiqing in the deep of night, now already 1:30 in the morning. There weren't many pedestrians on the road, and the traffic had significantly decreased. The summer night breeze blew on Pan Ning's delicate face, and her flowing short hair swayed gently in the wind. Why did you think of inviting me for late-night snacks? I wanted to discuss the race with you. Race? Su Yang froze for a moment, and suddenly remembered, oh, you mean the straight-line acceleration thing. Yeah, when do you have time? Any time is fine. Why don't you set it up? Let's do it the day after tomorrow. I'll ask Meng Wanzhou to help me find a venue. Do you and your brother just call each other by name? Yeah, what's wrong with that? Nothing, just casually asking. After walking for about 10 minutes, they finally arrived at a bustling alley. In the alley, a roadside stall was set up, and a middle-aged woman was busy cooking noodles. Steam continuously rose from the boiling pot. In front of the small stall, there were 3 or 4 wooden tables surrounded by a group of young people enjoying delicious beef noodles, looking very lively. This is the place. Pan Ning looked at the stall. Why are there so many people so late? They only open at night. Haven't you eaten here before? No, I didn't even know there was a noodle place here. Then you should try it. As they spoke, they walked into the alley. Boss will have 2 bowls of noodles and add 2 soft-boiled eggs. All right, you can find a spot to sit first. The boss replied with a smile. Ding detected that Pan Ning's favorability towards the host increased to 25, reward of 2,000 yuan. Finally leveled up. But just 25, I'll take it slow. It seems a bit challenging to win over Pan Ning, but I like tackling difficult challenges. The two found a spot to sit down. While waiting for the noodles, Pan Ning rested her chin on her hand and looked at Su Yang. What's the relationship between those 2 girls at the bar and you? Su Yang scratched his brow and said, just ordinary friends. That Linyi is a streamer. I gave her some gifts, and then she invited me to dinner. What about the other one? The other one is her friend. I'm not familiar with her. Then why did it look like those 2 were very familiar with you? Their chests were practically pressed against you. Oh well. You don't need to explain. I'm just curious. And I saw them whispering to you as they were leaving. What were they saying? Damn, if they asked me to book a room, could I tell you? Nothing much, just greeted me to say they were leaving. Is that so? It doesn't seem like it. If I'm not mistaken, they were saying they didn't bring their keys and wanted to go book a room with you, right? Damn, you have keen ears. Pan Ning gazed at Su Yang with her enchanting big eyes and smiled. Did I guess right? Oh, that's correct, Su Yang replied, dropping the pretense since it didn't matter. After all, Pan Ning and he were not in a romantic relationship. Then why don't you go? The one walking behind, what's her name? Tang Yue, right? If she calls you and you don't go, I can only assume you think little of her. But the one who left earlier, Linyi, is cute and has a good figure. How could you resist going for her? Su Yang and Pan Ning exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Those kinds of girls, can you men really resist such temptation? Su Yang smiled faintly. She is beautiful, but not my type. Giving her gifts was purely out of boredom. And to be honest with you, those 2 girls were just interested in me because I have a bit of money and I don't really like that. Pan Ning smiled meaningfully. I'll reluctantly believe you for now. Here comes the food. The boss approached with a metal tray carrying 2 bowls of freshly cooked beef noodles. Su Yang stood up to take the bowls and place them on the table. Thank you, boss. You're welcome. Enjoy your meal. It smells great. Su Yang sat down and handed a pair of disposable chopsticks to Pan Ning, taking out another pair for himself. You try it first and see if it suits your taste. The moment I smelled it, I knew I would like it, Su Yang said as he mixed the noodles before taking a big bite. Delicious. Seeing this, Pan Ning laughed. Then eat quickly. It's even better if you dip the fried egg in the noodles. Sure thing, Su Yang said, picking up the egg and adding it to his bowl. 10 minutes later, Su Yang finished the last sip of soup from his bowl. He smacked his lips in satisfaction and said, not bad, really delicious. I should come for a bowl again if I get the chance in the future. Are you full now? Pan Ning didn't finish her soup like Su Yang. She only finished the noodles. I'm full. I mainly drank quite a bit before, otherwise I would definitely want another bowl. Then let's go. Pan Ning stood up and walked to the stall to pay. Boss, how much is it? The boss smiled and said, 30 yuan, a beautiful lady. Have you been here before? Yeah, I've been here a few times. I thought you looked familiar. You're really beautiful, the boss complimented. Pan Ning smiled brightly. Thank you for the compliment, I've settled the bill. All right then. At this moment Su Yang came over with his bag on his back. Boss, your beef noodles are really good, it'll come again next time. Hearing this, the boss replied with a grin. Hee, thank you, handsome guy. You're always welcome here, but I only serve at night. Your girlfriend knows, as she's been here several times. Girlfriend? Su Yang looked at Pan Ning, about to explain. Pan Ning smiled and interrupted, let's go. Okay then. Take care, you two. After exiting the alley, the two arrived at the roadside. Ding. Su Yang's phone WeChat rang at that moment. He took out his phone to check. It was a message from Lin Yi. Brother Su, I'm a bit scared staying in the hotel alone. Can you come keep me company? I'm in room 8208 at Junli Hotel. Su Yang felt a flicker of desire rise within him, but didn't reply, simply turning off the screen. Just as he did so, another notification sound rang again. Su Yang picked up the phone again. This time, it was a message from Tang Yue. Brother Su, I've booked the room at Mando Hotel 501, waiting for you. Shy emoji. Su Yang glanced at it and turned off the phone again. He twisted his slightly sore neck and casually walked over to Pan Ning. Where do you live? How about I give you a ride home? Pan Ning looked up at Su Yang and after a moment of contemplation replied, what if I told you? I didn't bring my keys. Would you believe me? What? Su Yang was taken aback, quickly responding, are you kidding me? Not joking. Pan Ning's expression was serious, clearly not joking. This left Su Yang perplexed, as he never expected Pan Ning to use the excuse of not having her keys. He was considering whether to go back to Lin Yi after dropping Pan Ning off to sober up. But with Pan Ning saying that he had no interest in finding Lin Yi, let alone Tang Yue, then, how about this? If you trust me, why not spend the night at my place? Su Yang looked at Pan Ning uncertainly. Sure, Pan Ning replied without hesitation. Wait, are you actually agreeing? I have nowhere else to go, why wouldn't I agree? Aren't you afraid I might do something to you? We just met not long ago. Pan Ning laughed lightly. Do you dare? What? Questioning me. What am I afraid of? Yet he honestly replied, not daring, not daring. If I did something to you, your brother would definitely beat me up. He's a playboy himself, so he won't care about me. All right then, shall we go? Let's go. I'm serious, I'm not joking. You're not hiding any other women at home, are you? If you do, I won't go. Su Yang rolled his eyes. What nonsense. I'm just confirming. Since you aren't afraid, let's go. Just then an empty taxi drove by. Su Yang quickly raised his hand to hail it, fearing Pan Ning might suddenly change her mind. Pan Ning grabbed Su Yang, who was about to sit in the front passenger seat, and pulled him into the back seat with her. Su Yang was a bit confused. What's with this girl? Her favorability rating towards me is only 25 points, yet she seems to have some interest in me. It's hard to understand. Could it be due to my 90-point charm? It should be the case. Driver, take us to Sunhai Manor. Sure thing. On the way, Su Yang turned to look at Pan Ning, who was admiring the night view outside the window. What do you mean by pulling me back here to sit together? Nothing much, just easier to chat this way. But I don't see you chatting at all. I'm just tired. Is that a problem? I'm going to take a nap, so don't talk. After saying this, Pan Ning closed her eyes and leaned against the car window. System. Did Pan Ning's favorability change? Pan Ning's favorability towards the host 25 strange. Meanwhile, in room 8208 of Junli Hotel, Lin Yi checked her phone every 2 minutes. It had been over 10 minutes, and Su Yang still hadn't replied. Lin Yi, sulking, sat on the bed talking to herself. Humph. That dead Su Yang, did he even see the message? I made it so obvious. Can he really resist? Wasn't he giving me so many gifts just to sleep with me? I've been this proactive, yet he doesn't want to come. Ding. Just as Lin Yi was thinking, her phone's WeChat rang. She hurriedly picked it up and opened it. Su Yang had sent a message saying, sorry, I drank too much today, feeling a bit dizzy, but I'll come. Let's arrange another time. Damn Su Yang. Lin Yi threw her phone on the bed after reading the message. I'm so mad. What's going on? He can't really be going to the hotel with Tang Yue, can he? Yeah. No way. If he didn't come to me, he shouldn't be going with Tang Yue. Could it be that girl? It must be. He's definitely gone to the hotel with that girl. What a scumbag. Achoo. Su Yang sneezed. Who's cursing me? Meanwhile, Tang Yue had just finished showering and walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel. She picked up her phone to check, only to find that Su Yang had not replied. What's going on? Is he still drinking? Didn't he say he was coming? Tang Yue muttered uncertainly. He said he would come. He'll wait a bit longer. 15 minutes later, the taxi arrived at the entrance of Sunhai Manor. Generally, such communities do not allow outside vehicles inside. The two had to get out at the community entrance. After paying, Su Yang turned off his phone immediately, fearing that if he did something later, Tang Yue might send a message and disturb him. He simply turned it off, planning to say he was drunk and his phone ran out of battery if anyone asked. As they entered the community, Su-young asked, "Do you live here?" "Yeah, I just moved in." "Wow, you must be quite wealthy. These houses aren't cheap. No wonder those two girls were interested in you before." "What kind of talk is that? Just because I don't live here, they wouldn't be interested in me. I'm pretty handsome too, right? Handsome like a cricket." Su-young smiled faintly upon hearing these words. Fine, fine. I'm a cricket. But as for wealth, I certainly can't compare to you. Your cousin is Meng Wanzhou. Others may be unaware, but I know well enough. He's my cousin, not my brother by blood. His fortune has nothing to do with me." That's true. Still, your family must be quite well off. You drive both Lamborghinis and Ferraris. Let's just say money is never scarce, but it pales beside my cousin's household. Naturally, his father commands assets worth tens of billions. Few in this world can rival that. Yet his demeanor bears little resemblance to that of a typical scion of immense wealth. What then does he resemble? Pan Ning asked. How shall I put it? Consider those elite heirs, like Brother Akong, always surrounded by beauties, their temperaments rarely easy to navigate. Meng Wanzhou, however, is different. Pan Ning smiled faintly. He's been like this since childhood, never indulged the habits typical of wealthy heirs. To the uninitiated, he seems utterly ordinary. Spend more time with him and you'll understand. As they spoke, they stepped out of the elevator and arrived before Su-young's apartment door. He pressed his fingerprint against the lock. The door slid open and the interior lights flickered awake automatically. "Please come in. Do you have slippers?" "Yes." Su-young retrieved 2 pairs of sandals he'd bought earlier at the supermarket from a cabinet beside the door. Pan Ning slipped into a pair and stepped inside. Su-young closed the door behind them and followed. "Make yourself at home. What would you like to drink?" "I'll fetch it." "Do you have alcohol?" "Alcohol? You're still drinking." "I'm not even drunk yet. If you can't handle it, choose something else." All right. I won't back down in my own home. Tonight I'll brave death to keep you company. Cheers." Su-young strode toward the kitchen and opened the built-in double-door refrigerator. Glancing inside, he suddenly remembered he hadn't bought beer yet. Sorry, I just moved and no beer yet. Only red and white wine remain. Which would you prefer?" "Either is fine." "Is the white wine Matai?" "It is." "So you only drink Matai?" "Not exclusively, but it's all I've ever known since childhood. Other Baijias simply don't sit right with me." "Good heavens, you've been sipping Matai since childhood. No wonder you're born to wealth." "Then Matai it is." "Matai it is," Pan Ning replied indifferently, sinking onto the sofa. "I didn't expect you'd skip the red wine, especially in such an evocative setting." Su-young had already dimmed the living room lights upon entering. Ideal ambience for a quiet glass of red. "Red wine won't get me drunk." "Su-young, you want to get drunk?" "If I do, won't that give you your chance?" Pan Ning leaned back on the sofa, her eyes glinting with captivating allure as she gazed at Su-young. "You're shamelessly tempting me. Don't blame me later if I lose control and act on impulse. Only if you can first drown me in drink." Arrogant. Su-young feigned indignation and marched to the liquor cabinet, pulling open a box of Matai he'd bought earlier. He withdrew 2 bottles and settled onto the sofa beside her. "Tonight, I will drink you under the table. All talk, show me action." Fine, just wait. Though, we seem to lack appetizers," Su-young observed, eyeing the bare tabletop. "Just some peanuts will do." "Peanuts?" Su-young stared wide-eyed at Pan Ning, utterly unable to picture such a refined beauty guzzling baijiu while crunching salted peanuts. "You've truly broadened my horizons. I never imagined you'd be so refreshingly unrestrained. You said you had no other snacks, otherwise I wouldn't resort to peanuts either. Truth is, I've only just finished a bowl of noodles. I do have steak and fruit snacks, but no peanuts." "Then suit yourself. I'm easygoing about it." "Got it, wait here." "All right." Soon Su-young plated 2 perfectly seared steaks, while Pan Ning, having already rinsed the fruit, sat waiting on the sofa. "Here we go." Su-young set the steaks on the table, uncorked the Matai, wiped 2 small ceremonial cups from their box, and recalling how others had opened Matai, theatrically tugged the crimson ribbon. In truth, this was Su-young's very first time opening a bottle of Matai. Pan Ning frowned. "These tiny cups. What else?" "This is baijiu. Switch them. Drinking from these, we'd still be sober at dawn." Su-young sighed helplessly. "Sister, you're my elder sister truly, I surrender." "Wait, I'll fetch larger ones." He hurried to the bar beside the kitchen and returned with 2 whiskey tumblers. "Better." Acceptable. A true heroine." Su-young raised a thumb in admiration. After pouring, he lifted his glass. "Let's begin with a toast." They clinked glasses. Su-young took a modest sip. Pan Ning drained half her tumbler in one smooth motion. Su-young's eyes widened. "Sister, I mean no disrespect, but who in their right mind drinks baijiu like that? Must you chatter so much? I'd have stayed home had I known. Are you drinking or not?" "Fine, I'll hold my tongue. Perhaps a bite to eat would ease the burn. Pan Ning picked up a fork, speared a piece of steak, and brought it to her lips. After a few chews, she asked, "Where did you buy this steak?" "The supermarket." "Anything wrong?" "The flavor is unremarkable, and it's clearly not cut from a whole primal." "Is it?" "The label claims whole cut." "Taste it yourself. It's passable at best." "I'll try." Su Yang skewered a piece and popped it into his mouth. He couldn't discern whether it was whole cut or not. He'd eaten steak only a handful of times. To him it tasted delicious. "Seems fine to me." "Then eat your fill. I'll stick to fruit." Pan Ning plucked a cherry and popped it into her mouth. "If you enjoy steak, I'll send you some another day." "That'd be great. Convenient too. By the way, where do you live?" "Qianshan Peninsula." "Qianshan Peninsula? Where is that?" "Just an ordinary villa community." "No wonder I'd never heard of it. I used to work in real estate, focusing exclusively on high-rise residential projects. Never touched villas." Su Yang pondered silently. "How far is it from here?" 7 or 8 kilometers. Not far at all. Now drink up. You talk too much." Pan Ning raised her glass again and drank. Her boldness proved infectious. This time Su Yang took a deeper gulp. But as he swallowed, he nearly choked. "Cough, cough. Whoa, that hit hard. Here, have a cherry." Pan Ning held out a freshly washed cherry to his lips. "I can take it myself. Open up." "Fine, fine." Su Yang parted his lips and accepted the cherry she offered. "Well, delicious." Pan Ning watched him, a half-smile playing on her lips. "Delicious, though rather unnerving." "Unnerving? Me, eh?" "No, not at all. Let's drink." Pan Ning shot him a playful glare, and the two settled into easy conversation, sipping slowly. Dim light bathed the room, outside night draped the city in velvety charm, and a gentle breeze slipped through the window. A Harman Kardon sound system filled the living room with music perfectly attuned to the mood. Side by side on the rug beneath the sofa they laughed and talked, glasses in hand. Su Yang gazed at Pan Ning. Amber light caressed her fair cheek, casting her delicate features in soft, luminous relief. Time slipped swiftly forward. By 4 o'clock in the morning, the night had deepened into silence. Su Yang had consumed roughly 150 milliliters. Pan Ning finished the rest. His head spun. He knew with certainty that one more sip would trigger nausea. He glanced at Pan Ning, calm, unruffled, utterly composed. "Sister, I'm done. Truly, I can't drink another drop. Shall we continue another time?" "All right, this bottle's empty anyway. I'll take a shower. Where's the bathroom?" "The BA bathroom." Su Yang's tongue felt thick and clumsy. He staggered upright. "This way, I'll show you." Pan Ning stepped forward and steadied him with one arm. "Already this wobbly after so little. What a lightweight." Yes, I yield. You've bested me hands down." Su Yang was genuinely cowed. After all, at the bar earlier, Pan Ning had outdrunk everyone else. Though she rarely lost at games, she always volunteered to drink, claiming thirst. Even those who lost drank less than she did. Tonight she'd polished off over half a gin of baijiu and remained perfectly lucid. Her capacity left Su Yang awestruck, deeply sincerely impressed. Entering the bathroom, Su Yang leaned against the wall and said, "You go ahead and shower first. I'll fetch you a towel." As he turned to leave, dizziness clouded his mind, his body slipped beyond control, and he nearly collapsed. Pan Ning rushed forward to steady him. In his flustered state, Su Yang instinctively grabbed her arm. She murmured softly, a delicate sigh escaping her lips. Once they regained their balance, Pan Ning spoke coolly. "You may remove your hand now." "My hand?" Su Yang glanced down, only then realizing one hand gripped her shoulder while the other. "Ah, sorry." He hastily withdrew his hand, meeting her glare, sharp enough to pierce flesh. He stammered, "Right, I'll go get the towel." He bolted from the bathroom. What a delightful sensation, he whispered breathlessly, heart pounding as he replayed the fleeting contact. At the hallway rack, he retrieved the shampoo, towel, and other bath essentials still waiting to be brought in. Armed with the items, he returned to the bathroom door. "Pan Ning, are you showering yet? Can't you hear the water? I'll leave these by the door, you can grab them later." "Hand them to me now. I need to wash my hair." "Now? How exactly am I supposed to do that?" Su Yang blinked, bewildered. "Close your eyes." "Fine, then open the door." Su Yang picked up the items and shut his eyes, though not entirely, leaving the faintest sliver of vision open. Pan Ning opened the door and accepted the toiletries. "Are you certain your eyes are closed?" "They're closed. Feel free to check." "Humph. Shut the door." With a muffled thud, the bathroom door clicked shut. Su Yang smiled faintly as he walked away, just long enough to glimpse the elegant contours of her figure, slender at first glance, yet subtly rounded where it mattered most. Full where it should be, trim where it ought to be. Her bust lacked the dramatic amplitude of linees, yet remained perfectly proportioned. Her waist-to-hip ratio was nothing short of exquisite. Truly captivating. 20 minutes later, Pan Ning emerged wrapped in a towel, unwinding the hair wrap from her head and shaking out her flowing tresses. Su Yang, reclining on the sofa, stared, momentarily spellbound. Even barefaced, she's breathtaking. No wonder she scores 93. What are you muttering about? Pan Ning settled onto the sofa beside him. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Where's the hairdryer? I'll fetch it for you. Su Yang rose and retrieved the dryer. Go ahead, you shower now. Oh, okay. In a flash he darted into the bathroom, where a faint lingering fragrance still hung in the air. He rinsed quickly, mind already drifting toward what lay ahead with Pan Ning. The alcohol dissipated rapidly under the warm spray, and clarity returned to his thoughts. Drying himself off, he slipped into a pair of sleep shorts, leaving his toned upper body bare as he stepped out. Already done? Pan Ning asked, still towel drying her hair, surprised he'd finished so soon. Men shower swiftly. Su Yang approached her. She tilted her head, turning mid-blow dry, and flushed crimson. You're such a pervert. Why aren't you dressed? This is my home. Why would I dress? He chuckled. Pan Ning rolled her eyes and resumed drying her hair. A few minutes later, noticing Su Yang still lounging nearby, scrolling idly on his phone, she asked, Aren't you going to bed? What are you doing here? Waiting for you. Waiting for me. For what? Well, Su Yang arched a knowing brow, grinning. Humph. I'll sleep alone. My offer stood, but you failed to seize it. What offer? I said, if you got me drunk, opportunity would arise. But you fell short. Whoa. I'll admit I can't outdrink you, but elsewhere, I'm formidable. You're welcome to test that claim. Pan Ning laughed quietly, ignoring him. Once her hair dried, she rose and asked, Which room do I take? The master bedroom, of course. And you? I'll sleep there too. No, I won't bend my rule unless you're intoxicated. That condition remains absolute. Get me drunk and all else follows. Until then, the rule holds firm. So this rule applies exclusively to me. Yes, you may consider it so. Good night. Pan Ning strode straight toward the bedroom. How intriguing indeed. One day I'll master a divine wine-drinking technique and see if I can't finally intoxicate you. For now, enjoy your brief reign. Su Yang lit a cigarette, took a few slow drags, then chose a spare bedroom and drifted into sleep. And so the night passed silent and uneventful. At dawn, Su Yang stirred groggily from dreams. Vivid, feverish visions of battling Pan Ning, fiercely 300 rounds deep. A soft smile lingered at his lips as he woke. Glancing at the clock, he saw it was nearly 10. He dressed and wandered into the living room, where Pan Ning back turned stretched gracefully on the rug practicing yoga. Whoa, you're still here? I thought you'd already left. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Su Yang watched her from the doorway. Why rush? I don't work, and returning home holds no urgency. Funny, I feel like you're the one who owns this place. Su Yang leaned against the wall, teasing. You had your chance to make me its mistress. Alas, you missed it. She continued her poses unruffled. Su Yang sighed, rolling his eyes. Let's drop this topic. Someday soon I will outdrink you. Until then, revel while you may. Challenge accepted, anytime. Su Yang turned away and entered the kitchen, frying eggs and toasting 2 slices of bread. We've only got basics for now. Mind if we keep it simple? Fine. Pan Ning rose and sat at the table. Su Yang placed a bottle of yogurt before her. What's on your agenda today? As she ate, Pan Ning replied, Not sure. All right. I'll visit Meng Wanzhou later to arrange a racetrack. Still fixated on that? Absolutely. My passions are simple: cars, wine, travel. You bested me last time. I must reclaim victory. You care so deeply about winning. About most things, I don't. But when it comes to what I love, I hold nothing back. Fair enough. So you love traveling too? Yes. I plan a short road trip soon, just around Haicheng. A quiet campsite. Care to join me? Is that an invitation? Obviously. She popped the last bite of toast into her mouth. Then I'm absolutely coming. Though if you could soften just slightly, it'd be perfect, Su Yang teased. Not a chance. I'm already indulging you far more than usual. You have no idea how many times I've pummeled Meng Wanzhou since childhood. What a... Ha ha ha. So that's why he never dares speak to you. Oh, this is priceless. He doubled over, laughing helplessly. Enough. I'm leaving. Pan Ning snatched her bag and stood. Heading home. Yes, just a quick visit. Let me drive you. No need. Your pantry's practically bare. Go stock up first. I'll hail a cab. All right then, see you tomorrow. With a sharp thud, the front door closed. Su Yang checked the time. He remembered his dinner date with Lu Yun that evening. Sigh. Surrounded by beauty day after day, life couldn't be sweeter. The time quickly approached 4 in the afternoon. Su Yang had little to do during the day, so he went to the supermarket to purchase a bunch of necessities. He bought various food and drinks, getting a little of everything he could think of, and before leaving, he even took 3 boxes of small umbrellas, spending a total of over 20,000. Looking at the fully stocked refrigerator, Su Yang nodded in satisfaction. This should be about enough now. Ding, detecting that the host is currently in a pleasant mood, awarding 100 yuan. System, is there a skill related to drinking? One that allows me to drink freely without getting drunk. Yes, but the specific information about unacquired skills cannot be disclosed for now. As long as it exists, that's fine. Can you prioritize giving me this skill next time I receive a skill reward? Skill acquisition is random and you cannot specify which skill to receive. Fine, without skill support, it would be impossible to get Pan Ning drunk. It seems I'll have to wait a bit longer to play hide and seek with her. By the way, I haven't checked in today, let me do that. Ding, check-in successful, awarding 5,000 yuan. Okay, let's take a look at the latest attributes. Host Su Yang, age 24 years, height 180 centimeters, weight 73. 5 kilograms, appearance 88, physique 85, figure 90, charm 90, skills, master of body management, professional racing driver skills, golden body, basic combat skills, bound objects. Zhao Mingru, affection 70, Lu Yun, affection 60, Lin Yi, affection 50, Gu Xiaoman, affection 65, Pan Ning, affection 25, Shin Ishua, affection 3, balance 1709672 yuan. Wow, over 17 million. This money just keeps increasing and seems never-ending. With this system, I will definitely become a billionaire sooner or later. Su Yang thought as he looked at the affection levels of each bound object on the virtual screen. A few had improved a bit since last time, but none had exceeded a 20-point increase. The system only sends notifications after the affection level exceeds 20 points. He glanced at Pan Ning's affection level, which still remained at 25 points. Strange, a 25-point affection level is just slightly higher than that of a passerby, barely falling within the range of acquaintances. After spending time together last night, our relationship should have at least reached over 40 points. It's baffling, this girl seems a bit mysterious. Su Yang couldn't figure it out and decided not to dwell on it. After tidying up the things he bought, he checked the time and took out his phone to send a message to Lu Yun. Are you off work yet? Almost there, Lu Yun replied immediately. Then I'll come pick you up now. What do you want to eat tonight? I don't know either, but I guess it's my turn to ask what you want to eat, right? I promise to treat you, so don't try to fight me for it. Got it, I won't fight you for it. Then let's have hot pot. I haven't had hot pot in a long time, Su Yang replied. Sounds good. All right, let's stop talking for now. See you soon. After turning off his phone, Su Yang grabbed his backpack and pushed the door open to leave. Upon reaching the parking lot, he opened the door of his 911 and got in. Sunhai Manor is not far from where Lu Yun works. Driving takes only about 10 minutes. Soon Su Yang arrived near the shopping district where LV is located. After parking the car, Su Yang walked into the store. At this time, there were quite a few customers in the LV store, and Su Yang did not see Lu Yun right away. Seeing customers coming in, a beautiful young salesgirl hurriedly went up to greet him. Once she saw Su Yang's appearance, the salesgirl was momentarily stunned, thinking to herself, so handsome. Welcome to Louis Vuitton, sir. What would you like to see? The salesgirl looked at Su Yang with sparkling eyes. Su Yang glanced at her and smiled faintly. I'm not here to buy today. Is Lu Yun around? Lu Yun. Little Yun. She's showing some bags to a customer. Are you her friend? Yes, I am. I'm here to pick her up after work. Su Yang nodded and smiled. Upon hearing this, the salesgirl's eyes unintentionally revealed a hint of regret and envy. But she quickly regained her composure, smiling. Then, sir, you can take a seat in the lounge area for a while. Okay. Su Yang followed the salesgirl to the lounge area and sat down. Would you like something to drink? Just a bottle of water will do. No need to go to any trouble. All right, please wait a moment, the salesgirl said as she turned and left. At the counter, an older girl asked the previous salesgirl, Xiao Zhao, who is that guy? Xiao Zhao smiled and said, he should be Little Yun's boyfriend. He said he came to pick Little Yun up after work. Wow. When did Little Yun secretly get such a handsome boyfriend? Who knows? I was shocked when I saw him at first glance. He's really handsome, and his figure is amazing. The two exchanged whispers, glancing at each other. Xiao Zhao brought a bottle of water to Su Yang. Sir, your water. Thank you. Su Yang replied politely. Seeing that Su Yang did not intend to say more to her, she spoke up. Then you can sit and rest. If you need anything, just call me. Okay, you go ahead. Xiao Zhao stole a glance at the watch on Su Yang's wrist, secretly amazed, and turned to leave. Sisterly, when I went over to deliver water just now, did you see what watch that handsome guy was wearing? What watch? Sisterly leaned in curiously. It looks like a Vacheron Constantin watch. What? Vacheron Constantin? Is he that wealthy? Sisterly realized her voice was a bit loud and hurriedly covered her mouth, looking around to see if anyone noticed her, then lowered her hand. She gazed at Su Yang, who was sitting not far away with a face full of admiration, her eyes sparkling. So handsome. I haven't encountered a guy this attractive in ages, and he's so wealthy too. Where did Little Yun find such a gem? Who knows? It's simply enviable. Su Yang sat in the chair playing on his phone, completely unaware that two seemingly serious beauties were secretly discussing him. He didn't even bother to have the system scan Xiao Zhao. Although she was indeed good-looking, he was sure she wouldn't meet his standard of 85 points. Just as he was lowering his head to play on his phone, while waiting, a sudden shout echoed in the store. Oh, robbery. Hearing the commotion, Su Yang quickly looked up, only to see a man dressed entirely in black rushing towards the entrance with several bags in his arms. In that instant, many people in the store did not react, as this was the city center and such robberies were rare in today's society, so no one expected such a situation. As Su Yang looked up at the man, he realized that the voice shouting was Lu Yun's. It seemed this man was the one Lu Yun had been assisting in selecting bags. Su Yang suddenly thought that his combat skills could now come in handy. With a focused gaze, he put down his phone and quickly stood up, rushing towards the black-clad man. After acquiring the basic martial arts skill, Su Yang's physical constitution rose to 85 points, and all aspects of his bodily functions subtly improved. An ordinary person's constitution typically hovers around 70, with an absolute upper limit of 100, though that remains an idealized benchmark. Even the world's most elite athletes cannot reach that figure. Approaching 90 is already considered the ceiling. Yet with the system now integrated into his being, Su Yang's constitutional standard no longer conforms to mortal parameters. It possesses no theoretical upper bound. Su Yang, however, remained unaware of this truth. He dashed swiftly toward the black-clad man, who appeared markedly leaner and notably shorter than himself. Even without the basic martial arts skills, Su Yang was confident he could subdue the man effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, before the man could reach the exit, Su Yang had already closed the distance. He lunged forward and seized the man's back. The sudden yank brought the man to an abrupt halt. Startled, he whirled around and bellowed, "Get away." Roaring, he clutched 4 or 5 bags and bolted once more toward the door. Fueled by adrenaline, Su Yang yanked hard, toppling the man onto the floor. In one fluid motion, Su Yang dropped to his knees, driving his knee into the man's abdomen while pinning his head with one hand and wrenching apart the man's arms, still locked tight around the bags. The moment his grip loosened, the bags tumbled to the ground. Daring to steal in broad daylight. Your audacity knows no bounds, Su Yang thundered. The man thrashed wildly, desperate to break free, but Su Yang was visibly larger, heavier, and far stronger. Resistance proved futile. Clenching his fists, the man swung a furious punch at Su Yang's face. Su Yang tilted his head aside, evading it with effortless grace. "If you've got guts, let me go. We'll fight fair." Su Yang chuckled softly. He too wished to test the true potency of his newly acquired basic martial arts skill. "Very well," he said, releasing his hold and stepping back. Freed from restraint, the man sprang upright. Eyes blazing with fury, he roared, "I'll kill you," and launched a vicious kick straight at Su Yang's abdomen. Su Yang sidestepped deftly and drove a solid right cross into the man's face. A crimson arc of blood erupted instantly from his nostrils. Staggering backward, the man clutched his nose and cried out in pain. "Come on, I'll even let you use one hand." Su Yang grinned, tucking his left hand behind his back while extending his right in invitation. The man swallowed hard, steeled his resolve, and charged again, snatching a nearby chair mid-stride and hurling it at Su Yang's head. Su Yang dared not underestimate the threat. Though he'd engaged in few real fights, he lacked combat experience and had no certainty whether his current constitution could withstand a direct blow. As the chair hurtled toward his skull, clerks nearby and Lu Yun screamed in unison. "Su Yang, watch out! Su Yang, be careful!" Lu Yun shouted anxiously from a distance. Before the chair struck his forehead, a cascade of martial techniques flooded Su Yang's mind. Without hesitation, he surged forward, lowered his center of gravity, wrapped both arms tightly around the man's waist, and used his forward momentum to slam him backward onto the floor. A heavy thud echoed as the chair clattered aside. Su Yang immediately twisted his grip, flipping the man over so he landed atop him. Then, bracing with his legs, Su Yang shifted his body upward, releasing the man's waist just long enough to lock his arms around the man's throat. The chokehold secured, Su Yang's lips curled into a quiet smile. With a sharp, controlled squeeze, the man's eyes bulged and his face flushed crimson. His hands clawed desperately at Su Yang's forearms. Once fully locked, the rear-naked choke is nearly impossible to escape, and the gulf between Su Yang and his opponent was staggering. They belonged to entirely different weight classes. Su Yang stood squarely in the middleweight division, whereas the man barely qualified as a featherweight, separated by 2 full tiers, lightweight and welterweight. Su Yang steadily increased pressure. The man's face paled, his eyes rolled upward, and his grasping hands went slack, collapsing lifelessly to the floor. Su Yang released the hold, shoved the man aside, and rose smoothly to his feet. "Done. What? Is he dead?" Several bystanders gasped in alarm. "No, he's merely unconscious. Nothing serious. Don't you have security here?" We're here." At that moment, 2 towering security guards rushed in from outside the store. "I must say, your security response leaves much to be desired. You arrived only after the fight ended." "No, we responded the instant we received the alert. We had no idea you'd already finished." Indeed, though the confrontation felt prolonged, it lasted scarcely a minute. Su Yang had applied only minimal force during the choke, roughly 2/10 of his capacity. Had he exerted full strength, the man would have lost consciousness instantly, leaving no chance to raise a hand in defense. Nor had he resorted to punches, wary that his enhanced striking power might prove fatal if misjudged. Even a single blow could have killed. Instead, he chose the rear naked choke, a technique he admired deeply, having watched countless UFC matches and long admired its elegance and efficiency. The guards quickly knelt and revived the man who now lay utterly spent. As consciousness returned, he choked and coughed violently, clutching his throat, before being escorted out of the store under guard. Awaiting him next would be interrogation by the police. Su-Yang brushed his palms together and addressed the crowd. Nothing more to see. Please disperse. Nearby, Lu Yun, Xiao Zhao, and Li Jie stood frozen in awe. Li Jie in particular stared at Su-Yang with gleaming eyes, dazed by the seamless chain of techniques she'd just witnessed. Such raw, unyielding masculinity held irresistible appeal for a woman of her age, around 30. Blushing, Lu Yun stepped forward and asked softly, "Are you all right? Do I look injured?" Su-Yang spread his arms wide and turned in a slow circle. "Good. Just terrified me for a moment. Just a minor matter. More importantly, were you harmed?" No, not at all." "Then all is well." Li Jie smiled warmly. "All right, everyone. Back to work. Let's resume normal operations." Lu Yun glanced at Su-Yang. "I'll get back to work. I'll meet you in a moment." "Okay," he replied, returning to the lounge area to sit calmly, as if nothing extraordinary had occurred. A chime sounded. System alert. First successful deployment of basic martial arts skill, resulting in target subjugation. Emotional resonance detected. Reward 5000. Constitution 1 point. Meanwhile, Li Jie pulled Lu Yun aside and whispered, "Xiao Yun, what's your relationship with this Su-Yang?" He's my high school classmate." "High school classmate? Not your boyfriend?" "Ah, no. Definitely not." Lu Yun flushed crimson, flustered. "Oh, then I may make my move," Li Jie teased with a playful grin. "Huh." Lu Yun jerked her head up, startled. Li Jie chuckled. "Just kidding. You're flustered enough already. No competition from me, dear. Though honestly, that man is utterly magnetic." She glanced at Su-Yang again. "Xiao Yun, you must seize this opportunity. Men like him are exceedingly rare these days. Who else would step forward in such a situation? Had he not intervened, we'd have lost at least 8-0 or 9-0. Handsome, wealthy, skilled, and fiercely principled. If I were 5 or 6 years younger, I'd absolutely vie for him." Her words sent Lu Yun's heart racing. Indeed, Su-Yang's decisive intervention had profoundly impressed her. She hadn't even noticed his arrival. Yet the instant he lunged forward to apprehend the thief, her pulse quickened and her cheeks burned with sudden warmth. A chime chimed again. System alert. Lu Yun's favorability toward host has risen to 78. Trust. Reward 3000. McLaren Senna Fragment 125. Su-Yang heard the notification, cast a subtle glance toward Lu Yun, then resumed scrolling silently on his phone. By 5:30 p.m. Lu Yun emerged from the changing room, dressed in her own clothes. Su-Yang turned and saw her looking refreshingly radiant, long hair cascading freely, a sleek black leather shoulder bag slung over one shoulder. She wore a simple gray crewneck t-shirt and faded denim hot pants paired with crisp white canvas sneakers. She exuded both charm and allure, especially those impossibly long, luminous legs which drew every eye in the room. Su-Yang rose with a smile. "Ready to clock out?" Yes." "Then let's go. Hot pot tonight." "Yes," Lu Yun replied sweetly. Side by side, they walked out of the store. From behind the register, Li Jie and Xiao Zhao watched them depart with wistful admiration. "How enviable. I must ask Xiao Yun where she found such a man." "I already asked. She says he's her high school classmate." Li Jie leaned against the counter. "High school classmate. Fine then. Let's ask Xiao Yun if he has friends we might meet. A man of his caliber surely keeps equally exceptional company." "That's quite reasonable. We'll ask her soon." After leveling up, Su-Yang took Lu Yun to a pungent Sichuan-style hot pot restaurant in a nearby commercial district. Su-Yang personally enjoyed hot pot. It was economical, satisfying, and utterly exhilarating. Though he now possessed considerable wealth, he had no desire to indulge daily in lavish banquets of rare delicacies and exotic seafood. Such extravagances were delightful in moderation, novel and refreshing, but consuming them every day would neither suit his palate nor serve any meaningful purpose. Even with abundant means, one should still eat what brings genuine joy. A deliberately patronizing upscale restaurants merely to project status struck him as absurd. It was peak dining hour. The restaurant teemed with patrons. Waitstaff darted briskly between tables bearing steaming platters, and the air hummed with lively energy. After waiting 20 minutes, Su-Yang and Lu Yun finally secured a table and placed their order: tender beef slices, duck blood, tripe, chicken gizzards, chicken feet, enough to fill an entire table. "Did we overorder?" Lu Yun asked, eyeing the overflowing table, then quickly amended herself. "Not that I mind the cost. I'm just worried we won't finish it all and waste food." Su-Yang smiled faintly. "Don't worry. We uphold the principle of zero food waste. My appetite is immense. Oh, everything will be consumed." "That's fine then. Order as much as you like so long as it's all eaten." Soon crimson oil in the pot began to bubble vigorously, and Su Yang started adding ingredients. Do you often eat Sichuan hot pot? Yes, I love hot pot too. Good. That spares me guilt if you'd only been tolerating it for my sake. I truly do enjoy it, Lu Yun replied with an endearing smile. They chatted amiably as they ate. Lu Yun's cheeks flushed deep red. The broth was only mildly spicy since Su Yang had considered her low tolerance for heat. Yet watching her pant and flick her tongue, Su Yang chuckled. Is it really that spicy? This is merely mild. I'm not sure why I can't handle it today. I usually tolerate heat quite well. Perhaps it's been too long since you last had it. Let me fetch you something to drink. Saying this, Su Yang rose and headed toward the beverage cooler by the entrance. He had taken only a few steps when an unexpected figure entered the restaurant, and their eyes met. Su Yang feigned indifference and continued walking toward the cooler, yet the newcomer's gaze lit up instantly. With a bright smile, she called out, Su Yang, is that really you? Su Yang rolled his eyes inwardly. Great. I pretended not to see you. Why couldn't you just walk past? She was Lin Xiaoma, his university girlfriend who had once scorned him as inadequate. To date, she remained the only woman with whom he had ever been formally involved. Beside her stood a tall young man, nearly 185 centimeters, slightly taller than Su Yang. Broad-shouldered and powerfully built, he appeared to be around 25. His hair was slicked back, his face square and clean-shaven save for a light stubble, and his complexion, subtly enhanced with makeup, looked unusually fair and smooth. He wore a black t-shirt with frayed hems, knee-length casual shorts, and crisp white sneakers. Elegant, yet undeniably effeminate. Lin Xiaoma dressed provocatively, a sleek gray body-hugging dress that accentuated her curves, a white handbag slung over one arm, and delicate white sandals. She was striking. Long flowing hair, a delicate oval face, large expressive eyes, lips painted with seductive crimson lipstick, and a neckline taut with restrained allure. As Su Yang turned away to retrieve a drink, Lin Xiaoma approached with a playful grin and lightly tapped his back. Still pretending not to recognize me. Even if you turned to ash, I'd know you instantly. Su Yang reluctantly turned. What is it? Do you need something? Can't I simply say hello? We did share a relationship after all. Lin Xiaoma spoke without reservation, arching one brow with a teasing smile. Her eyes roamed over Su Yang, transformed utterly from the man she'd known in university, as if reassessing him anew. When did you get so fit and so handsome? Did you go under the knife? None of your business. Who's this guy? The man behind her stepped forward. Oh, my ex-boyfriend, Lin Xiaoma replied candidly without hesitation. Ex-boyfriend? The one who wasn't quite up to par. He folded his arms with a smirk. Yes, him. Though honestly, he's grown remarkably handsome since we last met. Handsome won't fix what can't be fixed. Some things are innate, unchangeable without surgery. Su Yang glanced at the man, then at Lin Xiaoma. This is your new boyfriend. Still under evaluation, not official yet. The man showed no reaction. Su Yang smiled coolly. Are you gay? What? Gay? You're the one who's gay. You strike me as rather effeminate. You mocked my inadequacy. Yet I suspect your own endurance might clock in at 3 seconds. Lin Xiaoma burst into laughter. Laughing at what? Did I hit the mark? Have you already tested that claim? Not yet. If it were 3 seconds, I'd sooner reconcile with you. How delightfully optimistic. Well, I've no time for idle chatter. Goodbye. Su Yang picked up his drink and walked away. Wait. Lin Xiaoma called after him. What now? Let's exchange WeChat. You deleted me before. We've lost all contact. Not a chance. I've long lost interest in you. Goodbye. Without another glance, Su Yang strode off. Show off, the man muttered, annoyed. Are you really 3 seconds? Absolutely not. He's just making things up. Why would you believe him? Just joking. Let's go. I'm starving, Lin Xiaoma said, covering her mouth with a laugh. She and the man followed a waiter inside, and by sheer coincidence were seated right beside Su Yang and Lu Yun. Seeing Lin Xiaoma and the effeminate man settled directly beside him, Su Yang felt profoundly exasperated. What in the world? How did they end up here? Glancing at Su Yang and the lovely young woman across from him, Lin Xiaoma thought wryly, so he's dining with a beautiful girl after all. Hello. Didn't expect this, did you? She greeted Su Yang with a knowing smile. He rolled his eyes again. Lu Yun, puzzled, asked softly, Su Yang, who is this? Oh, my ex-girlfriend. Lu Yun offered an awkward, understanding smile. Oh, I see. Is she your girlfriend? Lin Xiaoma asked, leaning forward after placing her order. No, just a classmate. A classmate? She's quite lovely. What a shame. A shame for what? Su Yang retorted, irritation sharpening his tone. For meeting you. She'll spend the rest of her life regretting it. Shut up. Su Yang snapped, cutting off Lin Xiaoma's smirking reply. He yearned to demonstrate his newfound strength, but dared not with Lu Yun sitting quietly across the table. Truth be told, he held no lingering fascination for Lin Xiaoma, even if she remained skilled at provocation. His inner world had shifted dramatically. He no longer craved dominance or petty victories. Yet if she persisted in humiliating him, he would ensure she wouldn't rise from her seat for days. System scan Lin Xiaomo. Lin Xiaomo, ex-girlfriend, age 24 years old, height 166 centimeters, weight 53 kilograms, attractiveness 88, figure 88, number of relationships 1, currently single. Damn, there's no need to highlight the fact that she's an ex-girlfriend. Su-Yong looked at the information on the virtual screen somewhat surprised as he glanced at the number of relationships. Once. What's going on? Clearly that one time refers to his relationship with Su-Yong himself. Impossible, someone like her who loves to socialize hasn't dated anyone else in the past few years. System, did you make a mistake? No mistakes detected. Detected that Lin Xiaomo has reached the binding criteria. Do you wish to bind? Su-Yong fell silent. This was the most conflicted he had ever felt. Firstly, he didn't expect Lin Xiaomo to score above 85, and secondly, he didn't expect her to not date anyone after their breakup. However, Su-Yong would not go back on his word. Although even if they bound, he could never be with Lin Xiaomo again, he still didn't want to bind. Not binding. Detected that Lin Xiaomo is the host's ex-girlfriend and has a very high initial favorability towards the host. If bound, a generous reward will be granted. Are you sure you don't wish to bind? Damn, with you saying it like that, I might as well take the reward. Ding, binding successful. Lin Xiaomo's favorability towards the host 60. Reward for the host 2 million in cash and a skill in alcohol mastery. Su-Yong. Crap, I didn't even finish talking and it's already done. I seriously suspect if you earn a commission after I bind someone. Not a chance. Well, it's not bad. Ew, I didn't lose anything and even gained a drinking-related skill. Finally here, haha, let's hear more about it. Alcohol master can't get drunk. That's it. That's all. Alright, you're getting lazier and lazier. Su-Yong. Lin Xiaomo, who was beside him, saw Su-Yong standing still and waved her hand in front of his eyes. Su-Yong instantly snapped out of his conversation with the system. What's wrong? Why are you in a daze? Did I say something wrong? Lin Xiaomo relentlessly questioned while the nearby foppish boy watched with a smile and remained silent. If you keep using this to target me, I won't mind ensuring you can't get out of bed. Su-Yong said softly. Oh, did you really go through with surgery? Lin Xiaomo continued to tease him, laughing. Forget it. Then I'm truly curious to try again. Damn. Su-Yong silently cursed and chose to ignore Lin Xiaomo. Xiaoyan, how about after we finish eating we go watch a movie? Sure, but are there any good movies recently? I haven't kept up with new releases for a long time. Lu Yun watched Su-Yong and Lin Xiaomo chatting throughout, feeling somewhat uncomfortable but maintaining a calm exterior. I don't know either, let's check it out later. Sounds good. 20 minutes later, Su-Yong and Lu Yun were full. Seeing they were almost done, Lu Yun hurried to the front desk to settle the bill, fearing Su-Yong would insist on paying. Su-Yong just smiled. He didn't need to fight over paying for a hot pot meal. In a relationship, mutual contribution is the best state. A boy who only gives and spends money while a girl only enjoys such a relationship is unlikely to last. Su-Yong understood this very well. While Lu Yun was at the checkout, Lin Xiaomo once again took out her phone and smiled at Su-Yong, saying, "Are you sure you don't want to add my WeChat?" Not adding. Our relationship has long ended, and there's no point in adding each other again. Oh, come on, you just talked about feeling out my might, and now you say that. What a pity. I'm not interested in you anymore. Go find someone else to feel out your might. Su-Yong said as he picked up his bag and headed towards the door. Lin Xiaomo's eyes flashed with a hint of unnoticeable sadness, but no one saw it. Once outside the hot pot restaurant, Su-Yong pulled out his phone and opened a group app to check the latest movies. How about this one? Su-Yong held out his phone in front of Lu Yun. Lu Yun looked and said, "There's a movie called A Little Part of the Cloud. Sounds good. I heard this movie is quite nice. Then let's go with this. I'll buy the tickets first. Is the 910 showing okay?" That's fine. Alright, I've bought them. It's about 8 o'clock now. Should we go shopping in the mall or find a cafe to sit? I'm fine with anything. How about we go shopping first? It can help with digestion. Sure, let's go. The two chatted as they walked towards the mall. Lu Yun suddenly wanted to ask what exactly Su-Yong and Lin Xiaomo's relationship was now, but as soon as this thought appeared, she immediately squashed it. She stole a glance at Su-Yong, but he didn't notice. What am I doing? Why do I have this thought? Why should I ask about who he's with? I can't have such thoughts anymore. Hurry up and disappear. Soon the two entered a large shopping mall, and Su-Yong looked at the first floor area with many cosmetic shops. He smiled and said, "Let's go look at perfumes." Are you going to buy perfume? Lu Yun looked up at Su-Yong in surprise. She didn't expect a manly guy like Su-Yong would want to wear perfume. However, she didn't say much and followed Su-Yong to a Dior store. At this moment, a salesgirl immediately approached them with a smile. She had been paying attention ever since Su-Yong and Lu Yun entered the mall. After all, the couple walking down the street attracted quite a bit of attention, with a handsome guy and a beautiful girl, both exceptionally outstanding. It was hard not to draw the eye. Seeing Su-Yong dressed in trendy brands and wearing an expensive watch, the salesgirl knew he was wealthy. What would the handsome guy and beautiful lady like to see? Just browsing. Do you have any perfumes? Of course, we have a great selection of perfumes both for men and women. What kind of scent do you think would suit her? Su-young asked Lu Yun beside him. Lu Yun then realized that Su-young wanted to buy her perfume. Her face flushed red, feeling quite embarrassed as she said, Su-young, you don't have to buy me perfume, I already have some. Just think about it. You treated me to dinner today, oh, it's only right for me to give you a little gift. It's all about reciprocity. But Lu Yun wanted to say that they weren't really a couple. Su-young couldn't be bothered to look any longer. He walked over to a nearby resting area and sat down waiting for Lu Yun to make her purchase. Under the enthusiastic introduction of the sales assistant, Lu Yun finally chose a 50 milliliters bottle of Dior Miss D'Or Blooming Bouquet perfume priced at $990. This price was neither too high nor too low. It was the same range she usually bought perfumes in, and a bottle could last a long time. She didn't choose any of the options recommended by the sales assistant that cost $2,000 to $3,000, as it was Su-young spending the money, and she felt a bit embarrassed. Seeing that she was almost done selecting, Su-young stepped forward and asked, have you decided? Yes, this one. All right, if you like it, that's what matters. How much is it? Su-young turned to the sales assistant. This perfume is priced at $990 in store. Okay, please wrap it up. The sales assistant cheerfully agreed and took the perfume to the counter for packing. Su-young looked at Lu Yun, who was fidgeting and appeared somewhat shy, and said with a smile, what are you shy about? Do you want to look at anything else? No more looking. Lu Yun hurriedly replied. She was afraid Su-young would buy her something else. Although she was very happy inside when he bought her things, she was even a bit excited. However, she didn't want Su-young to think of her as a materialistic girl, and clearly she wasn't one. Su-young understood this as well. Seeing Lu Yun refuse, he smiled and said, all right, let's go then. After paying, the two continued to stroll through the mall. At 9:10, Su-young bought 2 cups of milk tea and a bucket of popcorn before entering the cinema with Lu Yun. In the dim cinema, the two found their seats in the dark. The movie had been out for a while, so there weren't many people watching at that moment. The movie quickly began, and Lu Yun focused intently on it. Su-young and Lu Yun sat side by side very close together, and there were only the two of them in that row. Sensing the faint fragrance from Lu Yun, Su-young found it hard to concentrate on the movie. His hand began to move restlessly. At that moment, Su-young's heart raced. He had felt the same way when watching a movie with Lin Xiaomo for the first time. In an instant, he felt as if he had fallen in love again. He turned his head to glance at Lu Yun's stunning profile. He swallowed hard, momentarily entranced, and his right hand unconsciously brushed against Lu Yun's little finger. The moment they touched, Lu Yun shivered slightly, but she did not pull her hand away, nor did she turn to look at Su-young, continuing to gaze at the big screen. Su-young took a deep breath, steeling himself, and directly grasped Lu Yun's soft, delicate hand. If it weren't for the loud movie sound, one could surely hear Lu Yun's heartbeat at that moment. After holding Lu Yun's hand, Su-young's heart raced as well. Seeing that Lu Yun didn't resist, he quickly pretended nothing had happened and started watching the movie. After an unknown period of time, Su-young went from holding Lu Yun's hand to intertwining their fingers. The two watched the entire movie hand in hand. As the movie ended, the lights in the cinema brightened. Su-young glanced over and saw that Lu Yun had been crying for some time, unbeknownst to him. He felt a bit flustered and quickly released her hand, asking, are you? What's wrong? Nothing. This movie was very touching, and I couldn't help but shed some tears. That's fine, Lu Yun said as she turned her head and wiped the tears from her face. Su-young took a tissue from his bag and handed it to Lu Yun. Here, this movie is indeed quite moving. Let's watch a comedy next time. Okay, Lu Yun nodded in silence as she took the tissue and wiped her face. It's all right, let's go. Sure, the two stood up and exited the cinema. This time, Su-young did not reach for Lu Yun's hand again. Once outside the cinema, it was already 11:30 at night. Su-young glanced at his watch and said, it's already 11:30. Are you hungry? Do you want to grab a late-night snack? Lu Yun seemed still unable to recover from her earlier emotions. She shook her head. No, I want to eat. I have to work tomorrow. Then I'll take you home. Okay. The two strolled back to the place where they had eaten lunch. They didn't talk much in between, neither mentioning the hand-holding incident. Arriving at the parking lot, they got into the car. Su-young set the navigation to Lu Yun's neighborhood and started the engine. 20 minutes later, the vehicle slowly stopped at the entrance of the community. Su-young turned to Lu Yun and said, we're here. By the way, I'm moving and planning to invite a few friends over for dinner. Once the time is set, I'll let you know you must come. Lu Yun had lost the emotion she had during the movie. She turned and smiled. I'll definitely come. All right, then I won't walk you in. See you later. Okay. As Lu Yun was about to get out of the car, Su-young suddenly and inexplicably grabbed her arm. Wait, what is it? Lu Yun turned to look at Su-young. Their eyes met, and the ambient lights in the car created a subtle romantic atmosphere. Lu Yun's face visibly flushed red, and Su-young leaned closer. Lu Yun shyly closed her eyes. 2 seconds later, Lu Yun did not experience the scene she expected from the movie, as she only felt a light touch on her face. Su-young then spoke up, you've got something on your face. Let me wipe it off. Alright, hurry home now. Ah, oh, okay. Lu Yun, like a shy butterfly, quickly opened the car door and ran out without saying goodbye, disappearing from sight. Su Yong watched Lu Yun dash into the community and took a deep breath. Phew, I almost couldn't hold back. He knew that if he had kissed her just now, considering what he knew of Lu Yun, they would likely have quickly established a romantic relationship. He had only just bound to the system a few days ago and had not yet enjoyed this vibrant world, so he didn't want to confirm a relationship so soon. Though it seemed rather selfish, Su Yong feared that if he entered a relationship, he might not resist the advances of other girls, which would make him even worse. He was unwilling to see such a situation unfold, so, in his internal struggle, he chose to be selfish rather than more selfish. He stopped thinking about it and started the car, driving home. Soon Su Yong returned home and took a shower. He walked out of the bathroom with his sturdy upper body bare when his phone rang. He picked it up and discovered that Pan Ning had added him to a group. The group was named A Guide for Contemporary Young People to Escape. Su Yong was taken aback, noticing that there were 6 people in the group. What's going on? He clicked on the 3 dots in the upper right corner and found that Meng Wenzhou and Lu Bo were also in the group, while the other 2, one male and one female, he did not recognize. At that moment, someone started sending messages. Overwhelming an army. Lu Bo, what's going on? Lonely like me? Meng Wenzhou, same question. After waiting 2 minutes, Pan Ning finally replied, let me cut to the chase. I'm planning a camping trip to Yunhui Mountain in a couple of days. I've added you all to this group just to inform you that you're coming with me. What? When exactly? Don't you know how busy your elder brother is? And busy with what exactly? And I? Don't question me. I've got plenty on my plate. Right, Fatso? Hangso Qianjun. And Hangso Qianjun, absolutely. Brother Meng really is swamped, managing several companies at once. No more excuses. I'm informing you, not negotiating. Got it. NSU Yang swallowed hard as he read Pan Ning's commanding message. This girl's quite something. In winter's snowflakes, oh, it's a camping trip. Count me in. I love it. In night's little insect. If my Shue's going, then so am I. Seeing the unfamiliar name, Su Yong mused inwardly. Shue. Who's that? Could it be Shun Yi Shue? Yes, that must be it. So this night's little insect is probably her boyfriend. Kai Pauche, my Kai, what about you? NSU Yang, I'm good. I've got nothing scheduled. For Su Yong, any activity involving food, drink, or leisure was always worth joining. After all, his system revolved entirely around enjoyment. Joy generated wealth. Thus, indulgence fell squarely within its domain. Done. Oh, and tomorrow at 1 p.m. meet me at Haicheng International Raceway. See you there. In winter snowflakes, something brewing. Gossip emoji Qing Chao. Eating melon emoji Qing Chao. In Qing Sao, I've invited Su Yong for a racing match tomorrow at noon. If you're free, feel free to come watch me crush him. Night's little insect. Whoa, I love racing. But who's Su Yong? In Qing Sao, didn't you see whom I tagged? In Night's little insect. Oh, right, I missed that earlier. By the way, can I sign up to race too? You. Go ahead if you dare. Though your driving skills are likely to earn you nothing but humiliation. Nah haha, just kidding. I'm a professional after all. Winter's snowflakes, since when did I not know? N. Lonely as I am. Speaking of racing, I'll register too. I even scouted the venue. Oh, senior brother Meng is interested too. And lonely as I am, of course. What red-blooded man doesn't thrill at the roar of engines? NSU Yang, then let's all meet tomorrow. Racing, I'm in. Camping though. In Qing Sao, what about camping? And lonely as I am, it just feels a bit dull. Mind if I make a modest suggestion? Go ahead. And lonely as I am, since we're already gathering a sizable group, why not go farther afield? Where to? And lonely as I am, how about Luching? It's been ages since most of us last visited. Picture this: gliding across the sea aboard a yacht, savoring fresh seafood, sipping fine wine. Surely that beats shivering in some remote forest campsite. Hangso Qianjuan, I'm fully on board. And maybe catch a glimpse of some bikinis. How delightful. Haha. In Night's little insect. Fatso speaks absolute truth. Winter's snowflakes, hammer-wielding Imogen, lonely as I am. Kai Pauche, my Kai. Brother Su, what say you? Wicked emoji, don't tell me you'd rather trek into the mountains with my sister and get devoured by mosquitoes. Su Yong smiled faintly upon reading Meng Wenzhou's message. Senior brother Meng, surely you jest. The joys of camping are many. That said, I find your proposal far more compelling. In truth, he simply wanted to imagine Pan Ning in a bikini. Lonely as I am. Doghead Imogen Qing Sao, you old perverts, the lot of you. Dear little sister, you've misjudged me entirely. I spoke only of sea breezes and fine wine. It was Fatso who mentioned bikinis, not me. You two are cut from the same cloth. Very well, Luching it is. But the camping plan remains unresolved. Next time it's non-negotiable. Agreed. We'll go next time we're free. Now that the destination's settled, let's pick a departure date. What day suits everyone? I'm ready anytime, even now. Say the word, and I'll pack immediately. Inching Sao, eye roll emoji. Weren't you just claiming how busy you were? Does chasing pretty girls and Luching suddenly make you less busy? And lonely as I am, Well, as a boss, I do have some flexibility. A few deadlines can wait. Uft. In winter's snowflakes, luching works for me. I haven't seen the ocean in ages. In night's little insect, let's depart tomorrow. Spontaneous travel at its finest. But I still have that race with Suyang tomorrow. In night's little insect, we race at noon. Afterward, we fly out in the afternoon or evening, no problem. Kai Pauche my Kai. Brother, what do you think? NSU Yang, I'm in. And lonely as I am, I'm in. In Hangzhou Qianjuan, I'm in. Winter snowflakes me too. In Qingcao, then it's settled. We fly out tomorrow. Lonely as I am, I'll secure a group perk. For everyone, you'll cover all flight expenses. Qingcao, oh, and round trip, please. And lonely as I am now, that's putting distance between us. Never mind the flights. I'll handle the hotel accommodations too, since the idea was mine. Hangzhou Qianjuan, whoa. Senior Brother Ming, magnanimous. In night's little insect, Senior Brother Ming, legendary. In winter's snowflakes, Brother Zhou, the handsomest. NSU Yang, Senior Brother Ming, truly generous. Shortly afterward, each member sent their personal details to Ming. One Zhou exchanged a few final remarks in the group and fell silent. When no further messages appeared, Suyang lounged on his bed scrolling through Douyin until sleep overtook him, and he awoke the next morning at 11 o'clock. He stretched luxuriously across the vast pillowy mattress of the master bedroom. And exquisite. And with a triumphant shout, he rolled off the bed. N. System, daily check-in. In check-in successful. Reward 50000. NSU Yang stepped into the Insut extravagantly spacious bathroom for a shower, then strolled into the kitchen to prepare himself a hearty brunch. Detected host thoroughly enjoyed cooking, mood elevated. Reward 20000. NSU Yang devoured his meal swiftly, then collapsed onto the sofa, idly browsing his phone. Just then Zhao Mingru, whom he hadn't contacted in days, sent a message. Where have you been gallivanting lately? Weren't you supposed to host a dinner for Xiao Man and me after your move? Reading her words, Su Yang paused. He'd originally planned to invite Zhao Mingru, Gu Xiao Man, Lu Yun, and Pan Ning to dinner at his home that very evening, but now they were flying to Luqing. He typed back, my dearest elder sister, this dinner will have to wait a few days. I'm heading to Luqing with friends later today. Luqing. For fun. Nice. I've never been before. I've never even seen the ocean. Strange, isn't it? Our city is called Haiqing, yet it has no sea at all. Ah, I see. Then we'll postpone until your return. NSU Yang pondered briefly. Why not invite them along? Yet aside from Zhao Mingru, Gu Xiao Man, and Lu Yun both had full-time jobs, they'd almost certainly decline. In Mingru, Jia, would you like to join me in Luqing for some seaside fun? Doghead emoji. 10 seconds passed before Zhao Mingru replied, fun. What kind of fun? In the best kind, doghead emoji. Get lost. What on earth do you imagine all day? I can't go. I'm tied up every daytime hour. Only evenings are free. NSU Yang sighed half a mist. Ah, what a shame. I'd hoped to show you the ocean's breathtaking beauty. I've seen it. I don't need your escort. I roll emoji. Fine then. We'll reschedule upon my return. And that's a get-together. Need my book, it's all the same thing. Fist emoji. After finishing the chat with Zhao Mingru, Su Yang asked Lu Yun and Gu Xiaomon, and as expected both were unable to take leave. The main issue was that his notification was too sudden and generally companies wouldn't allow people to take several days off. With a helpless smile, Su Yang had to give up. He returned to his bedroom and changed into a refreshing white t-shirt and gray casual shorts. Glancing at his watch, it was already 1230. It's about time to set off, he said as he took out his phone to send a message to Pan Ning. I'm getting ready to leave. It's Haicheng International Racing Circuit, right? Pan Ning quickly replied with a voice message. Yes, I'm already on my way, hurry up. Okay, I'm heading out now. Just as he turned off his phone, another notification sounded. Su Yang opened it again, and this time it was a group message from Lu Bo. Hangzhou Qianjuan, everyone, Meng Gu has already booked the tickets for 545. Later we need to go to the racing circuit. Meng Gu suggests everyone pack their luggage now after the race. We'll find a place to eat, then head straight to the airport. Hai Xio Chong got it. Dantian de Shuahua got it. Qing Sao, you should have said it earlier. I'm already on the way. Jimo Ru, you should hurry home to pack. There's still time, no rush. Qing Sao, all right then. Su Yang looked at the messages and replied as well, just as he was about to head out. Luckily, the messages came in time. He returned to his bedroom and casually stuffed a few short-sleeved shirts and shorts into his backpack. He didn't even need to use a suitcase. After packing his things, he grabbed the key to his Porsche and pushed the door open to leave. Half an hour later, Su Yang drove to Haiqing International Racing Circuit. Just as he arrived at the entrance, a very eye-catching orange Lamborghini Huracan drove by not far away. Seeing this, Su Yang slowed down, rolled down his window, and saw that the person inside was Meng Wanzhou. He smiled and pressed the horn. Beep, beep, beep. Meng Wanzhou drove his car next to Su Yang's and leaned out to call out, Su Xiong. Your car's color is quite flashy. Su Yang laughed. The flashier the better for this car. Your car looks good too. Mine can't compare to yours. Ooh, I could buy 2 of these with what yours costs. This isn't just about price. My car might not be able to outrun your turbos. We'll find out during the race later. Meng Wanzhou smiled lightly. All right, let's go in. I've reserved the whole place. After saying that, he pressed the gas and drove into the racing circuit. The security guard at the entrance recognized the approaching Lamborghini. He had seen it a few times before, and his boss had already personally greeted him, so he naturally knew who was coming. He quickly raised the automatic barrier at the entrance. Meng Wanzhou stopped his car at the entrance and smiled. The cars coming after are all my friends. I'll let them all in. Sure thing, the security guard replied cheerfully. After Meng Wanzhou finished instructing, he quickly drove into the racing circuit. Su Yang followed behind Meng Wanzhou, and the two arrived at the straight track on the spectator side. This straight section of the track is 1,233 meters long and 18 meters wide, making it ideal for various supercars to compete in straight-line acceleration. Moreover, Haicheng International Racing Circuit is top-notch in scale, being the second professional racetrack in China capable of hosting F1 races next to Modu. That Meng Wanzhou could rent out a racetrack of this caliber shows his connections and strength. At this level, Su Yang certainly couldn't compete, whether in terms of money or connections, but he was on a path of sustainable development. Given time, he could become the world's richest man. Su Yang got out of the car and looked up at the racetrack, and Meng Wanzhou also got out of the car. While this racetrack is impressive, it was expected of you, Meng Xiong. Meng Wanzhou smiled and said, just a small matter. How much does it cost to rent this place for a day? Meng Wanzhou thought for a moment and replied, normally it's 300 a day, but I know the owner here. He waived the fee for me. That's great. This is a good place. Whenever we want to race, we can come here to have some fun. Ding detected that the host has arrived at a professional racetrack for the first time, feeling pleased. Reward 300. As the two chatted, others began to arrive one after another. The first to arrive was Pan Ning, who pulled up beside them in a red Ferrari SF90. Looking at Su Yang's 911 Turbo, she extended her slender hand to take off her sunglasses. Is this your car? Yes, Su Yang smiled and nodded. Is it okay, eh? It's fine, but it surely can't outrun me. In a straight line it might not beat you, but on the entire track you definitely can't outrun me. Let's see later. Sure. Just as they finished speaking, Lu Bo arrived driving a black Maybach GLS 600. He wasn't there to race today. He was responsible for carrying Meng Wanzhou's and his own luggage. Following him were Shun Yixue and her boyfriend Zhang Ziming, also known as Haixio Chong. Zhang Ziming was driving a white Aston Martin DBS with Shun Yixue sitting in the passenger seat. Upon seeing this, Su Yang thought to himself, while it turns out he is also a rich second generationer, it seems a bit difficult to improve Shin Yixue's favorability, but it doesn't matter, he is just a tool to me. When everyone had arrived, Pan Ning was wearing a gray tank top and sexy shorts with her long legs extremely eye-catching. However, only Su Yang dared to look openly. Meng Wanzhou, being Pan Ning's cousin, naturally didn't have such thoughts, while Lu Bo was a bit intimidated by Pan Ning and didn't dare to sneak a glance. After Zhang Ziming and Shun Yixue parked the car, they got out and greeted everyone. Su Yang looked over at Zhang Ziming. He stood 182 centimeters tall, was well-built, neither too fat nor too thin, with a neat short haircut. In terms of looks, he couldn't compare to Su Yang or Meng Wanzhou, but he had a great presence and a decent physique, definitely a sporty guy. After Zhang Ziming greeted everyone, he walked up to Su Yang quickly, sizing him up. Seeing that Su Yang was well-dressed and good-looking, especially the watch on Su Yang's wrist, he took a second glance. In fact, many wealthy individuals like them tend to be exclusive. Specifically, they don't think highly of the poor. However, Su Yang had good conditions all around, which left Zhang Ziming with a favorable first impression. He stepped forward and extended his hand to Su Yang with a smile. You must be Su Yang. Su Yang also politely extended his hand to shake. Yes, what's your name, brother? Zhang Ziming, nice to meet you. I wasn't there last time when you all went drinking, and my apologies. But since you were friends with Lao Meng and the fat guy, we are friends now too. Let's hang out more in the future. I'm sure we can become real friends. Haha, alright, I like your straightforward personality. Meng Wanzhou walked up with a smile. I like Su Xiong's personality, that's why I became friends with him. We should hang out more often. Absolutely. You guys are all men, to stop with the small talk. Can we start? Pan Ning, leaning against the car with her arms crossed, looked at the few of them impatiently. Let's start. Get the cars lined up. The track is wide enough for 4 cars to race together. Let's begin with a 400-meter straight-line acceleration. As Pan Ning spoke, she sat back inside the car. Soon the 4 parked their cars side by side. From left to right, they were Meng Wanzhou's Bull, Su Yang's 911 Turbos, Pan Ning's SF90, and Zhang Ziming's Aston Martin DBS. Each of these 4 cars, if seen on the road, would surely turn heads as top-tier supercars. Now they were all lined up for a straight-line acceleration test, which seemed somewhat surreal to Su Yang. Just a few days ago, he was a penniless nobody, yet now he found himself friends with several wealthy heirs. At times he couldn't help but wonder if this was all just a dream. The The four supercars stood side by side. Judging by the specs alone, only Su Yang's 911 turbos had a six-cylinder engine, which also had the lowest horsepower at just 650. The Ferrari SF90, on the other hand, boasted a 4.0T 8-cylinder engine complemented by 3 electric motors for assistance with a maximum horsepower of 1,000. The Bull and the Martin both featured monstrous 12-cylinder engines, with the Bull at 6.5L and 770 horsepower, while the DBS had a 5.2T engine with 725 horsepower. Based solely on the data Su Yang had already lost. However, he remained calm, fully aware of his car's capabilities, and awaited Lu Bo's command with a smile. At this moment, Lu Bo appeared with a small red flag from who knows where. He stood in front of the 4 cars and loudly announced, "Everyone get ready. When I count down to 1, you all take off. The first round will begin with a floor start. If you understand, honk your horns." Beep, 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 beep. 4 horns sounded in unison. "All right, ready. 3, 2. Lu Bo waved the small red flag and suddenly swiped it down. The shout of 1 followed, and Su Yang immediately floored the accelerator. In an instant, the 4 supercars erupted with a thunderous roar and surged forward. However, the first to launch was the car with the least horsepower. The turbos followed. Su Yang was in manual mode, quickly toggling the paddle shifters on the steering wheel. The car with the worst stats was the fastest off the line. After 100 meters, Su Yang glanced in the rearview mirror to see Pan Ning's red Ferrari closing in, and he was secretly astonished. Wow, so fierce. At that moment, Su Yang wished he could press the accelerator even deeper. He had already floored it, but his lead was slowly being caught up by Pan Ning. As they crossed the halfway point, Pan Ning successfully overtook Su Yang. The Bull behind them had also opened a gap from the DBS, but the difference was minimal, with the Bull only half a car length ahead. Yet it was impossible for these 2 cars to catch up with Su Yang and Pan Ning. The 400 meters flashed by, with Pan Ning crossing the finish line, first Su Yang, second Meng Wanzhou third, and Zhang Ziming fourth. After crossing the line, the 4 stopped their cars, and Zhang Ziming incredulously jumped out to look at the others. "No way. How are you all so fierce? My 5.2T V12 actually came in last. You guys didn't cheat, did you?" Pan Ning shot Zhang Ziming a glare. "Do you need to cheat? Even if I let you cheat, you still wouldn't beat me." Zhang Ziming retorted, "I admit I can't beat you. After all, your car is hybrid and has 1,000 horsepower, but why can't I beat those 2? Especially this 911. He said as he walked around Su Yang's car. "Yang, are you sure you didn't cheat?" Su Yang was taken aback. He didn't expect this guy to affectionately call him Yang. He just smiled and replied, "Of course not, it's completely stock." "Is the stock turbos really that powerful? If I remember correctly, this car only has 650 horsepower, and it's a 6-cylinder. Zhang Ziming, with a face full of astonishment, leaned into the driver's seat to take a look around. Meng Wanzhou was indifferent about the outcomes. He walked up with a smile and said, "Don't underestimate this car with only 650 horsepower. Porsche's PDK transmission is impressive with a 0 to 100 km/h acceleration in 2.7 seconds. You can't keep up. I have over 700 horsepower and a 12-cylinder engine, yet I still lost. I'm still not convinced. If you're not convinced, let's do it again this time. Well, I'll use launch mode." "All right, that should be the reason. If we do a launch, I can at least secure second place. Let's go back and do it again." The 4 entered their cars and drove back to the starting point. Lu Bo approached with a grin. "The SF90 is indeed fierce." "How could it not be fierce? It has 3 electric motors assisting. Who can compete with that?" Zhang Ziming chuckled. "All right, for the second round, we'll use launch mode. Are you ready?" Lu Bo shouted. Lu Bo stood in front of the cars again. "Get ready." The 4 cars erupted with a thunderous roar, all set for the launch. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown finished, Su Yang abruptly released the brake with his left foot, while his right foot floored the accelerator. The turbos surged forward, the powerful thrust pressing him against the seat as he dashed out first once again. The launch of the 911 turbos was indeed impressive. This time, due to the launch start, the turbos unleashed its full potential, gradually extending its lead. However, just past the halfway mark, Pan Ning caught up to him again. Su Yang glanced at the rearview mirror on the right and muttered, "Come on, not again." As soon as he finished speaking, Pan Ning was already level with him, and then she overtook Su Yang once more. Su Yang smacked the steering wheel reluctantly, shouting, "Damn it." Meng Wanzhou and Zhang Ziming could only watch from behind, inhaling the exhaust fumes of the 2 cars ahead. Zhang Ziming gritted his teeth. It was now impossible to catch up with Su Yang and Pan Ning, but he didn't want to end up in last place again. Meng Wanzhou's lead wasn't significant either. He wanted to pursue further, but was helpless, having floored the accelerator, yet still trailing half a car length behind. Soon the second round of the PK also concluded. Pan Ning took first place against Su Yang, second Meng Wanzhou third, and Zhang Ziming came last. Zhang Ziming got out of the car and raised his head to the sky, howling, "Why?" Seeing this, Meng Wanzhou couldn't help but chuckle. Maybe you should switch cars. This one isn't suitable for racing. Pan Ning, however, paid no attention to Zhang Ziming's outburst and walked over to Su Yang's car asking, "So what do you think? Are you convinced?" Su Yang nodded helplessly. "I'm convinced. I'm convinced. In straight-line acceleration, I indeed can't compete with you, but if we ran the entire track, you definitely wouldn't be my match." Su Yang had his reasons for saying this. Firstly, Porsches are inherently well-suited for racing, and secondly, Su Yang had the skills of a professional racer to back him up, giving him full confidence that he could win. Not to mention Pan Ning, even against a professional racer, he wouldn't back down. Pan Ning smiled faintly. "How about we have another race on the track? Sure, I'll give you a full car-length head start." "Huh. You as my defeated opponent still dare to be so arrogant. Just wait and see. Oh well, know the results when we race." "All right, how about a few laps?" Pan Ning asked. 5 laps, winner takes all." "Good." Pan Ning didn't hesitate, immediately getting into her car to drive back to the starting point. Su Yang looked at Zhang Ziming, who was still complaining to Meng Wanzhou, and said with a smile, Ming, don't dwell on it. I'm about to race Pan Ning on the track. Do you want to join us?" "I'm in. I don't believe that while I can't beat you in a straight line, I can't dominate on the track," he said as he climbed into his car. Meng Wanzhou shook his head. This guy is just obsessed with racing. Su Yang nodded in agreement, and the three drove back to the starting point. "Fatty, for the final round, let's race on the track 5 laps in total. You time us." Meng Wanzhou instructed Lu Bo from inside the car. Lu Bo gave an okay gesture. "All right, then you all get ready." The 4 people made slight adjustments before signaling Lu Bo that they were ready to depart. Su Yang had just jokingly suggested that Pan Ning could drive a car by herself. Although he could easily win, even if she did, it would be too disrespectful to Pan Ning, and it was very likely she would retaliate. After thinking it over, he decided against it. Lu Bo noticed that the 4 were ready and pulled out a professional stopwatch from somewhere. He walked to the front of the car and said to the 4, "The final round consists of 5 laps on the track." The professional track at Haicheng International Racing Circuit is a total length of 5,340 meters. F1 drivers can complete a lap in as fast as 1 minute and 25 seconds, but apart from Su Yang, the others are just ordinary people. Typically, an ordinary racing enthusiast takes about 1 minute and 50 seconds to 2 minutes to complete a lap. Over 5 laps, it would take nearly 10 minutes. This time is only achievable by those who are somewhat familiar with racing. Though Su Yang had the skills of a professional driver, he was not familiar with the track. Meng Wanzhou, Pan Ning, and Zhang Ziming had raced a few times and appeared to have a larger advantage. Seeing that everyone was prepared, Lu Bo shouted, "All right, get ready to start. 3, 2, 1. As soon as the words were spoken, the 4 cars shot forward. Su Yang was ready to test his professional driver skills. He still had the fastest start, but soon he was overtaken by Pan Ning. This time, he didn't panic. After all, it was a race of over 5 kilometers, and he had plenty of opportunities to overtake Pan Ning. Right after the straight, there was a very sharp right turn, and Pan Ning had to slow down as she approached the curve. Su Yang's eyes lit up, and various techniques flooded into his mind. He seized the opportunity, flooring the accelerator to overtake Pan Ning. Pan Ning was taken aback, exclaiming, "Is this guy insane?" She quickly honked to remind Su Yang to slow down. At his current speed, he would surely crash while taking the turn. However, Su Yang paid no mind to her warnings. He felt as if he had become Schumacher himself. Just before entering the turn, he slightly eased off the throttle, pressed the brake hard with his right foot, and sharply turned the steering wheel. The turbos executed an impressively stylish drift through the corner, leaving Pan Ning dumbfounded behind. Even Zhang Ziming and Meng Wanzhou were astonished, their mouths agape, as they watched the turbos drift professionally through the turn. Zhang Ziming couldn't help but shout from inside the car, "What the heck? Is this guy a professional?" Without waiting for more thoughts, Pan Ning had already cleared the first turn. Meng Wanzhou and Zhang Ziming raced closely together, each slowing down to navigate the turn. Due to the first turn, Su Yang quickly widened the gap between him and the others. Although he had never raced on this track before, his professional driver skills significantly offset his unfamiliarity with the course. Soon the first lap was completed. Lu Bo stood at the starting point and pressed the stopwatch to check. Upon seeing the time, he furrowed his brows. 1 minute. 33 seconds. What the hell, is this stopwatch broken? Lu Bo was quite familiar with racing and often enjoyed watching various types of racing competitions. Haicheng International Racing Circuit had hosted 2 F1 races, and he clearly remembered that the fastest lap time was 1 minute and 25 seconds. But that was achieved by world-class drivers in multi-million-dollar F1 cars. For Su Yang to complete his first lap in 1 minute and 33 seconds was astonishing. He swallowed hard, rendered speechless. Soon Pan Ning drove her red Ferrari to finish the first lap, and Lu Bo checked the time. It was 1 minute and 53 seconds. The stopwatch isn't broken. Su Yang was oblivious to these details, and after completing his first lap, he had already memorized the location of every turn. In the second lap, he raced with even more finesse, reaching a long straight and accelerating to 300. However, the speed was too high and he had to slow down as he approached the turn. Su Yang drifted through every turn, which put considerable strain on the tires. He estimated that he would need to change the tires after these few laps. But at this moment, he cared little for that. He was fully immersed in the thrill of racing. Ding. Detected that the host is greatly enjoying racing and gaining deep insights. Our rewarded 3,000,001 McLaren Senna fragment. 35. Su Yang ignored the system's announcement and focused intently on the track ahead. Behind him, apart from Pan Ning, who could barely see the tail lights of Su Yang's car, Meng Wanzhou and Zhang Ziming had given up on racing altogether. The two parked their cars outside the track to watch Su Yang and Pan Ning perform. Su Yang soon completed his second lap and Lu Bo pressed the stopwatch again. This time, Su Yang's time was even more outrageous, just 1 minute and 29 seconds. Zhang Ziming took the stopwatch to check. What the heck? This guy is definitely a professional driver. How can we compete? Meng Wanzhou just smiled silently, watching the track, lost in thought. Time passed, and the fourth lap was quickly concluded. While Su Yang was on his fifth lap, Pan Ning had just finished her third lap, trailing by a whole lap. This is the difference between an ordinary person and a professional driver. Pan Ning no longer struggled, realizing that she couldn't compete with Su Yang on the track. This time she accepted her defeat wholeheartedly. The disparity was simply too great to bridge through training. She understood that no matter how much she practiced, she could never outrun Su Yang. After finishing her third lap, she pulled her car to the side and stopped. Su Yang quickly completed his final lap. Lu Bo quickly pressed the stopwatch as Su Yang crossed the finish line. The total time displayed 6 minutes and 51 seconds. The way the others looked at Su Yang was as if they were staring at a monster. Su Yang parked his car next to the others and asked, "What's going on with you guys? Why did everyone drop out of the race?" Zhang Ziming looked at Su Yang with a forlorn expression. "What do you think? We're not even in the same league as you. You're drifting through the turns is insane. Are you Takumi Fujiwara or something?" Su Yang laughed heartily and proudly said, "You caught me. I'm really sorry, He. Su brother, you truly surprised me. Your skills are good enough to compete professionally." Meng Wanzhou also chimed in with a smile. Su Yang waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. Competitions are too exhausting for me." At that moment, Pan Ning turned to Su Yang and said calmly, "I may not be able to beat you on the track, but I won the straight line, so we can call it even." "All right, it's even." "Well then, the race is over. Shall we head out?" Meng Wanzhou checked his phone. "It's about time. Let's grab some food and then head to Feilu City." "Okay." Su Yang asked, "Where are we eating?" "Send the location in the group chat." "Okay." Meng Wanzhou shared the restaurant location in the group chat, and the group of them started their vehicles one by one. As the 5 luxury cars entered the city, they caused quite a stir. Almost every vehicle passing by would glance at their cars. Though luxury cars and supercars were common in Haicheng, the chance of 5 luxury cars appearing together was still relatively low. Pedestrians on the road pulled out their phones to take pictures. Soon the 6 arrived at a high-end restaurant serving local cuisine. After parking the cars, the restaurant owner rushed out. He approached Meng Wanzhou with an excited expression, respectfully saying, "Young Master Meng, you're here. I've already arranged for a private room. Thanks, we can start serving the dishes now, or we need to leave for the airport after we eat." "Of course, please come inside." The owner politely led them into the restaurant. Su Yang thought to himself, "At last I've witnessed the wealthy side of him." The restaurant they visited was a well-known local cuisine establishment in Haicheng. Generally speaking, local dishes are hard to scale up, yet this restaurant has managed to open 9 branches in Haicheng alone. Each branch exceeds 1,000 square meters, and the business at each is always booming. Most of the time, guests need to make reservations in advance, and private rooms are even harder to book. However, Meng Wanzhou's status in Haicheng's wealthy circle is well known. Thus, whenever he wishes a call to most upscale restaurant owners will result in them hastily preparing the largest private room available. But Su Yang was unaware of this. To him, it was merely a decent Chinese restaurant. Upon entering the private room, the owner personally came to take their order. He placed 6 menus in front of each of the 6 individuals. Then he walked over to Meng Wanzhou and cheerfully asked, "What does young Master Meng wish to eat today?" Meng Wanzhou leaned back in his chair and replied, "Let's just eat casually today, let them decide." All right. Su Yang glanced at the dishes on the menu, each priced at 500 to 600, with the more expensive ones reaching 2,000 to 3,000. He thought to himself, "Isn't this just ordinary home cooking? How dare they sell it at such high prices? The world of the rich is indeed different. Looks like I need to learn more." In just a few minutes, the 5 of them finished ordering, and the owner took the menus away. Soon a waiter pushed a cart with over 10 exquisite Chinese dishes to their table. "All the dishes are served. Let's eat quickly as time is a bit tight," Meng Wanzhou said, glancing at his watch. "All right then, I won't hold back." Su Yang picked up his chopsticks and grabbed a piece of glistening red braised pork to taste. After a few chews, he remarked, "The taste is quite good." Meng Wanzhou, sitting to Su Yang's left, smiled and asked, Not bad, right, Su brother? Does it suit your taste? Very nice, no wonder it's so expensive. Their restaurant is considered the best local cuisine in Haicheng. If you like it, just mention my name next time you come and you want me to queue. Su Yang smiled faintly. Then I shall thank you, Meng brother. 20 minutes later, the six of them walked out of the restaurant satisfied. The owner personally saw them off. After watching them drive away, he returned inside. Meanwhile, the other customers in the restaurant began to whisper. Who are these people? When they arrived, the owner was very polite to greet them, and now he personally sees them off as well. You're quite ignorant, aren't you? Do you know which one of those 6 men was just now? I wouldn't be asking if I knew. Do you know Meng Jianyun? Meng Jianyun, the richest man in Haicheng. Yes. Are you saying one of those people was Meng Jianyun's son? That's right. Wow, no wonder. That explains it. I was wondering why the owner, who usually looks down on everyone, was behaving so unusually today. It turns out the son of Haicheng's richest man came. Indeed, a rich second generation like him would receive respectful treatment wherever he goes. That is true, but it's a pity we don't have such a father. In this lifetime, we won't have that luck. Let's strive to be born into a good family in our next life. At 5 o'clock sharp, Su Yang and the others arrived at Haicheng International Airport. After parking the car, Su Yang slung his bag over his shoulder and stepped aside to smoke while waiting for the others. Lu Bo looked over at Su Yang and saw that he only had a bag on his back with nothing else. He widened his eyes and asked, Su Ge, where's your luggage? I have it on my back. Is that all you're bringing, just that small backpack? Yes, do I need to bring a lot of things? It's not like I'm going to stay in Luqing permanently. Oh, a few changes of clothes will do. Besides, don't hotels provide everything else? Lu Bo took out 2 large suitcases from the trunk of the Maybach GLS 600. Hearing Su Yang's comment, he glanced at the 2 large suitcases on the ground, lost in thought. What are you dazed about? Meng Wanzhou walked over and patted Lu Bo on the back. Are we bringing too much luggage? How much is this? Look at Su Ge. Meng Wanzhou turned to look at Su Yang, who appeared surprised, and asked, Old Su, you're just bringing a bag. Otherwise, if I lack something, I can buy it there. Why are you all bringing so much luggage as if you won't be coming back? That does sound a bit reasonable. Meng Wanzhou chuckled awkwardly. Just then Pan Ning walked over to Su Yang and impatiently said to Meng Wanzhou and Lu Bo, Can you two hurry up? You're the only ones taking so long. All right. Soon they arrived in the lobby, picked up their tickets, and proceeded into the airport waiting area in order. Meng Wanzhou booked 6 first-class tickets, effectively reserving the entire first-class section, as there are usually only 6 seats in first class on a standard flight. When the time came, they could use the VIP passage to board directly. Su Yang glanced at the ticket in his hand, and in fact, this was his first time flying in his life. Previously, whenever he traveled far, it was either by bus or high-speed train. When he picked up his ticket earlier, he was completely confused, only quietly observing how others did it. Why am I feeling a bit nervous? It's my first time flying you. I wonder if there will be a feeling of weightlessness during takeoff and landing, and will my ears pop? Su Yang mumbled to himself. Soon an announcement echoed in the airport stating that the flight from Haicheng to Luqing was ready for boarding. Su Yang stood up and watched as a crowd queued, instinctively preparing to join the line. Pan Ning noticed Su Yang heading into the crowd and quickly pulled him back, saying, Where are you going? Aren't we supposed to queue? We're in first class. We don't need to queue, just go through the VIP passage. Oh really? I didn't know first class had such special treatment. Su Yang scratched his head and laughed heartily. He didn't feel embarrassed. He had a relaxed attitude towards such matters. Not having flown before didn't seem shameful to him. Pan Ning frowned at Su Yang and asked, You've never flown before? Yes, it's my first time. Are you joking with me? Pan Ning thought Su Yang was joking. She turned and walked towards the VIP passage. Su Yang didn't bother to explain. He shook his head and followed the others. Soon they entered the airplane through the VIP passage, being among the first to board. Upon reaching first class, Su Yang found his seat and sat down. Before long, a flight attendant in a deep blue uniform approached him. The flight attendant was very beautiful, tall, and had a great figure, wearing the airline's requisite black stockings. She crouched down next to Su Yang, revealing 8 pearly teeth as she smiled, and said, Hello, sir. Welcome aboard Huahai Airlines. The flight is about to take off. Please fasten your seatbelt. Su Yang smiled and looked down for the seatbelt, but after fumbling for a while, he couldn't figure out how to fasten it. He glanced at the flight attendant who was helping him and thought, how should I address her? Is it server? That seems wrong. Miss? I might get slapped for that. I'll forget it. Confused, Su Yang shouted, Excuse me, beautiful, how do I buckle this seatbelt? I'm not quite sure how. Could you teach me? The flight attendant turned to Su Yang and said with a smile, Sir, I will assist you. She then crouched beside him and personally helped him fasten the seatbelt. At this moment, the distance between them was very close, and the flight attendant emitted a charming scent of perfume. Damn, no wonder so many men like dating flight attendants. It seems there's some reason behind it. Su Yang looked up and stole a few more glances at the flight attendant. After fastening the seatbelt, the flight attendant blushed slightly and glanced at Su Yang before turning to the side to introduce herself. Sir, our flight will have an estimated duration of around 2 hours and 10 minutes. After takeoff, we will provide meals both Chinese and Western. Oh, please let me know what you prefer. I don't need anything, just bring me an iced Americano later. No food at all. Yes, none needed. Once all the passengers were aboard, the plane began to slowly taxi out of the terminal and the cabin started announcing the usual flight procedures. The plane quickly took off. Su Yang opened the window and watched as the plane gradually ascended, feeling an overwhelming excitement in his heart. What a unique experience, it feels so wonderful. Ding detected that the host is taking a flight for the first time in his life, feeling excited. Reward 000. System, do you have any protective measures in case the plane has an accident? None. Su Yang. What if I crash and die? System released. All right, good system. Su Yang smiled helplessly, but he was merely asking out of curiosity. The chances of a plane accident are still very low, it's just that most first-time flyers can't help but think about it. The plane soon flew to an altitude of over 10,000 meters, at which point the flight attendant brought a cup of iced Americano to Su Yang. Sir, your iced Americano. Thank you. You're welcome. If you need anything, you can press the call button above. Okay, thank you. You are welcome. The flight attendant smiled and turned to leave. Pan Ning sat to Su Yang's left, but she had been wearing an eye mask and sleeping since the plane took off. The others were also resting with headphones on, while Su Yang was full of novelty, as this was his first time. He leaned against the window watching the sunset outside as the clouds below rushed by. Su Yang continued to gaze for a full 2 hours. As the sky gradually darkened, the outside turned pitch black, and the plane safely landed at Lucheng Airport. Just as he got off the plane, a wave of intense heat swept over him. Su Yang instantly felt a suffocating sensation. Wow, why is it so hot? Yes, that's how it is in Lucheng. It seems we arrived at the wrong time. Oh, we shouldn't have come in summer. Lu Bo said. Pan Ning rolled her eyes. It's not like it's your good friend Meng Gu who called us here. Meng Wanzhou, hearing this, chuckled. It's alright, I've booked a very comfortable hotel. We'll be fine once we get there. After exiting the airport, the group followed the designated pickup personnel to the car. The pickup vehicle was a Toyota Alphard MPV worth over $1 million. With the driver, it could comfortably seat 7 people. Departing from Lucheng Airport, the car arrived at the Lucheng Marriott 5-star hotel after more than 40 minutes. The hotel's location was very close to the beach and the environment was elegant. As Su Yang walked, he glanced at the sea, but by now it was completely dark and all he could see were scattered dots of light on the water. Meng Wanzhou had booked ocean view suites for everyone, with each room costing $169.99 a night. Upon entering the hotel lobby, Meng Wanzhou suddenly turned to the group and said, I booked 4 ocean view suites, is that okay? That's fine, that's fine. Don't mention the ocean view suites, even a regular double room would be great. Ha, Zhang Ziming joked from the side. Hearing this, Su Yang glanced at the others, thinking 6 people, 4 rooms. He couldn't help but ask, hey old Meng, why did you only book 4 rooms? Meng Wanzhou smiled and said, there are only 4 ocean view rooms left here, but that's perfect, isn't it? What's wrong with that? Right. Su Yang thought it didn't add up. Meng Wanzhou patiently explained, you see, I take 1 room, Fatty takes 1, Ziming and Ishua are a couple in 1 room, and you and my sister are in 1 room. What's wrong with that? Right. Huh. Su Yang was taken aback and his face nearly bore several large question marks. He never imagined that Meng Wanzhou would arrange it this way. Although he was very willing, he indeed hadn't expected it. Pan Ning was also a bit speechless, but remained calm. On what basis did you put us 2 together in 1 room? Meng Wanzhou and Lu Bo exchanged a knowing glance and laughed. Aren't you 2 a couple? Su Yang stumbled at these words, thinking, wow, can they really see that Pan Ning and I are a pair? Seeing Su Yang's reaction, Meng Wanzhou deliberately said, if I misunderstood, should I cancel the room and book 2 separate ones for you? But then one person won't have an ocean view room. Pan Ning shot Meng Wanzhou a glare, saying, no need, let's just leave it as it is too troublesome. Su Yang glanced at Pan Ning, and since she had already said so, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Who would turn down such an incredible opportunity? Besides, he had already obtained the God of Wine skill, and being in the same room, they could enjoy a little drink together at night. As he thought about it, a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. Meng Wanzhou and Lu Bo exchanged a sly smile. Meng Wanzhou was well aware of Pan Ning's character. He sensed something was off the first time she called them over to drink with Su Yang at the nightclub. Then she pulled Su Yang into the group chat, saying they should go camping together. At that moment, he confirmed that Pan Ning and Su Yang had some kind of relationship. From his understanding of Pan Ning, if she wasn't interested in someone, she would never get that close to them. Moreover, Meng Wanzhou himself had a good impression of Su Yang. In his view, Su Yang was entirely worthy of Pan Ning. Thus, this time he simply went with the flow. In fact, there weren't just 4 ocean view rooms left. This season isn't exactly peak time, and there are still plenty of ocean view rooms available. However, this was something only he and Lu Bo knew. After the group checked in at the front desk, They took their room keys and headed to their rooms. Meng Wanzhou said, "Let's go back to the room to drop off our luggage and rest a bit, then we can go have a few drinks later. I have a friend in Luqing who owns a bar." "All right, very good," Zhang Ziming praised from the side. Shun Yixue also chimed in, "Sounds good." Seeing no one object, they gradually returned to their rooms. Su Yang and Pan Ning entered the room. The hotel's Ocean View suite was quite spacious, featuring a living room, a bathroom, and 2 bedrooms with a large terrace facing the sea. Downstairs was the hotel's lush green forest lawn and a large swimming pool, but it was dark now, making it hard to see clearly. Su Yang placed his bag on the sofa and asked, "Which room do you want to sleep in?" "I'm fine with either, they're all about the same." "Oh, what a pity." "What a pity?" Pan Ning asked while putting down her bag. "It's a pity there are 2 rooms." Su Yang laughed. Pan Ning rolled her eyes. "If there was only 1 room, you'd be sleeping on the sofa." Su Yang chuckled at this. "But by the way, does your drinking rule still count?" "Of course I keep my word." "Then it's settled." Su Yang received the answer he wanted, picked up his bag, and casually chose a room to walk into. The group showered in their rooms and changed into fresh, comfortable clothes before preparing to head out. Meng Wanzhou lay on the bed and pulled out his phone to message the group chat. "Lonely as me. Everyone, are you ready? Can we depart?" "In Nightbug, ready, anytime." "In Sweeping all armies, just finished showering. Let me change into something dashing." Meanwhile, in Su Yang and Pan Ning's room, the 2 took quick showers, one after the other. Pan Ning wore a crisp off-white gingham midi dress, a soft pink hairband, and white sandals, radiating charm and playful elegance. Su Yang remained in his relaxed black and white short-sleeve top and shorts, though he too had swapped into sandals. "In, all done, and here's the room key. Keep it with you." Pan Ning stood before the mirror, carefully arranging her hair. "In, all right. This household still depends on me, doesn't it?" After finishing, she turned palms up, turned towards Su Yang. "Well, what do you think?" "I'd rather not praise you, lest you grow arrogant, but I simply can't resist." 2 words celestial maiden descended to earth. "In, puffed, smooth talker. Truly, I swear. Compared to you, even celebrities and internet influencers fall immeasurably short. In, to share a room with a fairy like you. My life is complete." In Pan Ning rolled her eyes again. "Enough chatter. Let's go. Let's go, let's go. We'll get you drunk tonight." None by one they changed and gathered in the hotel's lounge waiting. It was already 9:30 p.m. The spacious, opulent lounge bustled with tourists, most clearly dressed for an evening of leisure and revelry. Su Yang's group drew noticeable attention upon entering. Aside from Lu Bo, the cheerful, unassuming, chubby one, every member possessed striking, exceptional looks. Such a gathering of exceptionally attractive young men and women inevitably drew lingering glances. Seated on the sofa sipping coffee, Su Yang, Pan Ning, Zhang Ziming, Shen Yixue, and Lu Bo awaited Meng Wanzhou. 7 or 8 minutes later, Meng Wanzhou strolled in, like a protagonist making his grand entrance. "In, if you'd arrived 1 minute later, we'd have left without you," Pan Ning said, shooting him a sharp glance. Meng Wanzhou chuckled. "Ah, nature calls. Cut me some slack. I'd have been here sooner, but suddenly my stomach cramped." He wore a flamboyant floral print short-sleeve shirt and matching beach shorts, and absurdly a pair of sunglasses. "And hey, old Meng, seriously, sunglasses at night. Can you even see where you're walking?" Su Yang teased. "And can't see. Then hold me steady later. Sunglasses on. No one's safe." "And fine. So where are we headed for fun?" "Follow me. I've already arranged everything with the venue owner." "Oh, Lu Bo, did you call the car?" And Lu Bo stood up. "The driver's been outside smoking 2 cigarettes already." "Really? Then let's go." Ever since arriving in Luqing, Meng Wanzhou seemed transformed, vibrant, energized, and brimming with confidence. He strode purposefully toward the hotel lobby. The others rose and followed. At the Grand Hotel entrance, a sleek black Alphard awaited them. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Qinghai Bay, the most famed and bustling bay in Luqing. It drew the largest number of tourists among all the bays. Yet Meng Wanzhou had deliberately avoided booking accommodations here, citing overwhelming crowds and chaotic energy that would compromise comfort and privacy. After disembarking, they stepped onto a lively street teeming with people. Though not peak season, the crowd remained dense. Handsome locals, radiant young women, and foreign visitors alike strolled barefoot or in breezy attire. Street vendors lined the sidewalks, selling chilled coconuts, refreshing herbal ices, and other Luqing specialties. Su Yang's group wove through the throng behind Meng Wanzhou. Instinctively, they split into 3 pairs. Meng Wanzhou and Lu Bo led the way. Zhang Ziming held Shen Yixue's hand as they walked mid-group. Su Yang and Pan Ning brought up the rear. At a coconut stand, Su Yang noticed nearly everyone carried one, and having never tasted authentic fresh coconut water, he impulsively decided to try. "Want some?" "And yes, I'm boiling." "And okay, 2 chilled coconuts, please, sir." The vendor bent over another customer's coconut, looked up with a warm, easy smile. "Coming right up." After a few minutes, he handed them 2 freshly opened coconuts. "In, here you go, handsome and beautiful," he said, passing one to Su-young. "How much?" "In 15 each, 30 total." "And got it. I'll scan you." In beaten, Su-young completed the payment. By then, the others had vanished into the crowd ahead. "In, whoa. Where'd they go?" "In, no idea. I'll ask them to send a location pin." Pan Ning pulled out her phone to message them. Meanwhile, Su-young took a sip from his coconut, expecting the familiar creamy sweetness of the canned coconut milk he'd grown up drinking. Instead, the liquid was startlingly light, crystal clear, and nearly flavorless. "And it's just water. TCH, how utterly provincial. Mistaking coconut water for coconut milk." He chided himself inwardly. Pan Ning received the location and said, "It's sent. Let's go." "Right." And they ambled leisurely toward their destination, sipping coconut water as they went. Pan Ning sipped hers twice, then frowned slightly, before abruptly snatching Su-young's coconut and taking a long, unhesitating draw, regardless of whether he'd already drunk from it. She nodded approvingly, her frown dissolving. Yours tastes better. Let's swap." Without waiting for consent, she thrust her own coconut into Su-young's hands and clutched his, beaming as she drank. Su-young froze, his pulse quickening involuntarily. Yet recalling Pan Ning's bold, carefree nature, he said nothing, only watched her walk ahead with a tender, resigned smile. Their intimacy instantly drew glances from passers-by. Several young men shot Su-young looks of naked envy and grudging admiration. Su-young paid no mind. He hurried to her side and teased, "Why'd you steal my coconut? And I already drank from it. You just sucked on my straw. Yours tastes better, and so what if you drank first? I'm not repulsed by you." And Su-young broke into a wide grin. What on earth does this girl mean? "Right, I'll check the system." System display Pan Ning's affection level. Pan Ning's affection toward host 25 in. It hasn't risen. No, that can't be right. This behavior, surely not possible at just 25. System verification normal. Host need not doubt. Not doubting you. Just utterly baffled by her. Su-young glanced sideways at Pan Ning beside him, his thoughts tangled. He realized too that she acted this way only with him. That made the stagnant 25-point rating deeply perplexing. If she truly harbored affection, her affinity should have risen. Yet every reading remained unchanged, locked at its initial increment. Su-young gave up trying to decipher it, and resolved to test her directly. How much farther? Let me check." Pan Ning pulled out her phone. "Almost there, just 500 meters. Looks like it's near the beach." Su-young nodded, thinking, should I try holding her hand during these last few hundred meters? If she pulls away, it confirms 25 is genuine. If she doesn't, it means something's deliberately suppressing her true feelings. Lost in thought, he barely noticed Pan Ning beside him. Pan Ning finished her coconut and tossed the shell into a nearby bin. When she looked up, Su-young was already striding ahead, so she hurried to catch up, mildly exasperated. "Why walk so fast? Why didn't you wait for me?" Su-young blinked, completely unaware she'd paused to discard the shell. Pan Ning shot him a glare, then did something entirely unexpected. She reached out and slipped her arm through his right, pressing her entire side snugly against his forearm. A gesture unmistakably intimate, reserved only for lovers. Su-young's heart skipped a beat, his feet halting mid-stride. What's wrong?" Pan Ning tilted her head, looking up. Nothing. Let's go." And they continued forward, bodies close, arms entwined. This really reads at just 25. System, verify once more. Pan Ning's affection toward host 25 Seriously, is she planning to harvest my kidneys? As they walked, several vintage-style bars came into view on the sandy beach ahead. Small wooden tables dotted the shoreline in front of the entrances, where numerous young men and women, dressed lightly, laughed and chatted over drinks. Su-young gazed toward the crowd and asked, "Is it over there?" "The navigation says this is the place." "Then let's go take a look." Arm in arm, they strolled toward the beach. This was Su-young's first time stepping onto sand. He curiously bent down and slipped off his sandals. "What are you doing?" "It's my first time at the seaside. I want to feel the sand." Su-young smiled like a child. "Then I'll join you," Pan Ning said, then kicked off her own sandals, revealing delicate bare feet. Crouching beside her, Su-young watched her closely and sensed something subtly off about her ever since they'd left the hotel. It wasn't quite like her usual self, though she seemed gentler now, more tender, even quietly feminine. Could she have multiple personalities? Su-young dismissed the thought as absurd. Rising to his feet, he held up his sandals with a smile. "Let's go." "All right," Pan Ning replied cheerfully and fell in a step beside him, though this time she did not reach for his arm again. Su-young didn't dwell on it. Soon they arrived at the entrance of the first bar. There stood Lu Bo and Zhang Zimming beside a decorative dune buggy, smoking. Spotting Su-young and Pan Ning arriving late, Lu Bo grinned. "Where have you two been?" "Oh, We stopped by the roadside to buy coconuts, and when we looked up you'd already vanished. Where are the others? Brother Ming is inside chatting with the owner. Yishui stepped out to the restroom. Come on, let's head in. All right. Once inside, they found Ming Wanzhou seated near the entrance laughing and conversing easily with a young man who appeared to be in his mid-20s. Seeing them enter, Ming Wanzhou rose and smiled. My friends have arrived. I'll join them now. Be sure to come over later for a few rounds. No problem. The young man replied, standing and smiling back. So, you two were off moonlighting lost in love. Took you long enough. Ming Wanzhou teased, glancing between Su Yang and Pan Ning. Pan Ning shot him a sharp look and asked, where shall we sit? This way. Come, this spot's been reserved for me by the owner. Ming Wanzhou led them to a cozy booth by the window, spacious enough for 12 or 13 people. With just 6 of them, the seating felt generously open. Su Yang wasted no time. He strode straight to the innermost seat and settled in with a wide wooden window directly to his left. Outside, the scene buzzed with vibrant energy. A rustic wooden table sat precisely beside his seat, and astonishingly, every person around it was an alluring woman. One especially graceful young woman cradled a guitar, singing a gentle English country folk song. Couples nestled close together, listening in quiet rapture. From afar, bursts of laughter rose and fell like waves. Above the horizon hung a luminous full moon, casting the sea in molten gold. Sand, beauty, barbecue, music, beer. Wasn't this the idyllic life Su Yang had once only dreamed of? In that moment, Su Yang felt an unprecedented sense of ease, surrounded by comfort, friendship, healthy parents, and soul-stirring melodies. Ah, ding. Host has reached peak enjoyment and profound insight. Awarded 5 million yuan in cash and the god of song skill. Su Yang leaned casually on his chin, gazing out the window, listening to the music, when suddenly his vision blurred. Pan Ning had somehow taken a seat beside him. Noticing he'd been staring out the window since sitting down, she leaned forward and peered at his face. A single tear traced a path down Su Yang's cheek. Pan Ning froze, then gently tapped his shoulder. Why are you crying? What? Hearing this, Meng Wanzhou, Lu Bo, and Zhang Ziming instantly perked up, springing to their feet and crowding around Su Yang. Startled by Pan Ning's touch, Su Yang snapped back to awareness, only to find himself encircled by curious faces. Flustered, he hastily wiped his cheeks. What's going on? Yang, what's wrong? Nothing, just moved by the song outside. It stirred something deep. Whoa, so you're sentimental after all. Meng Wanzhou extended his hand and shook Su Yang's firmly. No, it was just a fleeting moment of resonance. Let's drop it. Where's the wine? And the barbecue? Coming right up. Tonight, we drink until dawn. Inspired by Su Yang's emotion and the melody, Meng Wanzhou declared boldly. With your tiny tolerance, until dawn sounds unlikely, Pan Ning scoffed, tossing him a dismissive glance. Don't get cocky. I've come fully prepared today. Oh, did you call backup? Ha, never mind. Just know, you won't escape unscathed tonight. Meng Wanzhou plopped into his chair, grinning. Pan Ning rolled her eyes, utterly unconvinced. At that moment, Shun Yishui returned from the restroom, the group of 6 now complete. Clap, clap, clap. As the song ended, enthusiastic applause erupted outside. The young woman at the center of the crowd beamed warmly, radiant and unself-conscious. One more. Guests all around cheered wildly, clapping insistently for another performance. The young woman, evidently an extroverted soul, grinned readily. What would you all like to hear? Feel free to request a song. I'd love to hear Sea of Flowers, Journey Northward, Maple Leaves. Listening to the chorus of calls, she laughed. Looks like we're all J-Cho fans. Let's go with Sea of Flowers. Perfect, I love that one too. Great. Clap, clap, clap. Another round of fervent applause broke out. Su Yang turned eagerly toward the window. Having just acquired the god of song skill, an entire repertoire of vocal techniques and styles now resided vividly in his mind, as if innate. He hadn't yet tested the skill aloud nor measured its true power, but inexplicably he felt certain the moment he sang, he would leave everyone spellbound. Truth be told, Su Yang was no slouch. He reigned supreme in karaoke rooms. Yet on any formal stage, say a university top 10 singers competition, he'd likely rank near the bottom. But now, empowered by the god of song, he was confident his voice alone could captivate every soul present. And it wasn't just singing. The mastery extended to every instrument, its playing methods etched indelibly into his consciousness. Time stands still, the flowers all bloom. Love drifts far, yet remains clear. Just then the haunting melody floated in through the window. Accompanied by the gentle strumming of the guitar, listeners sank deep into reverie. Don't leave me. Soon the song concluded. The audience remained suspended in its lingering beauty, until Su Yang, seated by the window, began applauding. His claps sparked a ripple, others swiftly joined in, hands rising in unison. Absolutely exquisite. Are you a professional singer? Yes, I'm actually a resident performer at another bar, but I'm traveling here just like you. The guitarist smiled warmly. No wonder. It's truly outstanding. Better than many so-called professionals. You're far too kind. Thank you so much, she replied, beaming with charming humility. Inside the window, Meng Wanzhou turned to Su Yang. Old Su, how's your singing? Me? Not bad, I suppose. Not bad. I suspect you're being modest. Why not go up and sing one? Nah, my voice might steal the spotlight. Better not. Oh, then you must sing tonight. Everyone agrees, don't you? Meng Wanzhou teased, rallying the group. Lu Bo and Zhang Ziming also said, yes, yes, yes. Since you said so, we must listen to your enchanting singing today. Can you actually sing? Pan Ning looked at Su Yang and asked. A little bit, he replied. Then go ahead and sing a song. Meng Wanzhou chuckled. My little sister has asked you to sing, why aren't you going? Seeing everyone staring at him, Su Yang dropped the act. All right, shall I sing a song then? Yes, sing a song. Their voices attracted a table of beauties outside the window. One of them stood up and looked inside. Who wants to sing a song? He does. Meng Wanzhou and the others quickly pointed their fingers at Su Yang. He coughed into his hand. All right, I'll show you something today. As he said this, he stood up and directly leaned out the window. Wow, this handsome guy wants to sing a song. You everyone applaud. Lu Bo hurriedly cheered from inside the window. The tourists outside cooperatively clapped, and the somewhat dull atmosphere was once again ignited. Welcome, welcome. Wow, he really is a handsome guy. One girl exclaimed, staring at Su Yang, who climbed out the window. I bet he can sing just by looking at him. Not necessarily, he probably just wants to show off, because there are beautiful girls outside. To show off you have to have some skills. Would he dare come out if he couldn't? Let's listen and see how well he can sing. Su Yang scanned the tourists on the beach, cleared his throat, and smiled. Ladies and gentlemen, I just heard this beautiful lady sing so movingly that I couldn't help but want to sing a song myself. This handsome guy is quite interesting. What song are you planning to sing? How about I sing Ordinary Road? Wow, that sounds great. Su Yang smiled and walked over to the table full of beauties, looking at the girl playing the guitar. She was also gazing at him. The girl had a flushed face from drinking a bit. She wore light makeup with flowing dark purple waves and was dressed in a white crop top paired with a light blue skirt. She had a high nose bridge, arched brows, and her eyes were standard peach blossom eyes with a small beauty mark next to her right eye. Su Yang didn't have time to call for the system scan. He politely asked the girl at the table, Excuse me, can I borrow your guitar? Of course. The girl smiled generously and handed her guitar to Su Yang. After taking the guitar, he sat down on the ground to tune the strings. At this moment, everyone quieted down, ready to hear how Su Yang, who suddenly appeared, would sing. Pan Ning, also very interested, leaned on the windowsill to watch Su Yang. Pan, your boyfriend can sing. He can race and sing. He's quite talented. Suddenly, Shun Yixue chimed in. Pan Ning was taken aback and then glared at Shun Yixue. Who told you he's my boyfriend? Shun Yixue stuck out her tongue and said, Ziming and Lu Bo whispered that to me just now. What did they say? Pan Ning turned to look at Zhang Ziming and Lu Bo. The two quickly pretended they hadn't heard and looked up at the ceiling. What's going on? Meng Wanzhou leaned over curiously and asked. Can you say it? Shin Yixue whispered. Hurry up and tell. Pan Ning deliberately raised her voice to look at Shin Yixue. They just told me they saw you holding Su Yang's hand, and the gesture was very intimate. That was what they said. Oh, I don't know anything. Shin Yixue hurriedly distanced herself. If I thought it was something else. Meng Wanzhou, speechless, took out a cigarette and lit it. To him, such small matters were too normal. Oh, everyone is young, and holding hands is nothing. However, this did confirm his thoughts. Pan Ning didn't explain much upon hearing this, mainly because she did indeed hold Su Yang's hand earlier. At this time, Su Yang outside the window had already started to sing. He sat cross-legged on the beach, holding the guitar with his eyes slightly closed. His right hand gently strummed the strings, and the prelude began. Wandering on the road, are you going to leave? Fragile pride, that too was once my form. As the lyrics came out, everyone around was first surprised, then all immersed in Su Yang's singing. The boy who had previously doubted Su Yang also fell silent. His eyes widened as he stared at Su Yang. Wow, this sounds great. Don't talk it, just feel it. With Su Yang singing, everyone around couldn't help but sway gently to the music. Mainly Ordinary Road is a song that suits listening to while traveling, and the way Su Yang sang, it was almost indistinguishable from the original. In fact, it sounded even better. With the blessing of the singing god, his tone had a unique quality that perfectly matched the song. 3 minutes later, the song concluded, and the tourists around wore expressions of enjoyment. Applause. Lu Bo was also touched by the song and couldn't help but stand inside the window and shout while clapping. His shout instantly awakened those still lost in the song. Everyone started to clap along. Singing god, you sang simply too well. Handsome guy, are you a professional singer? Yes, that's amazing. I feel like it's even better than the original. Hearing these praises, Su Yang felt a bit smug in his heart system. This skill came at the right time, haha. Who says only pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger counts as showing off? This kind of showing off is also quite good. He looked around and politely said, "You all flatter me, alright, I'll return the guitar to this beautiful lady. I'm going back in to drink." "Wait, handsome. Sing another one." "Yes, you sang really well." Su Yang smiled and returned the guitar to the girl. The girl tilted her head, looking at Su Yang with appreciation. "Are you sure you want to sing another one? You sing much better than me. Oh, everyone wants to hear another song." "Yes, handsome, sing another one." Several girls at the same table echoed, their eyes sparkling as they looked at Su Yang. "Old Su, just sing another one. Everyone is so enthusiastic." Meng Wanzhou leaned against the windowsill and smiled. All right, then just one last song. If you want to hear more, it will cost you." Su Yang joked. "Let's do it this way. Oh, I'll follow this beautiful lattice lead. You can request songs, anything you want to hear." "Really? As long as it's not too obscure, no problem. Can you sing Cantonese songs?" Su Yang thought, don't mention Cantonese. Ew, I could even manage Bengali. At this moment, a boy with a Jay Cho-style beard looking somewhat dark stood up and said, "Handsome guy, I don't want to hear Cantonese. Can you sing Ebbing by Jay Cho?" After finishing him feeling guilty. "Shut up." The people around hurriedly interrupted as soon as they heard the boy's singing voice. Su Yang laughed. "Ebbing. That works. I like this song too." He then sat back down on the beach and began to sing again. A few minutes later, as the last note finished, several girls silently shed tears under Su Yang's heartfelt singing. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone clapped for Su Yang from the bottom of their hearts. Pan, your boyfriend is really amazing. I thought his singing was just okay, but I didn't expect him to be so professional. Not many can sing Jay Cho's songs well." Shin Yixua looked at Su Yang, her eyes also misty. Ding. Detected. Shin Yixua's affection for the host has increased to 30, a reward 3000. Huh. Shin Yixua's affection actually increased. This surprised Su Yang a bit. However, an affection level of 30 is still quite normal, as even good friends usually have around 50 or 60. Alright, that's really it for singing today. Oh, I wish everyone an enjoyable night. Su Yang said as he handed the guitar back to the girl. The girl smiled as she took the guitar. "What should I call you, handsome?" "Su Yang." "Hello, Su Yang, my name is Tang Ziyun." Tang Ziyun extended one hand holding the guitar and offered her other hand to Su Yang. Su Yang smiled brightly and shook hands with her. "Nice to meet you." System. Tang Ziyun, age 23, height 168 centimeters, weight 54 kilograms, beauty 90, figure 90, number of relationships 1, single. Wow, another gem. Tang Ziyun has reached the binding threshold. Binding successful. Tang Ziyun's favorability toward the host 30. Reward 250000. Huh. She is, aside from his ex, the first person whose favorability exceeded 20 the moment she bound. A promising prospect. Su Yang watched Tang Ziyun in silence. The three girls at the same table noticed the two of them still holding hands after 3 or 4 seconds without letting go. One of them cleared her throat twice and said, "How long do you two plan to keep holding hands?" "Oh, sorry." Tang Ziyun withdrew her slender hand bashfully and brushed the fringe from her cheek. "Su Yang, could I add you on Weixin? I would like to ask you about singing from time to time." "Sure." Su Yang readily took out his phone. "You can mine." Beep. After they finished adding each other on Weixin, Tang Ziyun smiled in satisfaction. She looked at Su Yang, whose cheeks were faintly flushed, and said, "Su Yang, do you want to sit down and have a drink?" Su Yang was naturally pleased by the invitation, but he hesitated, thinking of Pan Ning and the others still inside. It would be unseemly to be seen drinking with others outside. He smiled and demurred, "I'll have a drink with you, but my friends are still in there. I can't just leave them." "Oh, understood. Yu pour Su Yang a glass." Tang Ziyun turned to the girl called Yu. Su Yang accepted the beer Yu handed him, raised his glass, and clinked it with the others. "Ladies, a toast to you." He tipped his head back and drank in one swallow. "Alright, I'll go in first. Have fun." Saying that, Su Yang grabbed the windowsill and climbed through. As soon as he entered, he met Pan Ning's blade-like gaze fixed upon him. The others nearby wore amused, expectant smiles. Shen Yixua leaned in and murmured to Zhang Ziming, "This guy is finished." What happened?" Su Yang stammered. Pan Ning sat with one leg crossed, her eyes sharp as she regarded Su Yang, and said slowly, "Is the beer good?" "A so-so." "Is a bow tie's hand soft?" "It is. Quite. Soft." Cough, cough. Su Yang choked on a cough and hastily stopped, then frantically glanced toward Meng Wanzhou. Old Meng, why is the food taking so long?" "I'm starving." Su Yang kept exchanging imploring looks with Meng Wanzhou. Meng Wanzhou suppressed a smile and said, "Oh, I've reminded them twice already. The place is a little crowded tonight. It should be here soon." Just as the mood grew awkward, a server appeared, pushing a black trolley toward them. The trolley was piled with all manner of seafood: barbecue, Boston lobster, mantis, shrimp, crab, long crab legs, prawns, assorted shells, and mollusks, each dish looking sumptuous and fragrant. "Sorry to keep you waiting, everyone. We are very busy tonight. Please forgive any shortcomings. The server spoke as he set the dishes on the table. No problem. By the way, Xiaoli, where is the wine I ordered? Oh, I will bring the drinks right away. Please wait a moment. Xiaoli arranged the food and then hurried toward the bar. Faced with the lavish spread, Su Yang quickly steered the conversation away from before. While this all looks delicious, I won't be polite, I'll try some first. He picked up a Boston lobster and began to eat. Pan Ning no longer pressed the earlier matter. She had only teased Su Yang. After all, they were not lovers, and she could not dictate whom he added on Weixin. Soon Xiaoli returned carrying an open wooden crate to their table. 12 frozen dark-bottled beers were nestled in the round compartments on top. The drinks have arrived. Meng Xiao, shall we open them all? Do you think so? These won't even wet the whistle. Bring me 10 more crates. All right, I'll open these first. Xiaoli began uncapping the beers and placing them on the table. Su Yang, seeing the unfamiliar bottles, asked, "What beer is this?" As he popped the caps, Xiaoli explained, "Handsome, this is hailed as the Rolls-Royce of beers, the Zyphalatlin W12 craft beer, reputedly the most delicious beer in the world." Hailed. How much a bottle? 150 per bottle. 150 for a beer. Su Yang was taken aback. It was not that he found it exorbitant so much as he could not imagine a beer worth that much. In his experience, a beer cost only a few yuan, maybe 10 or 20 for something pricier. 150 per bottle was beyond his expectations. I don't think it's expensive. This brew is hard to come by. Meng Xiao specially ordered it tonight for your table. The whole place is serving it only for you. Indeed, Meng Ji always gets special treatment wherever he goes. Lu Bo laughed at the side. Enough talk. Open it up and pour freely. No one leaves sober tonight. Xiaoli, bring me another 50 bottles. Yes, Meng Xiao, I'm on it. Xiaoli scampered off again. After a long silence, Zhang Ziming finally suggested to the group, "I have a small idea. Eating and drinking like this is dull. How about we add some pressure? Tell us. We can play a simple game like Who is the Undercover? Each round the loser drinks half a bottle. How about that? Half a bottle." Shun Yishua pinched Zhang Ziming and scolded, "Are you trying to kill me?" Zhang Ziming yelped in pain, "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Fine, if you lose you can drink 1 cup, okay? The rest of us will drink half a bottle." Shun Yishua glanced at the cups on the table and said, "All right." Pan Ning chimed in, "Are you stupid? The bottle is 330 milliliters. If the cup holds at least 160 milliliters, when full that's practically half a bottle." Huh? Shun Yishua was stunned. She quickly poured a bottle into a cup. When it was full, she checked the bottle and found there was about half left. She turned to Zhang Ziming, cheeks puffed with indignation. "Zhang Ziming, are you tricking me? I didn't know. I thought a full cup would leave less in the bottle," Zhang Ziming hurriedly explained. If that's the case, it'll be wasted after a few rounds. They'll drink half a cup instead." Fine, fine. What about the rest of you? Any objections?" "Whatever, let's start. I'm thirsty," Lu Bo urged while eating an oyster. "Then we'll use my phone for the game." Zhang Ziming picked up his phone and opened an app for the Who is the Undercover game. After a few taps, he said, "Each person gets a word and describes it. There are 6 of us, 1 undercover will do." "All right, I've seen my word. Here, it's your turn." Zhang Ziming looked at his word, then passed the phone to Lu Bo. Lu Bo waited 3 seconds, viewed his word, and passed the phone to Meng Wanzhou. Each person repeated the same process in turn. When Pan Ning finished, Su Yang took the phone and read his word, Old Lantern. Finally, it was Shin Yixu's turn. She read her word and turned the phone face down on the table. The first round began. "All right, has everyone finished watching? They'll start." Zhang Ziming pondered for a moment before beginning to describe his word. "This word has been quite popular online lately." "Is that all?" Lu Bo turned to look at Zhang Ziming. "That's it. It just needs to describe a certain range without being too specific, otherwise it will be obvious right away." "All right, it's my turn." Lu Bo said confidently after some thought. "This word is extremely impressive. I even want to use it in my future child's name." After this was said, the others immediately frowned and looked at him. Meng Wanzhou stifled a laugh and said, "I think you are more suited for this word." Lu Bo, hearing this, nodded proudly, "Of course." It was then Pan Ning's turn, and after thinking for a moment, she said, "This is an internet slang. This term didn't exist before." "Who said that?" "This word has been passed down through generations. It has existed from ancient times to the present." "How did it become internet slang?" Lu Bo quickly argued. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh and said, "I think the situation is already pretty clear. Do I still need to say anything?" Zhang Ziming held his forehead and shook his head while looking at Lu Bo. "Brother Pang, you're my bro. Have you never played Who is the Undercover? This game is called Who is the Undercover, not Why am I the Undercover. You might as well just say you are the undercover directly." Lu Bo was momentarily stunned and hadn't reacted yet. "I am the undercover. Otherwise, who would put the term Old Deng in their child's name? Old Deng. I'm just joking. I'm a hero. Just drink, don't explain. You were guessed out before even finishing a round." Meng Wanzhou patted Lu Bo and called out, all right, I concede. I was actually just thirsty for some beer. It was intentional." Lubo said with a proud look as he picked up a beer and drank half a bottle. Continue, can we finish a round? I want to experience the feeling where no one can guess who the undercover is even after several rounds. Brother Bo, can you help me with that? Zhang Ziming turned to Lubo and said seriously, don't worry, I already said I was just thirsty, it was intentional. Alright then, let's continue. After another round of words, Su Yang got the word divorce. The loser speaks first. Zhang Ziming presided over the situation and looked at Lubo. Okay, I'll go first, this word is quite sad and belongs to a negative vocabulary. Lubo said as he looked at Meng Wanzhou. This is indeed not a good word. Anyway, I hope such things don't happen to me. Su Yang nodded secretly as he listened to the descriptions of the first two. I should not be the undercover. Next was Pan Ning, who thought for a moment and said, I hope no one experiences such things. After hearing Pan Ning's description, Su Yang spoke, this word, how should I put it, is quite common for those who are a bit older. If such a thing happened to me, I think I would go crazy. After Su Yang finished, Shen Yixue continued. Su Yang thought, would it really be that bad? Going crazy just because of a divorce? Zhang Ziming nodded in agreement. I feel the same. Just getting this word feels unlucky. I'm done. This round seems quite normal. Good, everyone can vote now. Oh, raise your hand if you vote for the fat guy. After Zhang Ziming said this and looked at the others, no one raised their hand. He continued, raise your hand if you vote for old Meng. No one raised their hand, and it wasn't until Shen Yixue that no one raised their hand. Raise your hand if you vote for me. With a flurry of hands, Lu, Bo, Meng Wanzhou, and Su Yang all raised their hands. What? Are you all crazy? Zhang Ziming asked in confusion. It's obvious. After Yixue finished speaking, you almost immediately responded, but didn't say anything different, so I feel you are the undercover. Your word must be different from ours, but you understood, so you just followed Yixue's words. Meng Wanzhou expressed his opinion. Damn, I'm a good person. Undercover usually claims to be a good person. Zhang Ziming shook his head in disappointment. Alright. While saying this, he picked up his phone and opened the game to his avatar, and the phone emitted a voice, you are not the undercover. The game continues. What? Meng Wanzhou was stunned upon hearing this. I already said I'm a good person. Oh, alright, you all continue. Lubo then described, if this happens, it is a very sad thing. Meng Wanzhou nodded. This word is usually described as something that happens after marriage. Su Yang thought for a moment with some doubt and said, actually, you should look at it more openly. It's not a big deal. Aren't there many people doing this now? Huh, often. Shen Yixue said with a bewildered expression. Don't mind what he says, just say your part. Zhang Ziming, stifling a laugh, said from the side. If such a thing happens, it's basically going to involve a banquet. Upon hearing this, Su Yang thought, a banquet. Ha, the undercover is revealed. Alright, let's start voting. Neither Lu Bo nor Meng Wanzhou received any votes, and when it came to Su Yang, after Zhang Ziming finished speaking, everyone raised their hands. Su Yang was taken aback and hurriedly said, what? I'm not the undercover, it's so obvious. Can you play this game? Nope, haha. Meng Wanzhou laughed. Raise your hand if you vote for Yixue. Su Yang hurriedly raised his hand, but he was the only one in the entire room raising his hand. What? It's obvious that Yixue is the undercover, it's just a divorce, does it really involve a banquet? Ha. Upon hearing this, everyone bent over in laughter. Zhang Ziming shook his head helplessly. Old Su, just drink. You are the undercover. What were your words? We said widowed. Our word is widowed. What? Alright, I concede. Su Yang said as he picked up the wine and drank half a bottle. Just as the group was preparing to start the third round, the bar owner Chun Hao walked over. Old Meng, what are you all playing that's so fun? Meng Wanzhou laughed and said, come on, I've been waiting for you. Probably only you can challenge my sister's drinking capacity here. Oh, your sister? Xinyu is back. Chen Hao asked as he sat next to Meng Wanzhou. Not Xinyu, it's my cousin. You have a cousin. How come I didn't know? There are many things you don't know. Let me introduce everyone. This is my college classmate Chun Hao, who is also the owner of this bar. Hello everyone, how do you find the food in our shop? Very delicious. No wonder your bar is so popular. Who would have thought that the seafood barbecue in a bar would taste so good? Too kind. Chun Hao appeared gentle and refined with fair skin, a moderate build, 178 centimeters tall, slightly curly hair, and wearing a delicate gold-framed glasses. His appearance could be considered above average. If compared, he would be similar to Zhang Ziming. Chun Hao's family background was also quite good, although it couldn't match Meng Wanzhou and Zhang Ziming. It belonged to a family with financial freedom. After graduating from college, he traveled alone to Luqing and later often stayed here to run the bar, not really caring about making money. He mainly enjoyed this leisurely and carefree lifestyle. However, unexpectedly, this bar he opened in Qinghai Bay was doing exceptionally well. Originally, there were only him and a server named Shaoli, but due to the booming business, he had to hire 4 more servers. The group greeted Chun Hao in turn. Meng Wanzhou picked up a bottle of wine and smiled. Come on, let's give a warm welcome to my old classmate. Everyone cheers. Meng Wanzhou wiped his mouth after finishing his drink and glanced at Pan Ning with a smile, saying, how's he? The person I told you about who is amazing at drinking is my cousin Pan Ning. Chen Hao turned his head to look at Pan Ning, following Meng Wanzhou's gaze. A stunning beauty like her can actually drink. Don't let her being a girl fool you, she can drink like a monster. Let's put it this way, aside from you, none of us combined could outdrink her. Oh, that's impressive. I should have a good match with your cousin then, Chen Hao said with a hint of disbelief. Su Yang thought to himself, that was then, and now I have a cheat. Soon you'll see what a true god of drinking looks like. After Chen Hao arrived, the group paused their game of Who's the Undercover and began to divide into teams to play drinking games. Over an hour later, among the seven, only Su Yang, Pan Ning, and Chen Hao remained unaffected while the others showed some signs of intoxication, with Lu Bo looking slightly better. All 62 bottles of Zyfale Luen W12 craft beer had been consumed. Chen Hao, seeing this, raised his hand and called out, "Shall we bring over the remaining 60 bottles and have someone come to clean the table and bring some snacks?" "Sure thing," Shao Li replied, and went to the bar to fetch more drinks. Pan Ning, still sitting cross-legged, cracked sunflower seeds while looking at Su Yang with a faint smile, saying, "Your condition today seems quite good. You've drunk so much and are still fine." Su Yang chuckled, "I do feel pretty good today. You might have to pay for what you just said tonight." Pan Ning scoffed, not believing that Su Yang could get her drunk. For some reason, she had always loved drinking since childhood. What kid dares to drink at just 10 years old? But Pan Ning did as she used to secretly hide from her parents to buy alcohol. Since her monthly allowance was too much to spend, most of her savings went into buying various beers and spirits, many of which people in their 50s had never tried, yet she had tasted them all in her teens. At that time, she thought she was dependent on alcohol, but even after a few days without drinking, she felt no discomfort. It was just that she found drinking amusing when bored, and she discovered that no matter how much she drank, she wouldn't get drunk. This situation had persisted until now. So when Su Yang spoke, she merely smiled, for it was nearly impossible to get her drunk. Fully aware of her bogus condition, she had previously dared to say in front of Su Yang that if she got drunk, she would let him do as he pleased, knowing well the outcome. Unless she willingly allowed it, Su Yang would never have a chance with her. What she didn't know was that Su Yang had received a system-given bug, the god of drinking. If they were to face off in a drinking competition, even though Pan Ning could drink a lot, she was still just an ordinary person and would eventually get drunk without her cheat. But Su Yang wouldn't. He would never get drunk, not even if the world ended. Previously, when Su Yang asked the system for information about the god of drinking, the system only mentioned that he wouldn't get drunk, which meant he could drink endlessly without intoxication. Shao Li returned with 2 waiters bringing more drinks and clearing the table to serve a variety of snacks and fruits. Chen Hao smiled at the group, saying, "Brother Ziming, can you still drink?" "Can I still drink?" "I have reason to suspect that you are looking down on me," Zhang Ziming replied, trying to save face. "Haha, brother, where did that come from? I just noticed that your neck is a bit red. If you can't drink anymore, don't force it. This alcohol has quite a kick." "Hey, enough about that, let's drink," Zhang Ziming said as he picked up an open bottle and tilted his head back to take a big swig. Shen Yishuo, seeing this, pulled Zhang Ziming's clothing with concern, saying, "Drink less. If you get drunk, I won't be able to carry you." "You think I can't drink?" Upon hearing this, everyone knew he was already drunk. However, the atmosphere was at its peak. Aside from Meng Wanzhou, he probably wouldn't listen to anyone else. Meng Wanzhou took out a pack of cigarettes and distributed them among the boys. He handed one to Zhang Ziming, saying, "Ziming, take a break and smoke a cigarette to ease up before drinking again." Zhang Ziming received the cigarette with a smile, saying, "Don't worry, Lao Meng, I haven't drunk too much. If I can't take it, I definitely won't drink anymore." "Just know that," Meng Wanzhou said, and the group began to play rock, paper, scissors again. Those who knew how to play drinking games played, while others played simple games. Another hour passed, and the 60 bottles of beer that were brought later were almost finished. Shen Yishuo had already stopped drinking. Her alcohol tolerance was typical for a girl, knowing when to stop. The others didn't pressure her. Everyone was enjoying themselves. Those who could drink had more, and those who couldn't were not urged. Everyone had good manners, knowing that pressuring someone to drink is bad taste. At this point, Meng Wanzhou was also quite tipsy, his face flushed, leaning back in his chair with a dazed look. Lu Bo was doing well today and could still hold on. Zhang Ziming had gone to vomit once, but returned and rested for about half an hour before starting to play rock, paper, scissors with Su Yang again. Chen Hao and Pan Ning appeared unaffected, with Chen Hao showing some signs of drunkenness, while Pan Ning still felt nothing. However, Pan Ning was somewhat surprised that Su Yang was also able to drink so much without showing any signs of intoxication. "Shao Li." Chen Hao called out to Shao Li again. Shao Li, seeing this, hurried over, saying, "Brother Chen, what can I do for you? Is this drink still available?" "That type of drink is gone, but we have plenty of other drinks in the store." "All right, let me ask first," Chen Hao said, looking at the group. "Are you all still drinking?" "Of course. We agreed that we wouldn't go back until we were drunk. It's only past midnight, we've just begun." Zhang Ziming was the first to raise his hand. Seeing this, Meng Wanzhou forced a smile and said, "Let's keep going until we're satisfied today." All right, then go and open 30 bottles of Roosevelt No. 10. Coming right up. Shaoli replied and prepared to fetch the drinks. However, he added, wait, I can't leave my side today. You need to attend to the other customers. Don't worry, Brother Chen, just drink happily, I'll handle the guests, Shaoli said with a smile as he turned to leave. Chen Hao looked at Su Yang, who was playing rock, paper, scissors with Zhang Ziming, and said with a smile, Brother Su, your drinking capacity is quite impressive. You've managed to hold on this long without issue, and I admire your capacity. Su Yang turned to Chen Hao and politely replied, Brother Chen is too kind. Your capacity is also quite extraordinary. The other guests at different tables had long noticed what was happening at their table, watching the bottles they drank with wide eyes and whispering among themselves. All 30 bottles of Roosevelt No. 10 were opened. Now nobody cared about the wine. After all, no one would sip it slowly. Chen Hao looked at Meng Wanzhou and asked, are you all right? I'm fine. I'll take a moment to recover. You guys go ahead and drink. All right, then you take a break. He glanced at the others. Now it's just the 5 of us left. Let's split into groups. Sounds good. Su Yang smiled. How about this, Brother Su? Your drinking capacity is quite strong, so you team up with Zi Ming and Lu Bo, and I'll team up with Sister Pan Ning. What do you think? Before Su Yang could respond, Pan Ning interjected, you 3 can team up. I'll pair with Su Yang. Oh, that works too. A hint of regret flashed in Chen Hao's eyes. He had been hoping to team up with Pan Ning, using that as an excuse to sit next to her. However, Pan Ning didn't even look at him and directly refused, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. But that feeling was fleeting, and he didn't dwell on it. Once the 5 were divided into groups, they began to play rock, paper, scissors. After more than 10 rounds, Zhang Ziming finally announced his surrender. He rushed to the restroom and vomited violently. When he returned, although he didn't collapse immediately, Shen Yixue insisted he could not drink anymore. Now only 4 people remained with 15 bottles of wine left. Chen Hao turned to look at Meng Wanzhou. Seeing he had already fallen asleep, he didn't call him again. At this point, Lu Bo could no longer drink. His body swayed as he struggled to stay upright, his gaze unfocused. You shouldn't drink anymore. Su Yang called out to Lu Bo. All right, I'll make a trip to the restroom. Lu Bo swayed as he stood up. Just as he got up, he felt nauseous and hurriedly covered his mouth while running to the restroom. Take it slow, Su Yang called out helplessly. At that moment, Chen Hao noticed that Pan Ning and Su Yang seemed completely unaffected by the alcohol, so he called for Shaoli to bring in 20 more bottles. Pan Ning was drinking more than she had in recent years. By now, she finally felt a slight dizziness. But it was just a little dizziness, not enough to stop her from continuing to drink. Chen Hao, on the other hand, was somewhat tipsy. His drinking capacity had been honed over the years of running a bar. This was also the most he had drunk in the past year. However, with 20 more bottles brought in, there were now a total of 35 bottles on the table. He looked at the wine and said with a smile, we should probably know when to stop. After we finish these, regardless of whether we can drink more or not, it's time to call it a night. Drinking more would be too much for our bodies. It doesn't matter, Pan Ning said lightly. Su Yang added, sure, we have indeed drunk quite a lot today. No matter how good our capacity is, we shouldn't drink like this. His words were sincere. He was mainly worried about Pan Ning. Although he knew she could drink, alcohol was not a good thing, and even if one didn't get drunk, it could still harm the body. As for himself, he didn't mind. He had the wine god within him, allowing all the alcohol consumed to transform into gas and be expelled through his pores. He had clearly felt this during the drinking session. It turned out that the wine god avoided drunkenness in this manner. Thus, all the alcohol in his stomach was expelled from his body, allowing Su Yang to drink as much as he wanted without getting drunk or harming his health. Moreover, after several hours of drinking, everyone had run to the restroom countless times, yet Su Yang felt no urge at all. However, to avoid suspicion, he pretended to go to the restroom a few times. The 3 of them had trouble forming groups, so they began individual battles. An hour later, Chen Hao with a flushed face waved his hand. That's enough, that's enough. I concede to you 2. Oh, I really can't keep up with you. Brother Chen being able to drink this much is already impressive, and you're just a bit flushed. That's still amazing. Su Yang said with a smile. Hey, Brother Su, stop flattering me. Do I look like someone who has been drinking? I suspect you might have secretly poured your drink out the window. Ha ha, there's a table of beauties outside. If I were to pour it, I wouldn't pour it on their heads. Ha, Brother Su, you are quite amusing. At this moment, Pan Ning felt even more dizzy. She looked at the 2 and asked, should we keep drinking? If not, let's retreat. No more drinking, no more drinking. Just as the few of them were preparing to get up, 2 shirtless men approached from a nearby table across from Su Yang. One of them was bald with tiger and dragon tattoos on both arms. The other had dyed yellow hair and a large tattoo on his chest. Both looked relatively young, probably in their mid-30s. However, both were portly with broad faces, thick lips, small eyes, and flat noses, their faces glistening with oil, which was quite uncomfortable to look at. Su Yang had noticed them approaching earlier and stood up to sit at the outer edge of the chair. The 2 men approached with smiles. The slightly chubby bald man held a bottle of beer and grinned at the group. Hello, handsome guys and beautiful ladies. I see your drinking skills are incredible, my brother, and I really admire you. We wanted to come over and get to know you and have a few drinks together. Would you welcome us? Chun Hao's expression changed slightly at this, but he still politely said we have finished drinking and are preparing to leave, maybe next time if there's an opportunity to drink again. Oh, finished drinking. Then did we come at the wrong time? The bald man said with a half smile. How about this? I'll have a drink with you too. I'm the owner of this place, and having a drink with you is fine, right? You're the owner. The bald man turned to look at Chun Hao. Yes, I've been running this bar for 3 or 4 years now. You should be tourists, so otherwise you would know me. Haha, indeed we are not locals, but I don't want to drink with you. I want to drink with these two young beauties. The bald man grinned widely at Pan Ning and Shen Yixue. Hearing this, Chun Hao's tone became more serious. Brothers, these two girls can't drink. I'll drink with you. He picked up the half bottle of wine left on the table, stood up, and looked at them. The bald man smiled with his eyes closed. Brother, are you kidding me? Do you think I can't see? This young beauty has been drinking from start to finish, and you tell me she can't drink? Chun Hao's expression changed, and he said, friend, don't push your luck. I offered to drink with you, which is already showing you respect. Usually people like you wouldn't even get a chance to drink with me. Ha 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 ha, what did you say? I didn't catch that. Could you say it again? The bald man laughed dismissively. The blond man behind him also joined in mocking laughter. Their laughter immediately drew the attention of guests at other tables, with many looking over. Even Tang Ziyun outside noticed, and stood up to look inside. Lu Bo and Meng Wanzhou were also awakened by the commotion. Lu Bo had come back from the restroom and collapsed on the table to sleep, but now he frowned as he woke up. What's going on? He asked, squinting. Nothing, just a small issue, Chun Hao replied faintly. Meanwhile, Xiao Li and several male waiters, sensing something was off, approached from a distance. The bald man still wore a nonchalant expression. He looked at Chun Hao again and said, could you repeat what you just said? The atmosphere instantly grew heavy. Chun Hao lowered his head and smiled faintly, then lifted his gaze toward the bald man, speaking each word with deliberate clarity. You fool, don't mistake courtesy for weakness. His voice erupted in a thunderous roar on the final words. The bald man rubbed his gleaming scalp and twisted his head into a mocking grin, then took a single step back. His eyes hardened, shifting in an instant. You're asking for death. Before the sentence had fully left his lips, he swung a beer bottle straight at Chun Hao's skull. A dull, sickening thud echoed through the air. Chun Hao instinctively recoiled, but though he expected the sharp crack of shattering bone, no pain followed. No impact registered at all. A figure now stood beside him, while the bald man had vanished from sight. It was Su Yang, who had quietly taken a seat at the outer edge of the table long before the chaos began. At the very moment the bald man brought the bottle down toward Chun Hao's head, Su Yang shot upright and drove a brutal kick deep into the man's gut. Before the bald man could even register what had happened, he was hurled backward, crashing onto an empty table that splintered instantly beneath him. He clutched his abdomen, howling in agony. Arg, you motherfucker. At the sight, a blonde-haired thug flipped over the nearby table, while several bare-chested men surged forward from across the room, brandishing beer bottles. Panic erupted. The patrons screamed. Chaos seized the tavern in an instant. The blonde man lunged forward, swinging a clenched fist at Su Yang. Su Yang shoved Chun Hao aside, tilted his head to evade the blow, then struck with lightning precision, a crushing punch landing squarely on the blonde's face. Dazed and reeling, the blonde staggered backwards several paces before regaining his footing. The entire sequence lasted mere seconds. Lu Bo exchanged a glance with Meng Wanzhou, who gave a subtle, decisive nod. Lu Bo sprang into action, instantly charging toward the four rushing figures. Zhang Ziming finally snapped out of his daze, still groggy yet rising to help, until Meng Wanzhou fixed him with a quiet, commanding look, gesturing for him to remain seated. Pan Ning watched Su Yang with undisguised concern. Shen Yixue pressed close to Zhang Ziming. Fuck them, kill them all. Blood streamed from the blonde's nose after Su Yang's devastating blow. Snatching up a chair, he charged again, only for Su Yang to offer a cold, disdainful smile. Pathetic fool. If I don't make you beg for your mother today, you can take my surname. With those words, Su Yang surged forward, not retreating, but meeting the attack head-on. Little bastard, die. With a guttural roar, the blonde hurled the chair like a missile. Su Yang had no time to dodge, so he met it with a thunderous punch. Crack. The chair exploded into splinters. Unslowed, Su Yang dropped low, closed the distance, and executed a flawless takedown, slamming the blonde onto the floor with brutal force. Ah! The blonde shrieked in raw pain. Su Yang rose in one fluid motion, seized the man's arm, and wrenched it upward, lifting the 150-pound brute as if he weighed nothing. Then came a vicious right hook, delivered with surgical precision. The blonde flew sideways like a puppet, with its strings cut, crashing to the ground once more. Before Su Yang could advance, Pan Ning's urgent cry rang out, Su Yang, behind you. A heavy thud followed. A chair slammed hard into Su Yang's back, but he didn't flinch, didn't budge an inch. He turned slowly. The bald man stood there, his face a mask of shock. He couldn't believe his full-force strike had failed to shift Su Yang even slightly. Worse, he'd used a chair. Had he thrown a punch, instead it would have been little more than a tickle. Do you wish to die, Oi? Su Yang's voice was glacial. Before the question had fully settled in the air, his hand clamped around the bald man's throat. The bald man clawed desperately at Su Yang's wrist, but it was like gripping forged iron. All his strength was useless against that unyielding grip. Su Yang dragged him toward the table, the man's face purpling, his eyes rolling white as he choked for breath. Then, with a sudden violent twist, Su Yang hurled him sideways across the floor. But it wasn't over. Su Yang closed the gap in 2 strides and delivered another flying kick, sending the bald man hurtling backward once more before he'd even found his footing. Thud! Crunch! Another table shattered. This time the bald man lay utterly broken, curled on the floor screaming, watching Su Yang approach with dread. Ignoring the pain, he scrambled onto his knees and begged, voice cracking, "Brother, I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Please spare me. People like you ever truly understand remorse." Su Yang's tone was ice. I really am sorry. I shouldn't have provoked you. Let me pay. Everything broken tonight, I'll cover it all. Fine, you may. 1,000,000 yuan. What? How much? Didn't hear me. Shall I repeat it? Weren't you just roaring like a lion? No, please, sir. I was drunk, I didn't know better. Had I known your skill, I'd never dare. So, if I weren't skilled, you'd feel free to bully us. No, not at all. Damn it, I mean it. He slapped his own face hard again and again. Realizing his blunder, the bald man frantically struck his own cheeks. At that moment, Lu Bo strode over, cracking his neck. You all right, brother Su? Fine. Wait, weren't there several others charging in just now? Where are they? Oh, they're handled. Lu Bo chuckled, rubbing his palms together. Su Yang glanced behind him to see 5 men sprawled across the floor in disarray, including the blonde he'd already felled. Holy shit. Brother Fat, you're this strong. Heh, nothing special. Just a minor matter. Not worth mentioning. Lu Bo grinned smugly, deliberately stretching the idiom, savoring each syllable. Su Yang thought inwardly, so he's a trained fighter, capable of taking on multiple opponents at once. A boxer, or ex-military. He set the question aside, for now. Once this was resolved, he'd seek Lu Bo out for answers. Meanwhile, Meng Wanzhou, Chun Hao, and Zhang Ziming approached. The commotion had sobered them considerably. Meng Wanzhou studied Su Yang. Old Su, all right. Fine. Meng Wanzhou nodded. Good. Honestly, I had no idea you were this formidable. Su Yang smiled vaguely. Trained for a while long ago. How shall we proceed? Lu Bo asked Meng Wanzhou. Turn them in, or silence them permanently. They're worthless lives. I can bury this entirely. The bald man, still kneeling, nearly wept at those words. Brother, I've erred. I beg you, spare me. Send me to jail, please. He sobbed openly. A massive tattooed man, bare-chested and dragon and tiger inked, reduced to abject pleading. The sight was almost absurd. Su Yang smiled faintly. Since he insists, let's settle for jail. Agreed. Has someone called the police? Chun Hao replied. I signaled Shaoli to call them. We'll have officers here shortly. Understood. In truth, Meng Wanzhou had only meant to intimidate, not to kill. Even with the power to erase such incidents, he lived in a civilized age. The old underworld codes belonged to another era. Such methods were best left buried.